is 313 limits. Seems like an innocent little number, doesn't it? Little 313. Well, let me tell you about 313. So let's put this in perspective before we move along. The 7-1 loss to Terry Francona's Cincinnati Reds, yes, leaves the Pirates at 313. The last, and believe me, I think as we all know, I don't need to tell you this, that could hold or get worse. Like, this is still a relatively small sample size, although we're all almost a third of the way into the season. As I just said, every time we think it can't get worse on and off the field, it does. The Pirates outdo themselves. So anybody who doesn't think that a 313 winning percentage could hold or get worse, you're out of your minds. Of course, nobody listening believes that. We all know this could get worse. But even at 313, if this were to hold, the last time the Steelers had a winning percentage under 313 was Chuck Noll's first team in 1969. The last time the Penguins had a winning percentage under 313 was 1983-84, when the coach of the team was literally throwing games so that they'd be positioned to draft Mario Lemieux. And the last Pirate team with a winning percentage below 313 was 1952, Dick Groat's rookie year. Joe Garagiola was on the team, for God's sakes. And before that, you have to go back to 1890 to find one. I mean, this is truly remarkable. Think about that for a second. The 83-84 the X-generation Penguins had significantly higher winning percentages than this outfit. They were up in the 350s. Ramsey Abid and Chris, what was his name? Chris Beach, Ross Lupischuk, Michael Civic, and not the one on All in the Family. That team was significantly better than this. And all those teams were at the beginnings of rebuilds. Some of them, at least one of them, intentionally losing. Chuck Noll was throwing people off his team so that he could rebuild and start over. They went 1-13. Lou Angotti was the coach of the 83-84 Penguins. He, years later, told me, and we all knew that those Penguins were tanking at an organizational level, sending good players to the minors and recalling bad players. But it goes to another level when the coach says to you, and this is a quote from the now late Lou Angotti, who, by the way, should always be remembered as a Penguins hero, because the Penguins don't exist, very likely, if it wasn't for him trying to lose games behind the bench. He said to me years later, and I quote, "I can honestly say the players who came to work every day gave all they had. That was the tough part. I was playing against them." That's the coach of a team, and unless somebody can prove me wrong, that's the only time a coach in the history of North American sports has admitted that on the record. I was playing against them, Lou Angotti said. It was me against them, them against me. His own players. And he finished by telling me on the record they were trying to go out and win, and I was using them to lose. That is the last Penguin team that had a lower winning percentage than this pathetic outfit called the Pittsburgh Pirates. I mean, I feel like we should all just meditate on that for 5 minutes, but we'd go off the air, wouldn't we, Limits?
We sure would. Moment of silence for the Buccos.
How long before we go off the air on silence? How long before it goes to something else?
About 10 plus seconds.
I mean, think about it. It's breathtaking. It really is. These Pirates are supposed to be at the end of a rebuild. They're designed to win. Didn't Shelty tell Gormy the Owl it's winning time? Oh, my God. What have we done? What have you done, Bob Nutting? What have you done, Ben Cherington? What have you done to this baseball franchise? It really is remarkable. So every day we have a new twist on the topic. And by the way, Off the Top brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. And I'd love for you to weigh in at 412-928-9370. Again, I'm at Bowser Chevy out here in Monroeville, Studio B. Two things that need to happen today. One of them is very insignificant compared to the other. It's actually three things when you get right down to it. Tommy Pham needs to be DFA'd. At least pretend that somebody or something is accountable other than the scapegoat manager. Not that Derek Shelton didn't deserve to be fired. He did, but this looks like a scapegoat job. Pretty clear and simple. At least pretend that there's some accountability elsewhere. Why is Tommy Pham still here? He can't catch a fly ball or hit, which he's proven when he's not making an obscene gesture to fans. What are you doing, Bob Nutting? Call down to somebody. Call somebody to your office and say, get rid of that guy. What are you doing? This is like when Art II sat up there and watched George Pickens running around in a nationally televised game with the F word on his face for one of the flagship franchises in the NFL. He's going to sit there and watch that, Art? Or are you going to call down and tell somebody to tell that guy to get that off his face on national television? This is worse, way worse, because it's the Pirates, number one. Tommy Pham is a signal of everything that's wrong with how Bob Nutting runs this franchise. He's a joke of a free agent signing for a little pittance of $4 million, which is a quarter to me or you. When I was looking up all this stuff today, I came across the X Generation Penguins because I was asked in the mailbag, hey, at least the Penguins tried to build around Sid right away. And, yeah, it was a salary cap league and there were some differences, but the Penguins hit on first-round picks before and after Sid. That was one. Two, they did bring in people right away, comparing his situation to Skenes's, right away to try to help him specifically and the team generally. And the first guy was Ziggy Palffy. Now, he just fled in the middle of the season, which is maybe what Skenes should do. Just go to Slovakia tomorrow. But the point was that Ziggy Palffy, in 2005 NHL dollars, signed as a free agent by the Penguins for 3 years and $13.5 million. That's more, way more than anything the Pirates in MLB dollars in 2024-5 did in their offseason to build around Skenes. My God, the Penguins in 2005 committed more money to a player to help their star than the Pirates did in this offseason. The crown jewel of their free agent signings was Tommy freaking Pham. And now we got to watch this guy drop fly balls in the outfield again. DFA him today. And while you're at it, DFA Adam Frazier, who can't lay down a bunt. Have some accountability around here. At least pretend. At least pretend. 412-928-9370. But that's not even the most important thing that should happen today. And I realize nothing matters anymore in life, in the world, and with the Pirates. Nothing matters. Nothing's going to change until the owner changes, and he ain't changing. However, in the meantime, again, there has to be some level of accountability beyond the manager. And now we know 10 games into the Don Kelly era, yeah, it wasn't the manager. We all knew that anyway. And the manager needed to be fired, but it wasn't the manager. And when Bob Nutting sat down with Jason Mackey, what was it, a week ago? Whenever they fired, 10 days ago, I guess, they fired Shelton. He asked point blank, Why didn't you fire Cherington and Travis Williams too? And the rationale on Bob Nutting's part was, well, and I quote, it's a little early to make the change in a season. I believe we can still make a real impact in 2025. Well, that's done. That was a pipe dream anyway, but that's done now. They're 3-7, minus 11 run differential under Kelly. It wasn't the manager. So if that was your rationale for keeping Ben Cherington to save this season, hey, we can still salvage this. This new manager will provide a spark. That's done. That's gone. The season's over. Do not let Ben Cherington run this draft. You can't. He's incompetent. Fire him today. Send him out the door with Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier. Bob Nutting told Mackey, I'm not willing to give up on what we expected. I believe we can get significantly better performance. I don't think blowing everything up 38 games into the year is going to help us do that. Okay, now we're 10 games later, and nothing's changed. Same winning percentage. Worse, actually, 3 out of 10 is what they've won. Not happening. Did nothing. Might be even worse. Fire the general manager. Do something, anything, to show people that there's some accountability beyond Derek Shelton. Admit you made a mistake. Come out and say, listen, I thought maybe this would provide that kind of spark immediately, and we needed one immediately. The season needed to be saved. We were already teetering, but nothing's changed. I can see that, and it's time for the GM to go. This man cannot, and will not be permitted to run another draft. It's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's okay to admit you screwed up 10 days ago and fire the GM. That just flat out needs to happen. The lineup again last night was an absolute disgrace and an unbelievable indictment of Ben Cherington in year 6. And I don't give a crap who's injured, who's not, whatever. Key Brian Hayes, who you signed to a $70 million deal, was your leadoff hitter. He has a .294 on-base percentage. That's your leadoff guy. That was a bad contract. Andrew McCutchen, who I believe is now below 200 in May, with one extra base hit, is your number 2 hitter. You keep bringing him back. He's actually been pretty good, like on a real team. He could be, a DH and hit 7th or 8th for sure. But he's a guy that I feel like you brought back this year as sort of a look over here, don't look over there, Wizard of Oz type thing. We're bringing back beloved Andrew McCutchen. But as far as actually helping Paul Skenes, our big move was Spencer Horwitz and Tommy Pham. Your 3-hitter, Brian Reynolds, is one of the worst players in baseball this season. Although I get it. It's not like every year he seems to produce numbers, oftentimes too late. But he does. But he's your 3-hitter right now in the midst of this. Joey Bart, who actually has decent counting numbers but only 1 home run, is your cleanup hitter. Was there a team in baseball last night whose cleanup hitter has 1 home run? Canario looks like Willie Mays in this lineup, although he's batting .230. He's been okay lately. Nick Solak? Is that his name, Limits?
That's his name. Yeah, he was hitting .390 in the minors. Congrats to him.
Yeah, so was I. He's 30 years old. He has a great story, by the way, but that's not what this is about. He's hitting 100. Tommy Pham, we've talked about. Kiner Falefa has been a mediocre hitter his entire career. He's probably outperforming that. So why is he batting 8th, you might ask? And then Triolo, who has, a gold glove, but something less than that with the bat, is hitting 145. And then the great Horwitz at 143 comes in as a pinch hitter. He pinch hit for a guy. He pinch hit, and his average is less than the guy who's hitting 145. They didn't use Adam Frazier. I guess they didn't need somebody to sacrifice bunt to the pitcher again. It's just a disgrace. And Bob Nutting needs to come out and say, I thought we'd get an immediate spark from the manager. That's why I kept the GM. We didn't. The season is basically, it's time to look ahead. And I cannot let this guy run another draft. By all rights, this day should not end with Tommy Pham, Adam Frazier, and especially, and far and above those two, Ben Cherington still with the Pirates. By the way, when you combine Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier limits, you have Tommy Frazier, one of Mulsey's all-time favorite quarterbacks.
Oh, very nice. Do you think that he'll be able to come in and hit 280?
Listen, somebody asked me again in the mailbag today if Skenes could hit. How old is Tommy Frazier? I promise you, with the kind of athlete he was, he could come in and out-hit Jared Triolo. Like, what we're asking, Tommy Frazier, he's 50. He lives in Bradenton. If he trained for a couple weeks, I mean, he could hit 100, couldn't he? Couldn't he get one hit? Did he play baseball in his career?
If they brought Barry Bonds back for, let's say, 2 weeks, sign him to like a 2-week contract, like an NBA 10-day deal, would he perform better than half of this lineup?
I mean, the question would be, how old is Barry Bonds now? Can you look that up? The question would be...
He's 60 now.
Could a 60-year-old Barry Bonds out-hit Ji-Hwan Bae, who was, 1 for 11? Absolutely he could. Jack Sawinski, could he hit a homer in 40 at-bats? Sawinski didn't. Could he out-hit Triolo at 145? I honestly believe he could.
I do too. I think he would do it.
I really do. I think a 60-year-old Barry Bonds could hit 150. You give him a couple weeks to train. How about Tommy Pham? Could he out-hit him at 183 and 0 home runs and 115 at-bats? And how unbelievably insulting it was to hear Shelty, first of all, tell us at the beginning of the year through all Pham's struggles, which haven't ended or come close to it, oh, he'll be okay.
Getting him off his feet.
And then Cherington, as if he wasn't a worry, right? Telling us about this guy's leadership, professionalism, toughness. Wasn't that the thing that Cherington emphasized the last time he spoke to the media was toughness?
Peggy Tree.
I'm not going to talk about waxing carrots like Crowley did, but that's the most notable thing this guy has done all season. Talk about a disgrace. So, based on what Bob Nutting told Mackey 10 days ago upon the firing of Shelty, it's time to move on from the GM. How he can look at this situation and come to any other conclusion is beyond me. And then again, with the players, how Tommy Pham can be here even one more day is unfathomable. You could say it's unfathomable. Couldn't you, Limits, if you wanted to?
We Are Family is getting broken up, Joe. The family is going for a divorce. There will be no reunions anytime soon.
It's past time. It really is. What are your thoughts on all this, Limits? And I'd love to discuss it with you out there, 412-928-9370. And yes, I'm aware nothing's going to change. Nothing matters. As long as Nutting is at the head of the snake, so to speak here, I get it. But in the meantime, what needs to happen? The first thing that needs to happen is Ben Cherington needs to be fired today, like right now. Right now. That just needs to happen. He has failed in epic fashion. And while all the problems, including the hiring of Cherington himself, begin with Bob Nutting, that doesn't mean that other GMs haven't won on similar payrolls. Even here, Neil Huntington, no, he didn't win overall because it's impossible almost to do that. He had a .474 winning percentage here. And he also failed really to draft and develop enough over the years. But he did perform the miracle of getting them to the playoffs 3 times in a row. And GMs in Tampa have won, and GMs in Oakland and Cleveland have won, and things like that. So Ben Cherington, the idea of letting him run this draft it just can't happen. It can't happen. I mean, there's people all over baseball who are preparing constantly for the draft and also preparing in case a GM gets fired somewhere. There are people who are ready to walk in and run a draft. And if you have to hand it over to one of Cherington's lieutenants, even though the scary part is that he hired a lot of these guys, then do that too. It just can't be him. Limits?
I saw a stat that Denny D'Amelio put out there of Pittsburgh Baseball Now that Mitch Keller has a 3.17 ERA in his last 8 starts, and the Pirates are 0-7 in his last 7 outings.
It's almost worse than the Skenes situation.
I mean, we talk about Mitch Keller as, how good of a pitcher he is. He's been pitching very well for them as of late, and he has gotten absolutely no run support. And, Joe, what's really unfortunate, and you know how much I love baseball, the Derek Shelton move, I think, gave them a little bit of a spark, like a little bit, maybe not an olive branch to the fan base, but it grabbed a lot of people's attention again when they moved off the manager and they put Donnie Kelly into that position, a move that a lot of people wanted.
Yeah.
I feel like Cherington would be a similar one because I'm very concerned, Joe, about just general interest level with the Pirates right now. Like we were talking about that a lot with the Penguins. Where is it with the Pirates now?
How many did they get last night? Did you see the Brett Kiesel little video? Brett Kiesel was at the game last night. Looked like in the upper deck somewhere, or maybe,
I think it was in the suites.
Mid-tier, probably the suites, yes. And just panned across the essentially empty ballpark with a one-word tweet, or maybe it was Instagram. I don't know. Shame is all it said.
10,842 last night.
Yeah, it was the announced attendance.
The announced.
8 was the actual attendance. I counted them. This is just a travesty, a daily travesty. And Bob Nutting needs to do something right, anything. And the right move is to admit he got it wrong 10 days ago, that it wasn't the manager, clearly, since they're 3-7 since then, and it's getting worse with Don Kelly. And the GM needs to go, too. And so does Travis Williams. It's time for all that. Will it change anything? Probably not. Doesn't mean it shouldn't happen. 412-928-9370. And then something else that Nutting told Jason Mackey in that interview. We've discussed it, but it's really, really sticking in my craw these days. That's getting worse, too. We'll get to that next, and we'll get to your calls next. It's Pomp and Joe. We have the Noah Constrictor, Noah Hiles, coming up at 11. Who else do we have today? Limits?
Brian Batko, the Post-Gazette, will join us at noon, and Michael McHenry will join us at 1.
Oh, my. We're going to have to talk to Michael today about a lot of different things. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. And you can always communicate with our dear friend Limits on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Limits, I've received an email here from an author, Richard Peterson. I believe he's written about the Pirates. Fan hotline, by the way, presented by Sullivan. Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. I wonder if this is a factual error or something else he wants to point out. It's a guest column he did years ago on the 52 Pirates. With our Pirates, you either laugh or cry, he says. Much better to laugh. I guess there is that. I mean, at some point, you have to laugh, don't you, Limits? To avoid crying?
You will bawl. You will just bawl your eyes out.
That's all you can do is laugh maniacally or bawl your eyes out. 412-928-9370.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, game 2 of the set with Cincinnati for the Pirates is today. Reds are 4-0 against the Buccos, and the Buccos are currently on a 4-game losing streak. Bailey Falter goes tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Nick Martinez will pitch for the Reds. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL owners are meeting today and tomorrow at the Vikings complex in Eagan, Minnesota. Among the agenda items, a revised proposal to ban the tush push. The original proposal fell short of the necessary support and was tabled. Owners will also vote on allowing active players to participate in flag football at the 2028 LA Olympics, and they also should be voting on playoff seeding. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Arcadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months, and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know what's crazy is seeing what muscles actually look like underneath the fat. If you're like me, you knew there was muscle there all of those years because you would lift, you would weight train, you could feel it, but being able to see it is a game changer. I looked at my numbers, I looked at my stats with Awaken 180 weight loss. The muscle loss was minimal. The fat loss was huge with Awaken 180. I lost 50 pounds of basically all fat. If you work out and hope that there's muscle underneath there, you should want to see it. That should be a goal of yours. It's motivating. It helps. It keeps you going. And you can't just do that with the gym. Losing fat is all about nutrition. And Awaken 180 got me there, and it will for you too. 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
AAA Travel is calling all aviation lovers. The ultimate summer getaway for air enthusiasts across the Midwest to the Liberty Aviation Museum, Aerozoo Aerospace and Science Museum, Griffin Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, the famous and exclusive EAA Air Venture Show, National Museum of U.S. Air Force, John and Annie Glenn Museum, July 20th through the 25th. Road trip motor coach and a 5-night hotel stay is included. $18.85 per person, double occupancy. 1-800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch.
Want to avoid a big home repair headache? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to fix the small problems before they become big ones. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 40 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thank you, Limits. I usually don't respond to the comments below my Post-Gazette columns. Today's mailbag was, are the 2025 Pirates the worst team in the history of Pittsburgh sports? Some guy named James comments below this because I got asked in it, what about Skenes hitting? And some people think apparently that that's a ridiculous topic, but I've talked about it before. Both his college coaches from LSU and Air Force said he would have been a first-round pick as a hitter. He was an unbelievable hitter in college. You consider that and then look at this lineup. We're asking about 60-year-old Barry Bonds, who could legitimately hit more home runs than Tommy Pham right now if you gave him a month to ramp up. We're asking about former Nebraska quarterback Tommy Frazier, a combination of Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier, and if he could out-hit both of them if he trained for a month, and I don't even know if he played baseball, and I say yes to that. Paul Skenes, if you gave him time to ramp up, why wouldn't you give him a chance to be Ohtani? And I'm not saying he would hit as well as Ohtani, obviously. But in terms of being able to pitch once every 5 days and hit a couple times a week, you don't think he could help them? You don't think he could have helped himself? The other day, so this guy, James, I know I'm in the minority, but why do some PG writers continue to fan the fire on stupid suggestions like having Skenes bat? He hasn't hit live hitting since his sophomore year. To which I respond, because he was an excellent hitter in college, he would have been a first-round pick as a catcher, and half the guys in the lineup when he pitches are hitting in the 100s. I should have added idiot, but I didn't do that limits, and I don't think I will. Is that a good decision?
Yeah, I think you made the right call.
How are you today? What's going on back there?
Everything's great.
You seem mildly depressed, and I can't even see you because I'm at Studio B out in Monroeville.
Well,
having
Joe,
a wonderful
it's
time.
because I miss you, and I'm upset about the game that we watched yesterday and a 4-game losing streak, and it's hard
Where
to watch
did you
right
watch
now.
it? Were you one of the 12 people at the game?
No, I was sitting on my couch watching it, and watching you and I were texting back and forth about Key Brian Hayes' hustle down the line.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Well, at least there's accountability there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Don Kelly's come in. I like Don Kelly, but I want to see more accountability with him too, right? I mean, that's a situation. He's not the only one who doesn't run down the line. It's a couple times now where he hasn't hustled down the first baseline. Then you have Pham doing what he did. Then you have Frazier, and this is worse than that, in my opinion, because Frazier is doing almost nothing else to help the ball club. Unable to lay down a bunt? Come on. What are we doing here,
I have a
Limits?
couple of guys from Baldwin Wiffle Ball that would like to try out to play in left field for Tommy Pham that make better catches than that I see every Sunday.
Yeah, can they lay down a bunt?
Yes, there's
as a major league player.
There's a rule, one bunt per game.
He could have bunted anywhere on the field and done his job. Instead, he bunted right to the pitcher. Now, here's the other thing that I mentioned that sticks in my craw still with Nutting. And in case you missed the opening of the show, when he fired Shelton, the rationale for keeping Charrington around was the season's still salvageable. You know, get a spark here. Let's go. All goals are still there. Well, 10 games later, it's the same and worse. Their winning percentage is .300 instead of .313. Clearly, that wasn't the problem, as we all knew. So fire Charrington today. And the other is DFA, Pham, and Frazier today. But what really sticks in my craw from Nutting's conversation with Jason Mackey from May 9th was when he was asked point blank, why do you continue to own this team? And instead of simply saying, because I want to win or I want to get this back to where we were and well beyond, he started diving into him being the champion of the small market team in the new CBA, which to me, again, is a don't look here, look over there type move. It's a Wizard of Oz. Don't look behind the curtain or here, you know, a magic show. Here, look over here. He didn't say because we're going to win and I want to win. And if he did say it, he qualified it by also saying that I am uniquely well-positioned to have a louder voice for Pittsburgh as we're headed into the next CBA. Come on. Please. And then Mackey says, when you say change because Nutting said, I have the ability and some standing to advocate for the kind of changes we need. He's talking about the CBA, on which he completely capitulated the last time this came around and signed off right away. But this time he's going to stand up for the small market teams. So Mackey says, when you say change, do you mean a salary cap and floor and revamped revenue sharing? And Nutting says, and I quote, I'm not sure what it means. Let the revolution begin, huh, Limits?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Good start.
So then he says after that, I think it's clear that the giant payroll disparity influences wins and losses. How do you reshape an economic system to move those and create real competitive balance? I think that's the biggest reason why I should be here in Pittsburgh driving forward. That, to me, is unbelievably insulting to hear from him. Why? Because he's never done it before. That's number one. And two, all you're doing is distracting from the fact that you've basically ruined baseball in Pittsburgh. Your simple answer when Mackey says, why do you continue to own the team, should be, because I want to win. And you're going to see that. It should be a one-line response. Instead, it's essentially, well, because I think we can get back to where we were in 2013 to 15 to rebuild that type of team. Although he doesn't mention, like Skenes, to his credit, did, that if that's your bar, man, that's pretty low to be a wild card team and lose 2 out of those 3 years. 3 out of 3, they won 1. That's the bar. But he goes on to say, Nutting does, and in addition to that, and even beyond that, he said the biggest reason why I should be here in Pittsburgh driving forward is basically to try to reshape baseball's economic system. Really? How about just put more money into your team? How about go out and make a signing beyond Tommy Fail, who can't even catch a fly ball? Let's go to the phones, Limits. 412-928-9370.
All right, Joe, let's start with Joe. He wants to talk about the pitching.
Hello, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. The most frustrating part of the Pirates season for me is the fact that their strength is what is indispensable and what you need to actually win playoff series and eventually get to a World Series. When you have a rotation like Skenes and Keller and Chandler coming up, those guys pitch multiple times in the playoffs. Skenes could pitch 3 times in a 7-game series, and all you have to do is give them a little bit of run support, and they can take down the best lineups and the best teams in the NL. So it's funny that I think the most difficult part of building a team is getting those aces and starting pitching, and that's what the Pirates have, and they can't supplement it or complement it in any way in order to compete. It's just so ironic to me that this is the Pirates.
And I appreciate the call. 2 things spring to mind. One is that only the Pirates would finally be incredibly strong at the one position more than any other that's less important than it ever was, and that's starting pitching. Having said that, it's still incredibly important. And the other thing that comes to mind is, yes, I agree with you. They have what everybody wants, potentially, which is elite starting pitching. I think Chandler's going to come up and be very good. You put him with Skenes and Keller, and the one thing Ben Cherington seems to have a knack for is finding veteran pitchers who are pretty good. And they've got the one thing that so many teams crave and are always looking for, like a franchise quarterback, is potentially elite starting pitching, and can't build around it. And that's why I disagree with the notion that a lot of people have put forth that, it's best just to blow all this up. And by the way, I reject the notion that it's best to trade Skenes. And if I were a Pirate fan, it's the last thing I would want. The first thing I would want is how I started the show. Fire Ben Cherington and get somebody in here who can build around what you already have. And what you already have is so precious and coveted. You have elite starting pitching. Find some bullpen pieces and find a hitter or two. Like, I might be crazy, but if I have elite starting pitching, I think by definition, I'm not that far away. I'm not. Ben Cherington has made it so it seems like that with one of the most ridiculous, ill-conceived, worst rosters and batting orders, lineups that I've ever seen in Major League Baseball. It's a fireable offense on a daily basis, and how he's still here is a miracle and a blight, another one on Bob Nutting's resume. What are you doing? Get rid of this guy today. But I think a new guy could come in here, and if he can find a way to get a couple of hitters and a bullpen piece or two, and that might seem like a lot, it's really not. So you can call me crazy, but I'm not. If I'm a Pirate fan, I have no interest in a blow-up and a new 5-year plan and trade Skenes. Like, oh, yeah, I'm fine with that because nothing else matters. Hell no. Get a GM in here and build around this guy. And I want to see Skenes and Chandler and Keller and see if a new GM can find at least a little bit to help them. That's what I want. What about you, Limits? You actually are a Pirate fan.
I'm more so concerned right now, Joe, that what they have done, or really what they have failed to do, has set them back another year, maybe even 2 years, to the point where we know we have Paul Skenes for 6 years. In reality, it's more so 4, maybe 5. At that point, you're going to have one realistic year to win with Skenes? Because
so are you saying blow it up then? Because if I were you, I'd be saying today get a new GM in here, and his mission is to immediately try to help this team by whatever means possible. Because starting, I don't know, next week, if I want, I've got Skenes, Keller, and Bubba Chandler at the top of my rotation.
I would be completely fine if they just cleared house right now and said, all right, new general manager, the main goal has to be add pieces regardless of what it takes with trading away pitching prospects. Now, I would not deal Bubba Chandler, but everybody else should be fair game on the table, even if Mitch Keller is included in that. I am softening my stance on Keller, also depending on what happens with Barco, but regardless, they need to do everything possible in this next year or two to just add truly 3 bats in key positions. Corner, outfield, shortstop, and somewhere else to improve this lineup significantly. And
well, don't worry, Limits, because Bob Dunning's going to be the champion of small market teams when the CBA comes up a year from now. How could he even say that to Mackey?
And the fact
and expect that people would buy it?
And because there was no action a couple of years ago at the last CBA. There was not a peep that he was interested in a potential salary cap, salary floor, and that it was something that he was fighting for. He was Brian Kelly pounding the table for. I don't know.
Yeah, the team stinks. The GM I hired stinks. We're one of the worst teams in Pirate history. But guess what, everybody? I'm going to be front and center with a big old sign outside the MLB, commissioner's office a year from now, leading a protest for small market teams. I mean, come on.
I'll be the one standing outside leading the press conference, fighting against the Players Association, championing for Pittsburgh baseball to be back, and fighting for Cincinnati. I'm fighting for you, like he's campaigning, like he's ultimately the guy that everyone wants to get their support behind.
Nobody wants to hear that. People do care about that, but they realize that he's not going to be the guy to do it. When you're asked, why do you own the Pittsburgh Pirates, it should really be a 2-word answer: to win. Then Mackey could have come back, well, you're not winning. I've failed. I'm going to see to it that it gets fixed. And anything else is just a distraction. Next.
Here is John in Washington.
Hello, John.
John?
You there?
John?
Hey, I'm 90 years old. I listen to you every day. It's all about attitude with these cards.
It's all about what, sir?
It's attitude.
Attitude. What do you mean?
Attitude.
As far as the players
They
go?
have no attitude. The players have no attitude. They need to be pushed. The players don't play right. They're not playing at their potential.
Well, part of me does agree with that, and I appreciate your opinion for sure. And that's why I want accountability when things happen like Adam Frazier bunting back to the pitcher when he could have bunted anywhere else on the field. And that's why with Tommy Pham, who can't catch a fly ball or hit, other than that, he's been great, Limits, needs to be gone today. And when somebody like Brian Hayes doesn't run down the line, all of that stuff. Yeah, I thought that might change a little bit. Apparently it hasn't. Next.
All right, here is Matt in Mars.
Hey, Matt. But we also know that that's not the main problem. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I'm just jumping on, so I don't know if you talked about it yet, but the thing that stands out to me about Nutting is he doesn't have a position to be a champion of small market teams when every external source is reporting that he is the most profitable small market team. So it's not even like he's spent all of his resources and he's sitting there saying, guys, I'm doing everything I can and I still can't win. He's not doing everything he can, and it's clear to anyone outside of Pittsburgh that that's the case.
I missed the first part of what you said. What was your main point there?
The main point is he's every external source you look at says that Nutting is the most profitable small market team. So he has no ground to stand on when he goes to the MLB and says, guys, small market teams can't win, look at us, because by all accounts, he's walking away with, I don't know, 30 million, 60 million, maybe even more in profit every year.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing I say to that, and I appreciate the call. Dejan Kovacevic had the story recently that the Pirates lost money last year, to which I say, if things are bad financially, then why doesn't Bob Nutting do something about that? Like, why wouldn't he sell the team? We'll know by his actions with the whole CBA thing and basically what he does with the Pirates, whether or not things are going well for him. In other words, if things were going really poorly and they weren't making money, I think we would know by his actions, Limits. And I think we will know moving forward here by what he does with his baseball team and how he is prominent or not prominent in the new CBA negotiations. I don't think a lot of people really pay attention too much to small market owners. I think the bigger market owners carry the clout in Major League Baseball. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And it's a tale as old as time, a saying as old as time, that actions speak louder than words. I'm going to be very curious to see what happens moving forward with this. And you're right, because the House Steinbrenners of the world and the Dodgers group of the world definitely have a lot of pull and a lot of say.
I know one thing he can do today before 11 o'clock, and it's 10:59, is fire the general manager. Because what Bob Nutting said when he fired Shelton, just to wrap up the hour, is I want to save this season. They're 3-7 since then. It wasn't the manager. Might not even be the general manager, but look at that lineup. Look at that lineup. You can't let this man run your draft. All right, the Noah Constrictor up next. Limits. We'll ask him about when we see Bubba Chandler and various other topics regarding the Pirates. Then we get into some Aaron Rodgers talk. I think he might be married. Am I right about that?
It sure appears that way. He's got a ring on his finger.
Well, that would be a dead giveaway, wouldn't it?
Unless it's a just fashion statement, jewelry piece. I don't know. You would think.
I think, yeah, we'll talk about that coming up. Meantime, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Cloudy with a 40% chance of rain overnight, but not expected before the end of the Pirates game. High is 70. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. And listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry Contest, run every Wednesday through Friday at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette, next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NHL playoffs, we are at the Eastern Conference Finals with Florida and Carolina, 8 o'clock tonight, starting it off. Western Conference Finals is tomorrow, Edmonton and Dallas in Dallas at 8. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those, it's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you, directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the Big Cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients. I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, med-mal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Senator John Fetterman raised concerns about aggressive vehicle mandates, and he's right. Pennsylvanians need affordable, reliable transportation. No one should tell us what we can and can't drive. Mandates could limit consumer choice, raise costs, and threaten Pennsylvania jobs. Senator Fetterman can protect working families and defend our economy. Tell Senator Fetterman to stand up for Pennsylvania, repeal the gas car ban. Take action at energycitizens.org. Paid for by the American Petroleum Institute.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space, until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Get ready for live music at Shooters Golf in Wexford, PA. Starting May 14th, catch talented local artists every Wednesday from 7 to 9 and Fridays from 7 to 10. Bring your friends, sip on your favorite drinks, and enjoy the summer nights on our outdoor patio. Want the VIP experience? Reserve a private cabana hut for up to 15 guests. Don't miss a single beat this season at Shooters Golf. Book your cabana now at info@shootersgolf.com. That's info@shootersgolf.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for The Power of Bowser. Spring adventure starts at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.9% APR on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer offer ends May 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Go to BowserHyundai.com today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates, is here to make sure Bucks fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Pirates player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager, PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. After some exciting acquisitions in the baseball offseason, New York shares the spoils of their side of the standings with the powerhouse of Los Angeles. However, the two teams will face off in a 3-game series when Los Angeles travels to Queens to take on a team who is set on cementing their place atop the league. Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. PA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7. Range for miles.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
May is Stroke Awareness Month, and Independence Health System urges everyone to learn the signs, because a stroke can happen to anyone at any time. Acting fast saves lives. Remember, be fast. Balance loss, eyesight changes, face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty. Time to call 911. Know the signs. Save a life. Learn more about Independence Health System's stroke care services at independence.health/stroke. Expert care here.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6:40 first pitch tonight, Pirates and Reds. It is game 2 of the series after the Buccos have lost yesterday 7-1. They've lost 4 games in a row to Cincinnati. They've also lost 4 games in a row in general after being swept by Philadelphia and losing against the Reds. It's Bailey Falter tonight, 5:45. North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show will begin with Dan Zangrilli. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette joins us next.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Bob and Joe Show. Hey, I'll take it. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Live from Studio B, Monroeville, Bowser Chevy today. We bring you Pomp and Joe. I believe Pomp rejoins the fray on Thursday. In the meantime, the Pirates just keep losing and losing and losing and losing and losing. Is it 23 or 24 games in a row without hitting 5 runs limits?
It's 24 now, Joe.
I think I was watching the FS1 broadcast last night. They said the last team to do that was the 71 Brewers. Am I right about that?
Yes, it has been since 1971. Brewers were, what, in the American League then?
So what's the record? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head, no, and I'm not going to succumb to Malsey disease.
I didn't ask off the top of your head, but it has to have been out there. Perhaps our next guest knows. Widely known as simply the Noah Constrictor, Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Noah Constrictor, do you know that off the top of your head, or have you researched it? What's the record here? All time, most games in a row, not scoring 5 runs.
I have it written down somewhere in my notebook. I do not know it off the top of my head. I apologize for not being able to say it off the top of my head, but I don't know the answer to it. But it feels like they're approaching it because I don't see this changing anytime soon.
All right. Speaking of that, why is Tommy Pham still here?
I think the easiest answer is they're trying to get him going to trade him. That's the only incentive that would even make sense at this point. They want to get him playing to a point where they can just offload him and not have to take all of his salary, just to get his money off the books and to maybe get a prospect in return or cash considerations.
Okay, then why is Adam Frazier still here?
I mean, who else is going to play second base right now?
You.
I mean, Nick. I would love to, but
at least you could lay down. At least you could lay down a sacrifice bunt.
Now, to be fair, Frazier's been probably their second best infield defender behind Hayes this season, and I don't think Pham is the bigger question mark to me because they brought him in to be an everyday player. I never understood that decision when it happened, and it's showing why. I wasn't the only one that thought that. Frazier wasn't supposed to be playing this much. He's just playing this much because the guy who starts at his position ahead of him was injured.
Don't they have 19 other second basemen they could use? Can't Triolo play second base? Can't
he's hitting the ball better than all
play
those
second
guys.
base? What?
They don't. Adam Frazier's hitting the ball better than Jared Triolo.
He's hitting 217 with a 287 on base percentage.
What's Jared Triolo's number?
Well, you're right about that. You're right about that.
They're not that, and that's the thing. And he's played just as good of defense. I mean, Triolo probably could play the position better defensively, but I mean, he's a better offensive option than the other guys they would go with. I mean, he's a better hitter than Liover Figueroa.
No, to be fair to me, he's not an offensive option at all. He's hitting 163 in May. He has no power, and he can't lay down a sacrifice bunt. Anyway, how are you, Noah? Everything going well over there?
As well as it can be going, Joe.
What about Ben Cherington? I opened the show today saying Bob Dunning's rationale when he fired Shelty, especially when he talked to Jason Mackey, was basically, this season's not dead and maybe the new manager can spark us and everything's still sort of on track then. Well, it's been as bad or worse under Kelly. Winning percentage is .300, which is below the season winning percentage. It wasn't the manager. Is there any chance that Cherington will get fired before the draft?
I don't see that happening. No. I think maybe after the draft, maybe after the deadline, there's a realistic possibility that happens. But yeah, I don't see that happening before the draft.
How realistic would it be if you got rid of your GM to bring in somebody new or to have one of his lieutenants run your draft?
I mean, it's happened before. It doesn't happen often, and I think that's the reasoning behind why you can't fire him for the draft. It's because you're still having the same people essentially make those same decisions. Like if they were to promote one of his assistant GMs as an interim, which you pretty much have to do, they're going to operate in a very similar manner. So I think that's why you don't see him lose his job before the draft. And even the deadline, like if he's not there for the deadline, the interim GM isn't going to have, you would assume, have any big freedom to make aggressive moves. They want to save their bigger assets that could be traded, guys like Keller, Reynolds, not suggesting that they're on the trade block right now, but you would want to save those assets for the next guy who gets the job, or girl, whoever. But yeah, so I think that you can't make the change during those time periods because it would be the same set of moves being made even if Cherington's gone.
Well, I would still take a chance on under the theory of anybody but him. He's the last guy, I think, on earth right now that I'd want making a big deal or making my first-round pick. So, sure, the same philosophies and maybe guys he hired. I don't know. There must be at least one or two holdovers from the Huntington regime. I would just want anybody but him. Plus, I think at some point, as we continue to watch this lineup every single day, there has to be accountability here. He should have fired Cherington with Shelton. Would you agree?
I think it would have made sense. But, I mean, I didn't understand the logic behind Nutting when he said that he was still trying to get salvage this season. I didn't understand that because if you look at the position the Pirates were in when at the time of Shelton's firing, I personally viewed them to be in a hole too big to climb out of. I think at its absolute best, this roster can play 5 to 6 games over 500. At that point in time, they were, I believe, 14 games under 500. So even if it played to its maximum potential, and maybe even above that, they at best might be able to get back to 500. So what are you really fighting for? You're not fighting for anything relevant. You're not even really in a position to play meaningful baseball. You'd have to play at like a 100-win pace, and this roster just doesn't have that capability. So with that being said, I didn't understand the process of, we're just a manager away from fixing this.
Right.
I would have made the move with the intention of it's time to plan for 2026. And if you're taking that stance, I think it could be very well argued that Ben Cherington might not deserve to be here in 2026.
Limits, I wouldn't even dream of leaving you out of this conversation. Do you have a question for the Noah Constrictor?
I do. Noah, I'm curious just about O'Neal Cruz, health-wise, what you've seen from him in the last week plus, and is there any concern surrounding him right now?
I wasn't with the team on the East Coast, so I've only seen him yesterday. I don't think there's anything huge of a concern, and to be honest, if he is banged up at this point, like, is it really worth trotting him out there when he's not at 100% to potentially make it worse and make this another recurring thing that you have to worry about? I think they're at a point now where it's like you shouldn't be playing if you're not at 100% because let's call a spade a spade. This season's pretty much done. It's over. So you need to start thinking long term and playing O'Neal Cruz when there's a potential that he could further injure something and take away his value down the line when this team might actually be competitive, I don't think is a smart move. So he shouldn't be in the lineup unless if he's at 100%.
Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. When are we going to see Bubba Chandler, and does what you just said factor into that the season's done?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe part of it is playing a factor in that where if you're looking long term, maybe it's best for everyone to keep Chandler down until June or something. But at the same time, I don't know if that's a great message to send to your organization. And I also don't think that's the best message to send to Bubba Chandler, who through 16 starts now in AAA, combining last year and this year, has a 2 earned run average. I mean, he's clearly capable of doing this at the highest level. He's stretched out to go 86 pitches in a game. That's around where Skenes was at when they promoted him. I think it would make a lot of sense if they were to promote him in the next couple of days so he could pitch this weekend at PNC Park. It would give them an opportunity to get him in town, talk to the media before his start day. I think a lot of that would make sense. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I would have to imagine his time is coming soon because I don't know what else there is for him to prove at this level.
Limits, you're up.
All right, Noah, what do you make of Ke'Bryan Hayes? We saw him, and the broadcast was talking about it, on a ground ball to the right side, not really hustling with it out of the box. We heard Donnie Kelly say that he was going to do more in terms of accountability and just the approach that he had with players. What is something what does Donnie Kelly mean by that? And would part of that be benching Ke'Bryan Hayes for today for something like that?
I mean, maybe. I think that Don Kelly's biggest challenge is finding a way to motivate these guys to play hard. Because, as I've said numerous times, this season is pretty much over. But they've got 114 games remaining. So you've got to figure out a way for this not to go to waste, to find some sort of silver lining to get the most out of every individual. And part of that starts with motivating them individually, saying, here's why you need to come in and play at your absolute best. If you want out of here, that's how you get out of here. If you want more playing time here, that's how you get it. If you want to, meet some performance incentive bonuses, then that's how you do it. And then through all of that, he's got to figure out a way to collectively motivate the group to play together for some reason. Typically, the motivation for that is playing well enough to get to the postseason. That's off the table right now. So you've got to find another way for these guys to buy in and play together, and that's the challenge that Don Kelly's going to face for the remainder of the season, is on days like today where they were blown out in their home ballpark on a Monday night by the Reds. How do you show up the next day and shake that off and just go out and try to play hungry baseball, aggressive baseball, because that's what he's looking for?
I guess respectfully, I would say, Noah, that if there's a single person in there that needs Don Kelly to motivate them to play their best, they should already be gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. That's a fair thing to say.
And if especially the younger guys who are flailing away here trying to, make a living in the majors, they certainly wouldn't need it. So, maybe somebody like Tommy Pham, somebody like that. I don't know why the guy's still here. Honest to God, I don't know why he's here. It's incredible to me they haven't DFA'd him. What is the point of playing him one more time over a young guy? And are there any young guys, by the way, in AAA who should or could be called up?
I mean, we have this conversation every single year about a player in Tommy Pham's situation. We had it with Austin Hedges. We had it with Rowdy Tellez. We had it with Michael A. Taylor. And this year it's Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier. It's every single year, it feels like. We're having this conversation where it's, why is this guy who's clearly past his prime, hanging on to dear life as a professional baseball player, why is he taking playing time away from people who are younger, have potentially more of an impact on the future of this team, and who might just be better right now? Why is he doing that? It's because they signed him to a contract that is higher paid than pretty much everyone on the team, and they don't want to just eat that money. They want to get that money off the books, and they hope to get something in return, be it compensation financially or a very, very, very low-level prospect that then maybe can turn into a big leaguer 7 years from now. That's the answer on that front. As far as replacements, I mean, we've seen the guys who would probably take the bulk of that playing time in left field. I think it would be Gorski, who just got optioned down, or I think it would be Alexander Canario, who, to his credit, has been probably one of their best hitters this month. That's not saying much, but he's been better as far as making contact and getting on base consistently So I think those two guys would be two people you'd look at. Nick York eventually will be up here. Left field could be a spot for him to get some reps. Maybe they give Nick Solak some more opportunities, although he's 30 years old, so I don't know what future he has in this organization. But the real answer is they don't have a true difference maker that's going to come up and bat in this lineup. They have guys who might be better than Adam Frazier and Tommy Pham, but they don't have someone who it's like, this is going to make a true difference in the lineup, someone who's going to be feared by opposing pitchers. Not this year. I don't see anyone, especially in the outfield. I don't see anyone. The guys who would be taking Tommy Pham's playing time are players that we've mostly seen this year.
Noah, do you think Colin Holderman's a lost cause in the bullpen? I mean, his ERA's up to 9. He just kind of seems lost out there at times.
I don't want to call him a lost cause. I don't know if it'll ever be figured out here in Pittsburgh. I wouldn't be shocked if Colin Holderman were to go somewhere else and a change of scenery might get him on the right track. And, quite frankly, I don't understand why they haven't really seriously considered taking a similar approach to what they did with David Bednar, who I know he allowed a couple of runs last night, has been much better since returning from AAA on April 19th. Holderman has minor league options. He's able to go down and come back up. You won't have to DFA him or do anything. I don't understand why they haven't taken that approach, because I think he's dealing with similar things to Bednar, where it's just the command isn't there, the confidence isn't there. And this was a guy where, at this time last year, he was their best reliever by a long, long, long margin. And now he's a bit of a liability out there. So I don't understand why they wouldn't send him down to AAA and get him some repetition in less stressful situations. They saw what it did for Bednar, who was in a very similar spot. Why not take that same course of action, especially now where, again, the season's pretty much over. So why not think long-term with a guy who has remaining years of control?
All right, Noah Constrictor, I'll leave you with this one. You interact with Pirate fans as much as anybody in our city. You have your Q&As, you're at the ballpark, you're on the road. I'm sure you talk to bunches of Pirate fans on the road in person. There seems to be a narrative out there right now that fans would be perfectly fine and even supportive of the idea of trading Paul Skenes, almost like for his sake. To me, that is just patently ridiculous. And if I were a fan, I would be railing against that idea. I want him here. He's one of the greatest young pitchers ever in baseball. I want him as a Pirate if I'm a Pirate fan, and I want a new GM building around him. But what's the vibe that you get out there? Do you get the idea that people would be, yeah, get him out of here for his sake? That'd be great.
I think the vibe is more people are starting to feel that they're not going to make the postseason during Skenes' time in Pittsburgh. I don't think they have enough faith in the current front office, or even if those people are relieved of their duties, they don't have enough faith in ownership to replace those positions with people who are good enough to get this team to the playoffs. Or even if they are better decision makers than the people currently in office, they're not going to have the resources, or at least that's what's felt, that, this isn't just a player or two away type of a situation, which is being labeled as by the team. It seems like it's a little bit deeper of an issue than that. And the only way you're going to get those one or two players that could really take this team to the next level is spending an amount of money that it doesn't seem like they're going to be willing to do. So with that frame of mind and that really harsh reality that some people are already believing is that, Skenes isn't going to be able to take the Pirates to the playoffs because of the surroundings in this org, the only way to right this ship, as tough as it is, some people believe, is to trade him. I don't think they're there just yet, personally. I think it's a given that they're eventually going to trade this guy.
Would people cheer the idea right now? Pirate fans, a lot of them, cheer the idea of trading Skenes?
I don't think so, not right now. I mean, it would depend on the return. If they were to get, say, 2 top 10 prospects in baseball and 1 or 2 proven stud players, if they could get 3 everyday players in the lineup in exchange for Paul Skenes, and 2 of those players had as much club control as he did, maybe that might be a little easier to stomach. But no, I think people would be very upset to see him go right now.
No, I appreciate the time, man. We'll talk soon. Good luck out there.
I'll keep trying my best. Thanks, Joe.
What a wonderful man he is, huh, Limits?
He's one of the best. The Noah Constrictor, always bringing it.
Listen, I think trading Paul Skenes would absolutely be the last straw for a lot of people. I think that there is a false narrative out there among some media, among some fans that I see, like, oh, get this guy out of here for his sake. Yeah, that'd be great. You'd cheer that? Every place I go in town, I told you, a couple of the rally houses, that Paul Skenes jerseys sell more than TJ Watt or Sid right now. People love this guy. And the idea of, oh, yeah, let's get rid of Skenes for his sake. Get him out of here because he's stuck with the Pirates. I'd cheer that on. Limits, that's insane to me. You're a Pirate fan. How would you feel if Skenes got traded, no matter the return?
Hell no. I don't want to see him traded right now. No. I mean, I know that it's ultimately inevitable, but that doesn't mean that I want to see it happen now. I want to be able to savor this guy for as long as we have him, knowing that he's going to be a all-time great in the sport, somebody that's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer if he continues this. Yes. I don't want to say that, we had a brief little 1-year thing with Paul Skenes and then ultimately decided, well, we might as well move on from him now. We're never going to be good with him. That's just a defeatist mentality to me.
To me too. And if I went out and asked people, I can guarantee you there would be outrage in the streets if they traded Paul Skenes, regardless of the return. But perhaps we could query the people, couldn't we, Limits?
Yes, we can.
412-928-9370. 928-9370. No matter the return, as a Pirate fan, what would be your reaction if Paul Skenes was traded now? And by the way, Pony, in a big surprise, mischaracterized what I said yesterday, Limits, when he said, Starkey said, there's no way that's happening, a trade of Paul Skenes. Well, that was in the context of, would the Pirates do it of their own volition? Clearly, that was the context. Later on, the topic switched to, well, what if Skenes asked for a trade? And my take was, I don't think fans would blame him. I don't think they'd blame him. It would be a very unusual situation in sports where it's almost always, if a guy asks to be traded, he's pilloried. I think in this case, people would understand. That doesn't mean they would like it and they want to see him go. But the first part of that was simply me saying there's no way the Pirates of their own volition would trade Paul Skenes. Do you remember that, Limits?
I do remember you saying that, yes. It's not without the realm of possibility, obviously, but a little bit mischaracterized, Joe. Just a little bit.
Has Pony done that to you before?
Oh, no, not once. Not once, Joe.
So the question on the table, if the Pirates traded Paul Skenes, if he asked for a trade, if it was on his doing, regardless of the circumstances of the trade, would you be cheering, saying, oh, yeah, good for him that he got out? Or would you still, even if he asked, would you want the Pirates to keep him? If I were a Pirate fan, that's a ridiculous question. He'd be my favorite player, and I would want them to keep him at all costs. And what I'd really want is a GM to build around him. And contrary to popular belief, I don't think it would take that long. If I've got a rotation that begins with Skenes, Chandler, Keller, veteran here, veteran there, maybe other young guy comes up, I don't think it would take that much to make the Pirates at least relevant. I really don't. 412-928-9370. Limits, tell the people who else is coming on the show today. I like that to come from you.
And I appreciate that, Joe. We will talk to Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette coming up at the top of the hour. And Michael McHenry, Pirates analyst for Sportsnet Pittsburgh, will join us at 1.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line on which you can talk to limits brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And it's 11:35, time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Let's talk about my friend Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty. Joe, no relation, has worked with Gina on multiple real estate transactions. He wanted to work with her again when he wanted to sell his home in Fox Chapel. He said her experience, her creative marketing skills, and knowledge of the local real estate market is like no other, and that Gina makes everything go smoothly through the whole process. If you're thinking about selling your home and you want to sell it for the most money possible, and who doesn't, be sure to contact Gina to get the best results. She'll sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to buy or sell, call my friend Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NBA Western Conference Finals begins tonight. Minnesota and OKC at 8:30 in Oklahoma City. Tomorrow, the Eastern Conference Finals. Indiana Pacers with TJ McConnell. Chartiers Valley Zone will play in New York against the Knicks at 8 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. NFL owners are set to vote. Should players under contract suit up for flag football in the 2028 Olympics? On paper, it's global exposure. In reality, it's risk. This isn't track or swimming. Flag football won't dominate Olympic headlines. One rolled ankle could derail an NFL season. The U.S. has enough non-NFL talent to chase gold, so why gamble stars on a sport that might not even stick? I'm Maggie Gray.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe every athlete deserves to be safe. Safe from abuse and misconduct on and off the field. Join the movement to champion respect and end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and home improvement season is upon us, and Universal Windows Direct wants to help you with their home improvement season sale. Right now, get an incredible 50%, yes, that's half off your windows, plus no interest and no payments for 12 months, and a free entry door with your window purchase. Now is the time to schedule your free in-home estimate. Give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
All while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Since 2005, North Country Brewing Company has been a craft beer destination in Butler County's little village of Slippery Rock. In 2013, a canning line was added so North Country beer fans could have better access to their favorite Butler County brews. Look for Firehouse Red, a rich and malty ruby colored ale, Buck's North Stout, a black and roasty 7% West Coast style stout, and the dry hopped Paleo IPA in better beer establishments throughout Western Pennsylvania. Next time you're thinking local, think North Country Brewing Company. Cheers.
Asbestos-related deaths in Allegheny County are 50 to 100% higher than the national average. In a city defined by its history with steel making, many local area tradesmen and steel workers were exposed to asbestos on the job and are now suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you have been diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation, even if you smoked. For a free consultation, contact the Pittsburgh-based law firm Goldberg, Persky, and White at 1-800-COMPLEX or online at gpwlaw.com.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Canadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntingdon and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. I have a confession. Pre-Awaken 180, I would always keep one pair of shorts around that were huge, just in case I packed on a few pounds. It turned into a self-fulfilling prophecy. Sure enough, I'd put on those pounds, and then the huge shorts were the only ones that fit. And then I'd have to go buy an even bigger pair. Now, that can turn pretty depressing after a while, I won't lie. But I've got a mantra for you this year. Don't buy bigger shorts. Do what I did a few years ago. Get started with Awaken 180. You'll throw those huge shorts in the trash with confidence, and within a few weeks, the shorts you always wanted to fit into might actually get too loose. That's what happened with me. I lost 35 pounds, and I've kept it off for almost 3 full years thanks to Awaken 180's free maintenance support for life. You don't need to keep wasting money on bigger shorts when you have the long-term solution for weight loss. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Call 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 69.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Incredibly, I locked myself out of Studio B and had to go asking for the combination that gets me back in limit, so I almost didn't make it back in for this segment. Yeah.
Oh, that would have been very unfortunate.
Yeah, you would have had to take over. I love it out here. I'm watching NBA previews to the left on a giant TV, interacting with some of the customers here. Somebody came in just to tell me, hey, if the return was right, I'd consider trading Skenes, which I appreciated that the man stopped in to tell me that. I really did, to get his opinion. But this idea now that seems to be getting pushed, that, oh, yeah, trade Skenes for his own sake. Get him out of here. I'll cheer that on as a Pirate fan. Good for you. You know, you got off the sinking ship. Go live your life. Be prosperous. Good luck out there. Hell no, if I'm a Pirate fan. I think that's absolutely ludicrous, that idea. I mean, would I listen to a trade? Of course. You know, everything's for sale. My house isn't for sale, but if somebody calls me and offers $1 million, guess what? My house is for sale. But that's different than actively cheering on the notion of Paul Skenes leaving. That's just ridiculous. It is. I was trying to think during the brief intermission of any examples from my own life. Of course there were. Buffalo teams never won when I was little. We had a guy named O.J. Simpson who went on to become one of the biggest scoundrels of the 20th century. But long before that, he was a generational player on a horrible team. So how did I look at that? Well, as a kid, through my kid's eyes, it was like, he's the only thing to root for. I want him on the team. You want to trade every single other guy, go ahead, but please keep him. He's the jersey I just got on Christmas. I mean, again, I think it is instructive to me when I'm out shopping for, sports clothing, which I do often, to soothe myself, mostly limits, to soothe my anxiety. I just got a new Duquesne hat, for example. And I've been in a couple of rally houses lately, and I asked the people at the counter, what sells more than anything in this joint? Unquestionably, by a million miles, it's Paul Skenes stuff. You can't tell me as a Pirate fan out there that you would cheer the idea of them trading him. You can't. I just don't believe it. I don't believe that. I believe that more of you think this is the one thing worth watching, and the last thing I would want to see is Paul Skenes out of here. And as far as rationales go, oh, yeah, good for you that you got off the sinking ship. I don't buy that for 1 second. And again, I'll defer to you before we go to the calls. You are a lifelong Pirate fan. I grew up a Pirate fan, a diehard Pirate fan. But you are one right now. How would it is what I'm saying, how is it landing with you?
Yeah, and like I feel the same way about, I worked in retail for a while. My guys at Definitely You sell the same thing. It's a ton of Skenes stuff, everything merchandise-wise. And I would not trade him just for the sake of, sure, let's get him out of here for his own sake. Yeah, Paul Skenes deserves better. Like, was that the case with Barry Sanders with the Lions years ago? Like, there are a lot of examples of really good players that played on bad teams, but that's unfortunately the reality of sports. You have to deal with it and do everything that you can in your power to try to change that. Now, clearly it hasn't worked well enough for Skenes right now, but no, that doesn't mean that you should just roll over and just say, yeah, Paul, just for you, because we like you so much, we'll just throw you on another team and basically cut off our nose to spite our face. No.
Well, even if you get a big return, even if you get somebody's top 3 prospects.
That's not enough.
Yeah, what is enough? Is there anything where you would say, oh, man, I'm glad they traded Paul Skenes? For me as a fan, there wouldn't be now.
Right now there's not, especially
if I were
with the years
a fan,
of control.
Yes, I'd be saying no. I don't want that. Trade everybody else, not him. But maybe we're wrong here, Limits.
I don't think we are. No, I don't. I know that there are some people that think that they should trade him right now, that I think it's just an emotional reaction right now because Skenes is such a adored figure here that they just kind of feel bad for him, which I understand.
In fact, I think if they traded him, like right now or this offseason or even next deadline, no matter the return, it would be the most outraged response and broken response that we will have ever seen from Pirate fans. I would go that far. By the time McCutcheon got traded, he was a lesser player. The team was losing. It was sort of the end of an era. I don't even know that I remember it. I was there for what we thought was going to be his last game and was until he came back here against San Francisco. It just wasn't that big of a deal. Like some people were mad. They were mad when they traded Neil Walker for sure. Aramis Ramirez might have been the biggest outrage. All of those combined would pale to the reaction if they traded Paul Skenes. And I don't give a crap what the return would be, at least in relation to what the reaction would be. You could trade him for somebody's top 5 prospects in a good major leaguer, and people would be more outraged than they've ever been. And they've basically been outraged for 50 years, minus a few years. Let's go to the phones.
All righty. Let's go to David in Virginia to start us off.
Hello, David.
Hey, guys. I'm a frustrated Pirates fan, season ticket holder for a lot of years, and this will be my last year because I just can't stand it anymore. But just a couple very brief thoughts, then one bigger point. The first thought is I just don't understand how they can be willing to embarrass themselves through the silence, how they can put this charade on the field every night and literally wake up in the morning and look themselves in the mirror. It's such a joke. I just can't believe the embarrassment factor alone doesn't evoke some sort of change. My second comment is, I know it doesn't happen very often, but MLB has stepped in occasionally, and I don't know what it would take for MLB to come to Nutting and say something's got to change. But this is a historic franchise. It's a proven fan base, and you are absolutely destroying a valuable property in MLB. And so I wish MLB could come in. My third comment and bigger comment is, we watched Starling Marte, we watched Gregory Polanco, we watched all these guys. You know who the biggest flop right now is, unbelievably, is Cruz. The guy can't hit the ball. He can't play the outfield. But we get these players, and it's like, who in the heck is destroying these prospects when they get in on a Pirates uniform? I cannot believe watching Cruz now. If he catches a ball, if he puts bat on ball, that's one thing. But unfortunately, it doesn't happen nearly enough. He strikes out way too much. He's not a very good outfielder. He's not smart in the outfield. What in the world? Again, we all know the Pirates' development has failed terribly. But when I looked at that outfield, when I think of Marte, Polanco, and now Cruz.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, I don't think Marte is an indictment at all. I think he was an excellent Pirate. There are indictments all over the place of their inability to identify talent and or develop it. We could go on for 3 days, but Marte's not one. And I'm not even sure Polanco's one in the opposite direction. Could anybody have developed him into a baseball player? He didn't seem to know how to play baseball. Now, maybe he should have stayed down longer, but then we all would have been crying, why isn't he up here? He's a confounding case, too, because when he came up, he hit the hell out of the ball and then just fell off the map forever. Cruz, if you would have asked me a week ago, I would have said I think is on a pretty good track this year. His OPS was over. It was like 830. He already had 8 homers. I think he's still on track for how many home runs? Oh, limitless one.
Hey, there's a really good chance he has a 30-30 year.
So I'm not sure. Now, the last 2 games have been a disaster. I agree with that. His OPS has gone down 30 points in the last 2 games, and he struck out 7 of 8 his last 2 games. He didn't play yesterday, so I wonder if he's hurt right now. I'm still holding out hope that this could actually be his breakthrough year. But yes, the larger question of development. But we're talking about Skenes. Next, Limits.
Here's Jim in Cranberry.
Hello, Jim.
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for taking the call. So I think you are grossly underestimating how much this city hates the management and ownership team. And honestly, as much as I enjoy...
In what way am I underestimating that?
Because you're talking about no one in their right mind would say to go ahead and trade Skenes. I'm not advocating for that, but I'm saying if I'm Paul Skenes, first I'm telling Livy Dunn, keep your bags packed, because I'm going in and I'm having a conversation and say, get some of these nameless gray faces from around me out of here and some talent in here, or get rid of me. You are wasting
that's a very different conversation. That's way different than a fan cheering Paul Skenes getting traded. That's the topic.
Oh, yeah, to cheer the man being traded would be ridiculous. But I think that that's the kind of things that it's going to take is players like him to make a difference with the ownership group, not what the fans are going to do. Or, I mean, Cap definitely would help as well, but the hillbilly millionaire just continues to make his money.
Well, I'll say this. If Paul Skenes demanded a trade, it would be one of the biggest Pirate stories of all time. I will definitely say that. And it could change the dynamic a little bit around here. I don't know how, but man, if Skenes were to stand up and say, I want out, then everything we're talking about changes. But in the meantime, the idea of him actually being traded, like, hey, good for you, Paul, that you got out of here, I maintain, as that guy did too, Limits, is ridiculous. Next.
Here is Greg in Youngstown wants to chime in.
Hello, Greg.
How's it going? You know what's really driving me crazy?
What?
This team's worth how many billions of dollars? This is a trillion-dollar industry, and we can't have a player. I mean, this is not like this is some kind of, mom-and-pop store down the street. What is wrong with this whole picture? There's something going on.
Please continue.
No, I mean, can't MLB – I mean, everybody's been fooled by this, like we're a small market and, just all the garbage we hear. But you can't be a small market when you're worth billions of dollars. You can't be. You know, this is like having U.S. Steel or a company saying they're small market and they're, you know, a billion-dollar industry. We're being led down this road that is not right. MLB's to blame. I really blame the commissioner and MLB for all of this. And this has to change because
that's why one of the things I started with today was how it was underscored upon the firing of Derek Shelton, the inequities in Major League Baseball. I don't want to hear about it either. I don't want to hear about that. I want him to spend more. I want them to spend more, but I also want them, with the money they have, spend it better. And that's where Ben Cherington has failed. And I realize the owner is the guy who hired Cherington. But other teams, including this one, have won with similar or even lesser budgets. So I appreciate that.
Huh? I just don't.
Greg hung up on himself. He got into a twister and hung up on himself.
Pirate fans they've reached the point where they're hanging up on themselves. I mean, this is, listen, this offseason was an absolute historical disgrace. I've never seen a Pittsburgh team have a worse or more inexcusable offseason than this, and it's coming home to roost every day when you look at the lineup. It's coming home to roost with Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier, maybe with Horwitz. We'll see. They spent more last year, at least in terms of allocating something toward a really good player in Chapman. I would have rather have seen that. Wouldn't you, Limits?
Yeah, me too. I mean, that, and you're not talking a lot of money. Like, what did they spend last year? $25 million, and they spread it out between 5 guys that were all just players that could not play. This year, not even that much money, where you're talking, if you spend that on one bona fide hitter, a lot of the holes are just covered up.
So, again, the story of the CBA and who's going to champion for the small markets, that's a story for another day. The inequities in Major League Baseball. The story of today is how they didn't go out and build around Paul Skenes, either by virtue of spending a lot of money or spending the little that they spent wisely. That they have epically failed this guy. And I think a lot of people are wondering, will he at some point sound off? All right, let's switch to football. It's Tuesdays with Batko. Let's talk to Batko about Aaron Rodgers' apparent noopidals. Is that how you say that? Noopidals?
I'm not even going to touch that one.
Oh, no, this happened like 10 years ago on the station. I mistook noopidals for nuptials. That's how you say it, isn't it, Limits?
You're a pathetic person, you know that?
Am I right or wrong?
I have no idea.
I think we would go off the air if we spent a topic on Aaron Rodgers' noopidals, wouldn't we?
Probably, yes. I don't think there'd be much chiming in
what
on
is
that.
It? Tell me which one it is.
I have no idea.
You don't?
No. I don't have my Malsey thesaurus in front of me, and I'm not going to succumb to the Malsey disease on giving you an answer.
I actually commend you for that. So, okay, his nuptials. In other words, I think he's married. Can we ask Batko about that next?
Yeah, I think we could do that. We saw a ring on his finger at the Kentucky Derby a couple weeks ago, and it seems like it's continuing in photo ops.
Was that the personal issues that he was dealing with? Was it reuniting with his family? There seems to be a couple of things that are happening here. Limits?
It's all on the table.
All right. Do you yell at the radio while listening to us? Maybe now you do, right now, because you think you can do better. Well, we have an opportunity for you to prove it. Come on out to the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. to take part in our Next Up on the Fan Talent Search. We're going to multiple locations this summer to try and find the next top host in Pittsburgh. We'll pick 2 winners from each location we go to. And one final winner will be the newest part-time talent added to our roster. The new Mulsey, if you will. For more information, including dates and locations, visit 937thefan.com. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Cloudy with a 40% chance of rain overnight, but not expected before the end of the Pirates game. High is 70. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Call now to win 2 tickets to see the Beach Boys featuring Mike Love on May 30th at Timber Rock Amphitheater. You going to this, Limits?
Possibly.
Mike Love, you familiar with him? Remember Bob Love, Bullet Bob Love for the Chicago Bulls?
Remember Kevin Love?
Of course. Kevin Love is still among us, I believe. Yes?
Did you ever hear the song? Yes, he was in the NBA just a couple years ago. You ever heard the song Accidentally in Love by the Counting Crows?
No.
Was that wait, did the Counting Crows sing that song?
I don't know. Clearly, if I've never heard of the song. Caller number 3.
Yeah, they did.
To our dear friend Limits gets those 2 tickets to the Beach Boys. 412-928-9370. Batco next.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cincinnati Bengals first-round pick Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M is remaining sidelined as Phase 2 of off-season workouts begin today for Cincinnati. There is a disagreement in the language of the contract in his rookie deal. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this football season. The Black and Gold are headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA and me. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us for a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th. Includes round-trip airfare, airport, hotel, and game transfers. Your stay at the Sandy Mount Hotel. Reserved game ticket at Croke Park Stadium and more. From $55.36 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for the game with AAA. Call 1-800-848-1238 for details and reservations.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package, 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Storm Master Shake Package, 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
The Wild Things return to EQT Park for a weekend series May 23rd through the 25th with a fireworks Friday, a vintage bobblehead giveaway Saturday presented by Cohen Markets, and Nickelodeon Night presented by RHS Safety on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 25 Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for only $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends May 31st. Take a test drive today. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old, worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google, and has an A-plus accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates game 2 of the series against the Cincinnati Reds, the season series. What I was about to allude to is 0-4 for the Pirates against Cincinnati. They've lost all 4 games they've played against the Reds. 5th game is tonight in the second game of the series with Bailey Falter getting the ball. 47 innings so far this year for Falter. He has an ERA just over 4. Nick Martinez will pitch for the Reds. Our coverage on the Fan will begin at 5:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Brian Bacco joins us next.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Part-Time Pomp and Joe. I'm out at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville, Studio B, specially built for us. What an awesome
Part-Time Pomp, baby. You know me.
What an awesome place to be. And I'm a little confused, Limits, on the ring that apparently was spotted on Aaron Rodgers, well, on his ring finger. Or at least what would be a wedding ring finger.
Yes.
What is happening? Well, maybe we should bring on Batko instead of us theorizing on this. Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted HVAC and plumbing provider for over 50 years. It's Tuesdays with Batko. All right, Brian. What happened?
Brian has a chair that is a little bit rickety.
You want to get some oil?
Hey guys.
Want to get some oil on that thing, Brian?
Some WD-40. Yeah, this is an old King of the Ring WWF chair, so it's pretty old.
Gigantic. So Rodgers has a ring on his finger. What's the deal here? Is he married? Was this the personal issue he was dealing with?
I don't know. The personal issues that he talked about on the McAfee show, a month ago now, seemed more dour in nature than anything celebratory. I guess somewhere out there, someone's driving around saying getting married is the most dour event you can have in your life. But hopefully we've got people with more optimism than that listening. So I don't know. It's funny, I guess, to see places like TMZ now reporting on it and how they try to dance around it. It's like Aaron Rodgers seen wearing a ring on his wedding ring finger, but we don't know if it's a wedding ring. So I wouldn't be doing any different hypothesizing on it than you guys.
What would be the bigger story, him suddenly being married now, or Jordan Hudson, who apparently is telling people that she's engaged to Bill Belichick?
I'm kind of enthralled by that story, the Belichick one. I've been listening to some podcasts and doing some of my own Aaron Rodgers research on those stories when I have a minute, because it's just so hilarious to me. Hey, I guess both are rising to the level of prominent sports figures whose engagements or vows become national and international news beyond the game. But hey, we already had one new Steeler just sort of spring on us that he popped the question and his fiance said yes, and that was DK Metcalf the day that he came in to do his introductory press conference on the South Side.
Good point. Limits, I wouldn't even dream of leaving you out of this conversation, even though I can't see you. I know you're bubbling to ask.
Yes, I am. And, Joe, I miss being able to see you. It makes me very sad that I'm not able to, other than on the video screen here. All right, Brian.
Wait a second. I'm on video here?
Yeah, you're on video on the Studio B video stream.
Oh, my God.
And then I come up on video by myself when I'm talking. So
okay, I'll have to be a little more careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing that I thought was funny was so where Rodgers was apparently spotted wearing the ring this time, I guess this first popped up at the Kentucky Derby a couple weeks ago, but this latest one was at the concert of a performer. I'm not really sure if he's a rapper and singer, named Mike, formerly Mike Stud, but now he just goes by Mike. And I think it would be a great callback to Aaron Rodgers and some of his most famous COVID rants if someone said, Aaron, are you still communicating with the Steelers? And he just answered by saying, I've been in contact with Mike.
Limits, your reaction to that?
Response.
It's like when Jaden Smith, Will Smith's son, now just calls himself Jaden as a rapper name.
Really?
Is it similar to that, Brian?
I guess, rebranding. I don't really know.
Are we at the point where Aaron Rodgers just has to sign now, to the point where do you believe the people's theory that he does have a playbook and that the Steelers have basically just given him all the keys, they just haven't put pen to paper yet?
No, I don't think it's that far down the road, and I sort of defer to one Ben Roethlisberger on this. I mean, he said on his own show that he thinks that would be strange, and I think he even used the word stupid of the Steelers if they did that. So I don't know. I know there are a lot of fans wondering, is there a quote-unquote handshake deal in place? I think they feel very good about Rodgers coming, and I think that's actually more likely than they're completely in the dark and waiting on word from him. But I don't know that I would say it's that much of a lock. I'd say it's more like 80%. The situation you just described there, hypothetically, Limits, I feel like would be basically a 99% chance.
Brian, Mary Kay Cabot, who covers the Browns, has been covering them for a long time, says Kenny Pickett is the front runner headed into training camp. I'm not sure we've given this story enough oxygen here. Is Kenny Pickett going to walk into Acrisure as the Browns starter this season?
Well, is he going to keep the job in time for that Week 6 game? If he is, I don't know. Let me pull up the Browns schedule.
This is incredible.
I agree. To your point, whoa, baby, they open against the Bengals, Ravens, Packers, Lions, and Vikings. He might be the sacrificial lamb before they turn it over to one of the rookies. That might be his main job there. The Mitch Trubisky of his time. Time is a flat circle.
You might be right. Is Deontay on that roster?
Yes, Deontay's on this roster. Devin Bush is on this roster. The Bizarro Browns are hilarious to me.
Wow. This would really come full circle if in game 5, Kenny Pickett had an argument at halftime with Deontay and Joe Flacco got the job, or Dylan Gabriel came in. That might be even better. So what happens here? How do you imagine that
throws a touchdown to Deontay Johnson, and then Devin Bush has a game-sealing pick 6 to beat the Steelers Week 6 at Acrisure Stadium?
How does that play out, honestly? Like, I saw Tony Grossi was complimenting Dylan Gabriel. They took Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round.
Yeah, that is, to me, probably the most bizarre pick of this entire draft. And I actually like taking Shedeur in the 5th round, but it becomes more nonsensical when you take Dylan Gabriel the night before. So I don't know what's going on with the Vikings. Maybe their GM is not as sharp as we thought. I do still tend to think Kevin Stefanski's pretty good at his job, but maybe he's just getting jerked around there. As far as Kenny Pickett starting, I wouldn't be surprised if he's the guy week 1 because they did trade Dorian Thompson-Robinson and what was it, a 5th for him, I think, to the Eagles, which is pretty fascinating in its own right that, starting 1 or 2 games for the Eagles on their Super Bowl run all of a sudden made Kenny appealing to Cleveland and whatever they're trying to do. But, I think if you're looking at it logically, remove all your biases about Kenny and whatnot, but what makes the most sense? See if there's anything left in a 1st-round pick from a few years ago. See if there's any untapped potential there. If that doesn't work, go to the next rung of the ladder, which might be Joe Flacco at age 49. And then if that doesn't work, go to the next rung of the ladder, which is seeing what you have in whatever rookie makes the team, or maybe both Gabriel and Shedeur will be there. Who the heck knows? I mean, the prospect of revenge games on both sides of the equation here, it's almost a week-by-week thing. We're going to have the Najee Harris Bowl, which is the same week as the Dante Jackson Bowl, I might add. Kenny Pickett, Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers, the DK Metcalf Bowl in week 2, and Deontay Johnson. This is all over the place, Brian. Yeah, those are all pretty juicy. It does make for a fun schedule. That's like when I was saying when the schedule came out last week, which I guess we haven't discussed yet on our Tuesday hits here, is I'm a little bummed the Jets are the week 1 game because week 1 is always exciting no matter what, even if it would have been, say, Steelers Colts in week 1 or Steelers Dolphins. I mean, you're going to have a level of anticipation to see what a new look roster can do. So if you would have stuck the Jets just randomly in week 9, that still would have been a lot of entertainment value with Fields, potentially Rodgers in there. So now it's just doubly exciting, I guess, to get those 2 teams playing to kick off the season. And you haven't even mentioned the Bob Spillane Bowl, week 3 against the Patriots. That's going to be incredible with Josh Dobbs also on the Patriots. It's everywhere. Yeah, Spillane, he's already gotten the chance to play against the Steelers when he was with the Raiders. But, yeah, he seems very much like the kind of guy who will go there, assimilate into the Mike Vrabel Patriots culture, and probably rack up like 20 tackles in a win against the Steelers week 3. Nor was I thinking, oh, no, they don't play them this year. We could have had an Landon Roberts Bowl. Anybody I'm not thinking of? Does Miami have any former Steelers or vice versa? Let's look that up. I mean, I'm sure they do, but nobody was really jumping out to me. Yeah. Limits? Anything either way there?
Is there anybody on the Buffalo Bills?
Do they really have a player, the Dolphins, Brian, named Storm Duck?
Yeah. It's a shame he didn't get to play against Duck Hodges. I mean, that could have been really memorable.
Wait a second. The Miami game is the Artie Burns Bowl. He's still in the league.
That's incredible. That's kind of the funny thing about these Steelers first-round picks that have been bust. For the most part, they haven't washed completely out. A lot of them are just hanging by a thread and clinging to NFL employment. But, yeah, that's one. And Darius Slay, he will face the Lions, his former team, in Week 16. So I'm just spitballing here.
Storm Duck used to play at Penn State, Joe. He did, Mr. Duck.
Now, if Storm Duck were to get hurt, Artie Burns could waddle his way right onto the field and start that game, Brian.
Is Storm Duck a projected starter?
Yes, he's their left cornerback. Artie is projected as a nickelback, but if Storm Duck gets hurt, or is Jalen Ramsey, has he been traded yet? I don't think so.
I will say, I mean, the Dolphins coming here in December, that might be a good time to have a Storm Duck. I mean, he might be a little bit more equipped for the weather before he migrates south again.
Better name, Storm Duck or Easton Stick?
Storm Duck, not close.
James Daniels also plays for the Dolphins, I might add. They're everywhere, Brian.
There's a good revenge game. Yeah, hopefully he's able to get back healthy. I always liked James Daniels. I enjoyed my interactions with James Daniels. He's a very unique soul in an NFL locker room.
Yes. I'm going to look at every team's roster while Limits continues to ask Brian Batko questions, and then I will inadvertently and suddenly interrupt the conversation if I see something surprising. Limits?
Joe, I appreciate that. Brian, curious your thoughts with mandatory minicamp coming up. What is in a couple of weeks, what is the one main thing that you were keeping an eye on?
Well, OTA starts next week. And, I mean, your mileage may vary on what to make of that and who is or isn't there. But, I mean, of course, we always are going to look around and see, all right, which guys are sitting this one out because it's voluntary and which guys are doing the most, just to try to be seen and get on the same page. And, I've said many, many times now on this show and others, I think it always helps to have your starting quarterback there. Russell Wilson was there last year at this time. I even remember, I didn't cover a ton of Ben Roethlisberger. I guess I was on the beat for his final 4 seasons, but, one of those he went down in week 2 and another one was COVID. It was all Zoom. But I remember him coming back to OTAs after the Mike Tomlin cleansing, as he put it, with Antonio Brown being gone and Le'Veon Bell being gone. That was kind of a big deal because I suppose he wasn't always there earlier in his career. So this is going to be Mason Rudolph's time, I guess, to really get up to speed and more exciting.
We have a new one, Brian. We have a new one. The Buffalo Bills are employing Kendrick Green.
Larry Ogunjobi, too.
And the Ogunjobi Bowl. Did you know Kendrick Green was there, Limits?
No, I had no idea, but that's also a Tyler Matakevich revenge game against Buffalo back with the Steelers.
No, he's gone. He's gone.
He didn't come back.
Carson Bruner, yeah.
Where's Cam Sutton right now? Limits, I mean, Brian.
He's currently unemployed.
Oh, okay. Well, this will be the Kendrick Green Bowl because Ogunjobi – wait, is Ogunjobi on that team?
Yeah, he's on the Bills. He suspended the first 6 games of the season.
Oh, that's why he's not on the depth chart. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, please proceed. I interrupted you. Oh, my God, it's also the Mitch Trubisky Bowl, and also Mike White of the Post-Gazette is their third-string quarterback.
Imagine the stories that Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, and Mason Rudolph can tell at the bar one day about I guess it would have been about 6 or 7 months that their top 3 receivers were Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, and George Pickens. That must have been a fun time.
You're right about that, and I think those 3 guys are buddies. Limits. They've gone on fishing trips.
I think they all get along really well.
Or at least boating trips. I don't know if fishing actually takes place.
Joe, could I continue to ask Brian questions?
Yeah.
Amari Cooper, Brian, or Keenan Allen? And who is more likely to come here, and who would you sign?
I think Keenan Allen's probably a little bit better player. I don't know that either of them are particularly likely. The Robert Woods signing, it didn't move the meter at all for me personally, but I just had in the back of my head at that time, that it's not like this is a complete no-name guy. I mean, the Steelers are still signing someone with real NFL experience, was on a team last year. It's not like he's been out of the league and he's trying to claw his way back through rookie minicamp or something. I mean, I don't think he's got much left in the tank, but he's closer to those guys that you just named than, someone on a futures deal. So we know they turned around and traded George Pickens a week or 2 later after that Robert Woods deal. So my concern with that, dear Limits, is that once again, they might kind of be missing the mark of there's a middle ground between the Robert Woodses and Van Jeffersons and Allen Robinsons of the world and trying to trade for Brandon Ayuk or Chris Olave. And I don't think they've done a great job of threading that needle.
If either of you can name the Colts' 4th-string quarterback, I'm taking you out to a steak dinner. Brian, Limits, anybody with a guess?
Shane Ellinger. Oh, no. We both guessed the same name. How about that?
No, it goes in order. Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, Riley Leonard as the 3rd stringer, and a man by the name of Jason Bean as their 4th stringer.
Ooh, he went to Kansas.
He invented Jim Bean.
Ooh. I was no, It's Bean, as in Beanstalk.
No, Jack and the Beanstalk.
Yeah, Jason and the Beanstalk in this case. I was about to ask if you can name his college. I'll also give you a prize. But, Brian, you jumped the gun, and you lost out on a prize. Go ahead, Limits.
All right, Brian. When you
I think Jason Bean will probably be a GM someday. I mean, that name, I know it's spelled differently, but we've had Billy Bean. We've had Brandon Bean.
Yeah.
I think he's destined for front office greatness.
How do you feel about jelly beans?
I like them. I don't seek them out, but I don't mind them.
That's a great way to phrase that. I do like them, but I never, ever seek them out. But if they're there and they're fresh, Limits, they can be quite a refreshing treat.
They sure can be. It just depends on the time of day. Kind of like watermelon, because watermelon is very good in the summer. But I don't eat watermelon on like Thanksgiving or Christmas or New Year's.
Good point. Great point, actually. Yeah.
Thank you.
I disagree.
No, you eat watermelon in the heart of winter, Brian?
Watermelon flavored jelly bean, sure. Even the fruit, I think, is good for all seasons if it's not like
the fruit
kind of nasty and not in season. But no, I think you missed the mark with that one.
Can either one of you where is Easton Stick? He's not on the Chargers anymore?
The stick figure.
Limits, look him up. The stick figure is gone. He might have. It's Justin
He's
Herbert.
Gone east finally.
Is he in the UFL? Oh, he's on the Falcons.
Is he their primary backup?
No, they have Kirk Cousins and they also have Penix, so he's their third string guy.
So the Chargers are Justin Herbert, Taylor Heineke. Can anybody give me their third stringer? Wrong. Trey Lance.
Ooh, I would not have guessed that. I had no idea he was out there now.
And then there's another steak dinner on the line if you give me their fourth stringer going into camp. He's actually was a pretty well-known college quarterback. Limits?
Say,
Carson Wentz.
The guy from TCU, Max Duggan.
Oh, that's a good pick.
No, it's DJ Ukulele.
Oh, DJ Uiagalelei from Clemson.
Yes, he played the ukulele there as well, Limits. He went from Clemson to Florida State. He was their fourth stringer.
Yeah, he wasn't
I
very
remember
good.
3 years ago when he was at Clemson, I thought he was going to be like a no-doubt slam dunk number one overall pick in the draft.
Me too. Anyway, go ahead, Limits. I'm sorry.
It didn't happen. Brian, more scuttlebutt with the national media last week with Peter Schrager saying that, Mike Tomlin would get hired in an hour, and basically the same thing that we saw with Mike Sullivan. What boat do you fall in here? Because I think we all were under the perspective that Sullivan had to go and a change needed to be made for the sake of change. Now, I know that it's clearly May and there's this whole season to play, but if things continue in this direction, could we realistically see Tomlin just kind of get up and say, all right, this is it for me?
Yeah, I don't think that's that outlandish to suggest. I mean, look, every year that he's on this job, I think he gets closer to not being on this job. I mean, these NFL head coaching roles do not have the shelf life that maybe they used to an era ago. I mean, it's a pressure cooker. And I do sort of wonder if the negativity gets even worse than it is now, how long can any one human absorb that? I think Mike Tomlin's already probably better at dealing with some of that than your average coach. But, man, if they do finally have a losing season or, a really bad season, would he just decide, okay, I've pretty much done all I can do here. There's no getting back over the hump. Let's either accept a new challenge with a different team or go the network route and have a lot less stressful life for a while or maybe forever.
Definitely nobody can give me the fourth-string quarterback for the Packers. Again, a steak dinner on the line. I've never, ever heard of this man.
Sean Clifford.
Taylor Elgersma.
Sean Clifford is what? You looked it up.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm sitting here. I think Austin can see me.
I can, yes, I can see Brian, and he did not
There's
look
no
it up.
way you even knew of a man named Taylor Elgersma.
Sean Clifford is their third-string quarterback.
He is their third-string quarterback. This dude was from the college I've never even heard of, Wilfrid Laurier.
Oh, you've never heard of Wilfrid Laurier?
It's a Canadian college. It's their equivalent of the NCAA. It's called U Sports, and he was like the Heisman Trophy equivalent of that league this year. He actually got invited to the Senior Bowl, which I believe is a first for a quarterback from that Canadian collegiate sports organization. And obviously he didn't get drafted, but I think they had him in for a tryout. And Elgers must have lit it up. Matt LaFleur wanted to sign him.
He's from London.
Ontario.
Yeah. London,
Now,
Ontario.
Did you think it was London, the real London limits? This is a test for your early onset Mulsey disease.
Yeah, I did until I saw ON for Ontario.
Right. Okay.
There's
That's
no
good.
London, England that was listed there.
Good to admit it. I also see where they have a fourth-string safety named Jonathan Baldwin. I didn't know if he had converted to safety, and that got me thinking about him, the former Pitt star, who would only be 35 right now, Brian. That kid was so talented. Anybody know what Jonathan Baldwin is up to these days? Limits?
Yeah, I kind of do, actually. Somebody texted me a week or two ago that I think his son is a prospect of some repute in high school football and was taking a visit somewhere. Could be Indiana, the Hoosiers.
Yeah.
Which would make sense because a lot of those guys over there on Kurt Cignetti's staff probably played with Baldwin at Pitt. So, yeah, he was a stud athlete. Good basketball player, too, but obviously a freakish football player, and it's a bummer he didn't work out.
Sure is. All right.
In the NFL. Left? He had a great college career at Pitt.
Is he in Pittsburgh? Does the kid play in Pittsburgh?
I don't believe so.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Bye.
See you guys.
Bye, Brian.
Wonderful man. Yes, Limits. Always very relaxed and informative.
He's a wonderful man. I wanted to ask him one additional question, but I'll throw it to you instead.
What was that?
If you were to go to the Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson wedding, who would you bring with you, and what would you expect the meal to be?
Great question. Why don't you save it for the Limitless Express coming up
next?
Let's
do it, yes.
Would you like that? What else do you have on there?
Well, there's currently a movie that's being filmed in the South Side. We could talk about that if you'd like. Also, what's going on with the Bengals and their first-round draft pick? There are problems there and more from around the NFL as we get some rules voting going down this week.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Because that story just won't die.
No.
In the meantime, the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Check out the first episode of Breaking Bread, presented by Saloni's Italian Bread. Hannah Mears sits down for lunch with our dear Mulsey. And the two talk about Hannah's career, life on the road, and more. Breaking Bread is on the 93.7 The Fan YouTube channel. You should subscribe. It don't cost nothing. You should just go there and watch our shows, really.
You should.
And 937thefan.com will take you right there. Plus, find out who Hannah thinks is the funniest athlete she has encountered. Available only on Saloni's Instagram page. Limits. Also, I wanted to mention 2025 Fan 5-Alarm T-shirts are available online. Go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com and get your commemorative shirt. A portion of proceeds benefit local volunteer fire departments. All right. Little NFL on the Limitless Express coming up next. We're getting back to hockey and basketball as the conference finals in both sports have some great matchups. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. You can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe see if they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. You want a hot shooter? Lou Dort for Oklahoma City got hot late in that series, at least two of those final three games. And you got to leave somebody open. So it's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates at PNC Park tonight against the Cincinnati Reds. Reds are one game over 500 at 25-24. The Buccos are 15-33, last place in the NL Central and on a 4-game losing streak. Bailey Falter starts tonight. Our coverage on The Fan begins at 5:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. Juan Soto's a Met, and it's not off to a great start. The bat's been quiet, and the body language even quieter. The team's rolling, sure, but Soto was brought in to lead, not just blend in. Here's the upside. The Mets are winning without his A game, and if this is Soto adjusting, imagine what it looks like when he's locked in. I'm Maggie Gray.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers who qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 5/31/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SC or Tucson SC. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Firehouse Subs, your home for hot, hearty, toasted subs for a limited time. Firehouse Subs is bringing their iconic hook and ladder sub to the next level, featuring 2 Hot Ones sauces. Zesty garlic hook and ladder. This sub packs the flavor with Hot Ones garlic Fresno hot sauce and the spicy dill hook and ladder featuring the Last Dab pickle, a dill pickle plank marinated in Hot Ones. The Last Dab Reaper hot sauce. Hosting an event from box lunches to platters, Firehouse Catering can handle any size event. Download the Firehouse app and skip the line or get it delivered.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Planning a party? Make it unforgettable at Shooters Golf in Wexford, PA. With wedding and graduation season here, it's the perfect time to book your graduation party, wedding rehearsal, bachelor or bachelorette party, birthday bash, or corporate event. Our events team will work with you to create the ultimate celebration. Private spaces, food and alcohol packages, all the good vibes you need. Don't wait. Dates are filling up fast. Email info@shootersgolf.com to start planning your perfect event. Shooters Golf, your go-to for every celebration.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing?
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
You dog, you.
Thank you, a limitless wonder.
Oh, that's pretty good, Limits. Unfortunately, I'm going to start the Limitless Express.
Oh, sabotage right off the bat.
No. And I'm sorry for this. I was just singing about you and Mall Cop Paul Blart, which I never do, right?
No, not once. Maybe I should meet Paul Blart, considering we've talked about him so much.
We were just talking about Jonathan Baldwin, whatever happened to him. You got a text. He just got into the Beaver County Sports Hall of Fame. This happened 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, very
I'm reading
recent.
a story in the Beaver County Times. He's part of their 50th anniversary class. I mean, this is incredible. Of all people, I hadn't thought about Jonathan Baldwin in a long time, and it's so cool. There he is. He looks great. He's part of a great class of athletes, coaches there. Lance Jeter's another one. There he is, Jonathan Baldwin, and getting quoted. Let me see here. Jeter and Baldwin became the 80th and 81st members from Aliquippa to be inducted into the Beaver County Sports Hall of Fame. And there he is, John Baldwin. If you're out there, if anybody out there knows him, have him call the show. I'd love to interview him right now. Limits 412-928-9370. He said it means a lot to be able to continue the tradition. There have been a lot of great players to come from Aliquippa, so to have the honor to be inducted is a wonderful thing. And what an athlete he was there. And at Pitt as well. But there he is. How about that? We were just talking about him. The club at Shadow Lakes in Aliquippa was where they had their induction ceremony from 3 nights ago, Limits. Can you believe that?
So many great athletes that came out of Aliquippa that are in the Hall of Fame. It's just so impressive.
So cool.
They have more Hall of Famer, Pro Football Hall of Famers than some big-time cities.
It's
that
unbelievable.
Just strictly come from Aliquippa.
It truly is. You're up, my friend, and I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no worries at all, Joe.
Look at this. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Lance Jeter joined his mother, Joy Jeter, in the Hall of Fame, making them the first mother and son duo. How incredible is that, Limits? Can you get them on the phone tomorrow?
The unbelievable stats just continue, Joe. That's a great line there.
Wait a second. What sport was hers? She was in 2005 inducted into the Hall of Fame. He, of course, played at Nebraska, right? Beaver Falls in Nebraska. Am I right about that? Limits? Help me out here.
Yeah, I think it was Nebraska.
She was, here it says, she was a basketball star in her own right at Beaver Falls and was at a loss for words when her son joined the Hall of Fame. This is awesome. Can you get these people on the line, please, Limits, for later in the week?
I can sure try.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
No worries at all. Chase Daniel made a post with Dean Blandino saying, don't be surprised when the tush push gets banned either today or tomorrow, and that it's probably going to happen. If the Eagles don't win the Super Bowl, I bet this conversation isn't happening. What do you make of that take from Chase Daniel?
He's probably right about the second part. And I don't know if he's right about the first part. I'm so sick of this topic, and the Packers just look like losers. Like I said yesterday, the whole tush-push debate has become the wuss-push debate because of the Packers. Find a way to stop it. The Eagles are really the only team in the league that does it to the degree they do it. Quarterback sneaks in general are almost unstoppable. Almost. So Who cares if you have people pushing from behind? I don't.
No, I don't either. I completely want them to keep the play. Don't just punish the Eagles for being good at something.
Right.
Don't. It's not worth it. Diana Rossini reports, one interesting note from a general manager that I spoke with on the Tush Push. Green Bay is the only team without a principal owner, which is what we know. But this general manager believes, according to Rossini, that the Packers proposing the rule change softens the appearance that another owner is staunchly against the play, even if other teams support it. So this general manager Rossini talked to thinks that there's another GM that is basically making the Packers like the face behind this at the owners' meetings voting on this, but it's really someone else. Could that be Jerry Jones, potentially, putting the Packers to the forefront of this instead of himself? Or the Maras, or somebody else in that regard, do you think? Like a rival of the Eagles?
I have no idea what you just said.
What a conspiracy theory that could be. What I'm trying to get at there.
What you said. What are you saying? That somebody else is using the Packers to get their... It's not limits. Somebody runs the Packers. It's not like this other GM tells a bunch of Packer fans, hey, I'll speak for you. They have people running their organization.
Yes, they do. But they're without a principal owner. They're without one main person that can walk into that room with the authority that all other 31 other owners have for decisions. That's at least what Rossini is saying. So
next.
According to Jordan Schultz of Fox, Shamar Stewart of the Bengals, their first-round pick, he is not going to take part in phase 2 of off-season workouts today. There's a disagreement over the language of his contract in his rookie deal. The Bengals are just making more problems for themselves.
What are they doing? They have Joe Burrow. I realize they brought back his receivers, and good for them. But they drafted a kid who's a pass rusher who, never had a sack in college practically. And now this and Hendrickson and everything else. They've got a golden. It's kind of like the Pirates, it reminds me of. They have a golden goose there. Take advantage of it, for God's sakes.
The fact that the Bengals just cannot get defense right and are right now neglecting it with their first-round pick that had, 4.5 sacks in college last year or in his entire career. It just kind of shows that they don't really know what they're doing on that side of the ball. Next, the Joel Klatt Show with Joel Klatt of Fox, if you couldn't have guessed that. He has ranked his top 10 college quarterbacks for the class of 2025. Can you name the number 1 quarterback on this list?
Yes, Drew Aller.
No, it's Cade Klubnik of Clemson. You really thought it would be Drew Aller because I would throw that out there for Penn State propaganda, but you were wrong. Arch Manning is number 2 from Texas.
Yes, give me the top 5 if you'd be kind, so kind.
John Mattier, I might have pronounced that wrong, from Oklahoma is 3.
That's another good sign of your battle against early onset Mulsey disease, is to immediately recognize a possible mistake, simply admit it, and move on.
Well, I'm very glad that we could point it out to the audience there. Not to make myself look bad, but to acknowledge, just in case I am, don't go too hard on me. Sam Levitt of Arizona State is 4. Aller is 5.
Like
and Garrett Nussmeier, who is going to be talked about a lot next year, I think, too, is 6 from LSU.
And if you had to pick one as the next quarterback of the Steelers, who would it be, Limits?
It would be
one of those 6.
It would be Arch Manning, and then it would be Drew Aller followed.
No, if you like the one that you think will actually be the Steelers' next quarterback.
Either Aller or Nussmeier. I would probably lean towards Nussmeier. Is he related to Paul Nussbaum from our sales staff? That's possible. If they changed a couple of letters on the way, they missigned a marriage certificate.
We have to go because Michael McHenry is next. That was wonderful.
Thank you for allowing me to indulge you in the Limitless Express.
Anybody out there
May 20th.
In 19 what year is it, Limits?
2025.
Anybody out there?
1998? What'd you say?
Yeah, Jonathan Baldwin, if you're out there or anybody knows you, call in either today or tomorrow. We'll set up an interview with Limits, and certainly the Jeter family, Joy and Lance, would love to hear from you. Thank you, Limits.
Thank you, Joe.
I have some reads to make here.
Yes.
I'm out at Studio B. Bowser Chevy in Monroeville, always an awesome place to be. The people here are very, very welcoming. And I enjoy myself out here, and I may even go over to Totter Ridge and play a little golf after the show. How do you like that, Limits?
I hope you shoot well.
I blew up like the Bills in the Super Bowl yesterday at Old Stonewall. Sometimes I just forget how to play. It was only a year ago that I shot an 83 at Cranberry Highlands, and now I'm like Pedro Alvarez when he had the yips and couldn't throw to first. I mean, I don't know how to hold the club. I don't know how to bring it back or forward, and I'm just freaking out. I've forgotten how to play. This is the closest I've ever been to quitting. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Weather, cloudy with a 40% chance of rain overnight, but not expected before the end of the Pirates game. High of 70. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Michael McHenry, next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NHL playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals are set. Same thing are the Western Conference Finals, and the action begins tonight. Florida and Carolina in Carolina at 8 o'clock. And tomorrow, Edmonton and Dallas at 8. There's still a possibility of a Stanley Cup rematch on the table. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
At GetGo, we're bred to be different. Let us prove it with our new ancient grain ciabatta sandwiches. Choose from the Spicy Kickin' Chicken Club, the unique Turkey Reuben, or the BLT loaded with 6 strips of crispy bacon. Or maybe you're looking for something more bite-sized. Try our new moist, juicy chicken nuggets, available in 6, 10, or 20 pieces. Dipped in your favorite sauce, of course. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for The Power of Bowser. Spring adventure starts at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.9% APR on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends May 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Go to BowserHyundai.com today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Crowley. Join me and True Fan Travel when we take over Dublin this fall when the Black and Gold plays across the pond. Hotel, airfare, pregame party, and game tickets. Information at 937thefan.com's event page or truefantravel.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Right now, get 50% off your windows. That's half off. Plus, no interest and no payments for 12 months and a free entry door with your window purchase. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Breaking news coming in. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Built for freedom and the road ahead. It's not just a vehicle, it's your vehicle from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. During our Red, White, and Built for You sales event, take advantage of exceptional offers on every Toyota in stock, including new Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, hybrids, and more. Plus, Panda wants you to have peace of mind, so you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, too. Visit us today or shop online at SpitzerToyota.com.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
Shut the front door.
Winning.
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit sullivanservice.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg, Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Join them as they'll be celebrating their 16th anniversary with a keg tapping on Wednesday, May 21st. In addition to tapping a new award-winning beer that night, they will be featuring two specials that day: $7 crowlers of Hofbrauhaus flagship beer and half-price desserts, both all day long. The party starts with live music at 6 p.m. The keg tapping celebration begins at 7 p.m.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, We can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the...
Not with FixFinder. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Reds tonight at PNC Park. Buccos lost yesterday to Cincinnati 7-1. They've now lost 4 games in a row. Mitch Keller took the loss despite going 6 strong innings. He gave up 2 runs, only 1 was earned, and 5 strikeouts. Cincinnati poured on in the late innings. 2 runs in the 8th inning against Colin Holderman and David Bednar, against David Bednar, I should say, and Colin Holderman also struggled. Bednar gives up 2 runs. Holderman gives up 3 runs in the loss. Buccos and Reds will do it again today at 6:40 with Bailey Falter on the mound. 5:45, our coverage begins, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines can be found at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Michael McHenry joins us next.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Pomp and Joe. Pomp rejoins the fray on Thursday. I'm out at Studio B, Bowser Chevy in Monroeville, having a grand time out here. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And out on the fan hotline, we find our friend Michael McHenry. The fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Michael, it goes without saying, it's been really tough for the Pirates really all season. It feels like especially lately, maybe they get a spark from the new manager, but that has sort of flatlined to 3-7 under Don Kelly. So what's it like in a clubhouse like this? How do you keep things together? How do you keep things loose and light if you even try to do that? What's it like? Because baseball's unlike every other sport in that you're in there getting ready for games every day, just trying every single day to get out of this.
Yeah, there's no great way for everyone. Everyone's got their own thing. But as a team, I think a perspective shift is always good. We saw Brian Reynolds do the lending hearts on the road and then come right back, hit the ball hard, get 2 hits. And I think sometimes that really helps. But the biggest thing in the game is whether you have to fake it till you make it, whether you got to do a fighting thing again and just kind of get wrapped around something as a group. I just think having that one heartbeat, that one mindset of what you're trying to do. And then the other way is find your little wins. You know, like you're not going to get a hit every time. You're not going to get the guy in from third every single time. But you can work towards like, man, I'm just underneath everything. I got to really focus on, hitting the ball hard on a low line drive. And maybe that's all you do in batting practice. In the game, you try to do it at, the second baseman 3 times. And if you do it, you just won that day, which will stack onto the next day because they got to find wins because it looks like these guys are taking on the entire world every time they take a swing. It just is too much pressure. You can't play fearful. You have to be loose in some facets. So they got to find a way.
Yeah, one guy who probably carries, more weight, more is expected from than anybody, for good reason, I would say, is Brian Reynolds. Have you seen a guy this year that looks like he's battling an injury at the plate? Has he made changes that haven't worked at the plate? I know that you make a study of these guys, Michael, and you're really good at breaking them down. What have you seen from Brian Reynolds? What do you attribute these major struggles to?
So it's very – so I'm going to tell you how I kind of break down guys. So, one, I watch the body movement. Then I look, hey, are they swinging at good pitches? And then I move on to, all right, let's compare it to years in the past.
Yeah.
And then I ask those questions that you were just talking about. Is he dealing with something that we don't know about that could cause the mechanical issues? Is something going on off the field that maybe has his mind elsewhere He's not sleeping, whatnot. So I kind of put it all in perspective, and where I'm at right now is Brian Reynolds started off with a shoulder, right? He's a switch hitter. If the shoulder is bothering Bo, whatever it is, that is what is helping him get to every pitch and extend. And the one problem he's had more than anything, he's hit the ball on the ground a ton. His swing and miss isn't bad. He's swinging to good pitches. So my thought is he able to get that snap at the end to really get that top hand activated? Because as a right-handed thrower and a left-handed hitter, that right hand really pulls hard through the zone. But once you get to the end, you have to trust that left hand to take over. It's your non-dominant hand. So it's one of those things where there's a lot going on, but mechanically speaking, he's really trying to create rhythm into his load and stay down in the ground. And if he can do that, he's a different guy. I did a breakdown yesterday of Benson on the pregame show. Very similar in the sense of years past, he was coming up out of the ground, so he was coming up through the ball, which makes you top spin the ball, miss hit the ball. Brian Reynolds is actually getting on top. He's coming up so much instead of underneath, where it's going to create a lot of ground balls and top spin. So I'm hoping he puts it all together. It looks a lot better the last couple of days. Really liked his at-bats the last 3 days especially.
Well, that brings us to Cruz. And if we would have talked 2 weeks ago, I think I would have said, his plate discipline is improving for sure. His OPS is around 900.
You guys?
Can you hear me? Michael?
I think I lost him briefly. I'm going to try to get him back.
Okay. Well, I'll talk about O'Neill Cruz for a minute. If we did talk a couple weeks ago, it looked like the plate discipline better, the power up, the OPS around 900. I mean, he was their best player by a million miles. And then all of a sudden, and I don't know whether this is injury related or not, nothing's happening. Like nothing. He's got no extra base hits. Since when? Since the May 3rd was his last extra base hit. He's not walking, and he's striking out all the time. 16 times in the last 7 games, including 7 of his last 8 at-bats. So I wonder what Michael's seeing there. And I trust that Limits back in the home studio is going to keep me updated every second of the way.
Will do. As soon as I have an answer for you on whatever happened to Michael's connection, you will be the first to know, Joe.
We're almost a third of the way into the season, all right? So I think that clearly Brian Reynolds is my most disappointing player so far. The first $100 million player in Pirates history, and and this seems to infect players over there year by year, where a guy's not just slumping, it's like historic stuff. All right, Michael, I was talking about Cruz and how earlier this month he seemed to be on a great track with plate discipline, power, OPS around 900. And then all of a sudden, everything changed. Do you see injury there? He struck out 16 times in the last 7 games, doesn't have an extra base hit since, I think, May 3rd. What's going on with him?
I mean, you got to look at the back. And then sorry about that big swing and miss I just had. I was talking about approach and Brian Reynolds, and here I am missing. I think it's more or less when anytime you have something go in that midsection region, especially your low back or your oblique or anything else, you get a little tentative. You maybe think about it too much, and those naturally change something in your swing. But yeah, he's also faced, I mean, you can't really count Wheeler. He strikes out the world. Some of the guys he's had to face has been really, really tough, and he hasn't matched up well. And he's going to run through some stretches where he swings and misses a lot, and then all of a sudden it comes together, as we've seen. I do hope that he moves away from that leadoff spot so he can just think about production. It looks like he's trying to be a little bit more of a leadoff guy, and they've kind of figured out that he's going to swing at that first pitch in it, and it looks like he's trying to do damage right out of the gate, which I love. But I think he could produce tenfold, maybe moving him down in the lineup. I loved him and Kutch 1-2 punch last year, and they did their little handshake. I think Kutch had his best month when they were doing that. So, yeah, I'm interested to see what they do, but I think he's a little banged up, and he's playing through it.
Well, on a positive note, we're talking to Michael McHenry here on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Skenes and Keller, their record wouldn't show it, but they've been really, really good. And Skenes was downright electric on Sunday in Philly. What did you see from him that day? That was maybe missing in some other starts, even though he was really good. I thought that day he was just flat out special.
Yeah, by far his best start, and I think it's no coincidence he's wearing camo socks, pulled up camo socks. I think we should deem every Skenes start day at home, since he's incredible on the road, as a camo day. Honor your military, because it just seemed right. Right after he got announced with USA Baseball, which is incredible. I'm a big part of their organization and love what they do, and he represents it perfectly. But I think all that momentum, all that hype that he got during the week, the rivalry weekend, I just think he lived up to the villain for Philadelphia, because that's the big monster in our state and our rival. And two, he was just who he was. The mechanics looked better. The release was more consistent. His changeup is the best pitch on the planet, that he throws 9 times and gets 5 whiffs. It's really special to watch this guy go out. He started the year with the lower arm slot. He's already back up. He's making adjustments that it takes guys years to make. And he's doing it between starts. He's doing it, between a half season here and there. And I don't think there's a ceiling you could really describe of where he could be, because just like Mitch Keller, we talked about this last night, me and Steven, a bunch, this guy's going to get better with age, because he just gets better and better at pitching. So the stuff is one thing, but he's just getting better at pitching. Skenes came into the game with all the stuff, understood how to pitch, has a tactical game plan that's going to really hurt you no matter what, because he can adapt so well on the fly. And to say his last 6 starts prior to this weren't good for Skenes is a legitimate statement. More of what we saw there is what we're going to see more of, because that was special. Different sequencing, better sequencing, everything to me, to your point, was top notch. It could have easily been a no-hitter, perfect game on any given day with that stuff.
Yeah, I feel like that's coming this year, one or both.
I do too. I really do. I really do.
I mean, that was impressive. And then there's Keller,
right?
Yeah. And Keller had 1 blow-up start against the Yankees, 3 2/3, 7 earned runs. If you could take away that one start, and you can't, I get it, but if you could, we'd be talking all-star numbers for Keller. Because other than that, I think he's been really, really good. What do you see there?
Well, I always make this joke. May is Mitch, and Mitch is May. I don't know what the tie is there, but he dominates in May. Just to put in perspective, this is something I was going to talk about later on postgame. He's got 12 wins, which is his most in this month. 3.86 ERA, which is his best in this month. Most inning pitched, 2 complete games, a shutout. He has no other complete game shutout any other month. When I say every category, his best numbers are in May, every category. And people will say, 3.86, that's not that good. Well, if you remember Mitch's first 3.5 years, he was trying to figure it out. But if you look at his last 3 years in this month, it's a joke. So, I think he's hitting his stride. And like I said, watching him change his usage over the last 3 starts, really start utilizing the fastball better. I think he's using his breaking pitches a lot better. And I think him and Skenes, if you look at kind of how they're using their breaking pitches, I think they're helping each other out. And it's been phenomenal to see. So I think Mitch Keller still has a chance to get that all-star bid, because I think this month he's going to run through some teams like he did yesterday with Cincinnati. And he started out where he threw 26 pitches in the first, 16 breaking balls, and he couldn't find the zone, and then came out and dominated with this fastball for 5 innings. I mean, that's a veteran right there, and I loved it.
You said something interesting before, and I'll let you go on this one, Michael. We're talking to Michael McHenry, that you are part of USA Baseball. And I'm wondering, we always look at, United States hockey. Where does that stand in the world right now? And basketball, for sure. The world has caught up to U.S. basketball, although they won the gold medal. What right now is the state of U.S. baseball compared to around the world? Where are we? What's something interesting you could tell us about USA Baseball?
Japan is running up the leaderboard really fast. I think last time, so the way that they do this measurement is between all the Pan Am games, all the World Classics, they pin it all together. So, like, how did the 12U team do in Tokyo, and who all was there? China's getting really good at the lower levels, and they're going to be better in the future, especially if they jump into the World Baseball Classic. They need to play more baseball over in China, but it's really the complete Asian region is growing immensely because of the guys that are coming over to the United States. Baseball is growing so rapidly over there that the talent and their development, because their discipline, is off the charts. And the one thing about USA Baseball, why we're falling behind, is because in Japan, if they win a gold medal, there is a parade in the country. If you win a gold medal here, nobody hears about it. So it's a different animal. Everybody hears about the World Baseball Classic, but most people don't know I'm part of USA Baseball and helped pick the team for 18U the last 2 years. So is Jack Wilson. Some really incredible dudes. They won gold last year. It was a playing games to get into the games that they're going to – it's a World Cup is what they call it. And a lot of people don't even know it's going to happen. So I think, kind of getting behind the United States again, it will help. But I think this next World Baseball Classic could put us back in incredible graces in the sense of we are baseball because it's America's pastime.
When is that, Michael? When's the World Baseball Classic?
World Baseball Classic next year. And then, what Skenes, is that what it's called? It's called the World Baseball Classic, right? Where they put it all together. The World Cup. Yeah. So it's next spring. You're talking about Judge being the captain. Skenes is going to lead the race. I'm pretty sure Chris Sale's going to end up on that team. Scooble. You're talking about juggernauts. The guys that should be there are going to be there. Last time a lot of guys pulled out. I don't think it's going to be the case this time. I think they saw the excitement. I don't think you can describe that atmosphere. It was some of the best baseball I've seen in my life. I can't wait because the Dominican's going to be absolutely packed. Venezuela's going to be packed. But we're in a better division to get to the top and get back to Japan and put them on a plane and send them home.
Man, that's going to be awesome. Thank you, Michael. We appreciate the time. Great as always.
I appreciate it. I got a good statement from one of the guys I look up to at USA Baseball Organization. He said, we are in the gold medal business. And it's something that I always think about because I was supposed to play in 2008. And I couldn't. I got hit in the ear, had a seizure, and the organization wouldn't let me go. Well, the guy that replaced me hit the game-winning home run to win gold. So every time someone says, what's your goal? I was like, I'm going to win a gold medal. I don't say maybe, sort of, at some point I'm going to go coach and I'm going to win a gold medal because that guy said we're in the gold medal business and this man's going to win one. And that's the thing I'd say with the Pirates. Just grab for the biggest thing you can and try to pull it to you. And I think everything's going to get better.
Who was the guy who replaced you that hit that homer?
Lucas May.
Interesting.
Yeah,
all right, Michael.
It was they called it Pan Am Games. A lot of fun. All right, guys. Take care. God bless.
See you, buddy. Limits, that sounds like it's going to be pretty exciting, does it not?
Yeah, it certainly does. I love watching the World Baseball Classic. The last time they had it, Michael was right. It was incredible to watch. Ohtani up against Judge was the final matchup in the WBC. And that was much-watch television for me.
Skenes and Judge is a pretty good place to start for a ball club, no?
Yeah, on the same team.
Oh,
especially
man.
you're going to see Skenes against Ohtani. There's a good chance of that in the World Baseball Classic.
Somebody asked me on X, because we were talking about Skenes and trading him and all that stuff was a topic earlier. Would you trade Skenes straight up for Aaron Judge? Would you, Limits?
Yes, I probably would, even though Skenes is almost 10 years younger?
Wow.
I don't know.
I don't think I would, just because,
the age factor is the huge thing. Plus, if you throw Aaron Judge on this team,
contracts and everything else.
Yeah,
I know.
I don't know.
Neither
I'd say
do
no.
I, Limits. I'm depressed.
I've talked myself out of it.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and the hotline presented again by Sullivan Super Service. Second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union takes place June 5th and 6th at Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. You can donate now at 937thefan.com to help support your local volunteer fire departments in our area. Brought to you by Cintas True Green, Don's Appliances, and Hampton Beer Outlet. Limits, I have a treat for you next. It seems, speaking of international competition, it seems like NFL players actually are going to play flag football in the Olympics. Who do you build your ball club around? I want to ask Limits about that next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And it was Ohtani versus Trout, not Aaron Judge, as I recalled that incorrectly. Another edition of recusing Malsey disease. The World Baseball Classic next year is Thursday, March 5th, and ending on Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, and it's 1:30. The time is 1:30, brought to you by the Buell Insurance Agency. It's time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Nick Sirianni is hard to pin down as a coach. He appeared to be on the hot seat last year, but after leading the Eagles to a championship, the team gave their coach an extension yesterday. He's won over 70% of his regular season games. You have to give Sirianni credit for growing as a leader, and there's no doubt the team responds to him. Whatever you thought about Sirianni in the past, he's now established as one of the top coaches in the NFL. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Join the Lindy Group and drive your career forward. We're hiring Class A and Class B CDL drivers to expand our growing fleet in Pennsylvania and Ohio. As a Lindy driver, you'll earn competitive union wages and receive comprehensive year-round healthcare benefits. Enjoy driving local routes with Lindy's new, well-maintained equipment while being part of a team that values safety and reliability. Learn more and apply today at www.thelindygroup.com.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates, is here to make sure Bucs fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right, with BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Pirates player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager, PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Cadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander. Ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Senator John Fetterman raised concerns about aggressive vehicle mandates, and he's right. Pennsylvanians need affordable, reliable transportation. No one should tell us what we can and can't drive. Mandates could limit consumer choice, raise costs, and threaten Pennsylvania jobs. Senator Fetterman can protect working families and defend our economy. Tell Senator Fetterman to stand up for Pennsylvania. Repeal the gas car ban. Take action at energycitizens.org. Paid for by the American Petroleum Institute.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. I mean, I realize it's just reporting, and it may very well be accurate reporting, but just the sight on some X sites of seeing Kenny Pickett is going to start for the Browns. Oh my God! Or at least have the what do they call it? The pole position in training camp. I'm stunned by this development limits. Not necessarily that of those four, Pickett would be the guy to start camp, but just the fact that Kenny Pickett is in somebody's camp. It's the Steelers' arch rival or one of them, and that he may be the guy to come to Acrisure Stadium and start for the Browns. I didn't have this.
No,
did you?
No, I never, a couple months ago, would have ever had this on my bingo card as something that could possibly happen, and I think that he probably does have the pole position, and I saw something, I can't remember who said it, but it was on Colin Cowherd's show, that basically whoever wins it out between Pickett and Flacco, the other is probably going to get released so that Dylan Gabriel and Shadur Sanders is still on the team. So you could see Kenny Pickett as the starting quarterback of the Browns or a free agent quarterback at the end of the training camp session.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. The weather right now is beautiful, which is why I'm going to play golf limits. Cloudy with a 40% chance of rain overnight, but not expected before the end of the Pirates game. High of 70. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Many thanks to the folks at Bowser Chevy here, Studio B. What an awesome place. Limits, this idea of flag football at the Olympics is very intriguing to me. The fact that there are a number of NFL players who want to play. So a couple of thoughts. First of all, they're not going to have much time to prepare. And I don't know that they just walk in here and dominate. I think this is like a great tennis player just assuming they'll be great at like pickleball or racquetball or something. It's a different sport. And these people will have mastered it from other countries, and they're going to have tons of time to prepare. Having said that, I definitely want to see George Pickens on the team. Do you?
Yes, I would, but why do you want to see George Pickens on the team?
Because I feel like if this is 7-on-7 and there's really not much of a pass rush and thing, I shouldn't say that. Maybe there is.
He doesn't have to block.
Right. And I want him and Justin Jefferson, and I just want to throw the ball up to them. Don't you?
Oh, there's no doubt that if that's the case and you have the most accurate quarterbacks, ever in like Mahomes and Allen and those guys throwing the ball around, the United States should just completely dominate.
Well, see, that's the thing I don't know about. I'm not so sure about that. Florio raises a point. It's a very, very different game than 11-on-11 football. Obviously, right?
Right, but a lot of people, at least now, are growing up playing a lot of 7-on-7s, and this is basically what this is.
But this is actually 7-on-7 up and down the field to score. And this is going to be, you're going to have designed offenses with all these little tricks going on. I don't know. I don't know about this. It's like assuming that a great tennis player could win almost like a ping pong gold medal or a pickleball gold medal. No, it's different. There's strategy. There's sort of exploiting matchups in a sport where there's no hitting. It's going to take a while to adjust. They're only going to have like 2 weeks from what I'm reading here. Ooh. I don't think they're going to win gold.
No, I think they're going to win gold.
Who would you have at quarterback?
I would have Mahomes, and then, here's the other thing. Do you have a starting quarterback and then a backup? Like, is it like the NBA where you can bring Tyrese Halliburton and Tatum and all those guys off the bench?
No, this is where my dream would come true of having 2 quarterbacks back there. I would have Lamar and Jaden Daniels as my 2 quarterbacks, and it would be unbelievable because either one could take the snap and then run, throw, or catch. They would have George Pickens and Justin Jefferson. Pick a tight end limits. Who's unstoppable in terms of like a basketball box out matchup type thing?
Kittle or Hawkinson, I'd say.
Oh, that would be incredible, wouldn't it? And then you'd have Saquon just because, I mean, in that sport, with the moves that he has, he's like an outlet for the quarterback, and he's a threat to run for a touchdown every time he touches the ball.
There's no way that this team is going to lose, Joe. I mean, come on.
But you do get my point, don't you?
I do.
Plus, the Packers GM, and this is a real factor, talked about risk of injury, which some people might laugh at. Don't laugh at it. There's people diving at your legs all the time to get the flag. Plus, there's huge, scrums where you're jumping up to get the ball. You could easily land on somebody's foot, somebody's leg. Plus, you're cutting violently on the field to get away from people. It's absolutely an injury risk. And the Packers GM said he doesn't want NFL players in this thing because of that. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that concern because anytime that you go out there in an organized event like this with taking as many cuts as possible, there is an injury risk. But I'm also somebody who, doesn't think that you can live in fear over this, especially because you're not getting hit. It'd be a huge difference if this was like an organized football game in the Olympics, full-on tackling, physical game like you see in the NBA, which gets really physical when you play international basketball, but it's not. So I would think that you would be more excited for your guys to play in this than in a regular game.
Maybe because as a fan, not as a GM.
Well, no,
I want nobody with any part of this.
I'm just talking about injury-wise. Like, there is much more risk of an injury in a regular NFL game than in a flag football game, I believe.
Other countries could beat us in this. I'm convinced of that.
Like who?
I don't know. I don't have their rosters in front of me. Even if I did,
the Canadian flag football team, or how
you're
good
refusing.
is
You're refusing to acknowledge that other teams out there probably are practicing right now. And I guess, what does it say here? 12 players, 5 on the field at any given time. So you might have guys who play offense and defense. Travis Hunter could be there. USA Today says, what is happening here? They want Bryson Daly as the quarterback? The kid from Army?
They must have some guys that actually play flag football, like in the U.S., like organized flag football, that are going to be a part of this. I wouldn't be surprised if they have 1 or 2.
They have Travis Hunter as a wide receiver cornerback, and then they have Marvin Mims as a kick returner. Do they have kickoffs in this thing?
Why would they have Marvin Mims be their kick returner?
They said no one in the league is better at running away from people. And then
I disagree. They've never seen Cordero before. I mean, why is Cordero not on that team returning kicks? He's one of the best ever to do it.
If Artie Smith is the coach of this Olympic team, he'll have Cordero out there as all 5 guys. He'll be throwing the ball to himself. Jameer Gibbs will be a wide receiver running back. That's a great choice, don't you think?
Yeah, that's a good pick. He's so shifty.
Debo Samuel they have on this team.
And there's a chance of an injury there.
Why do they have Tyreek Stevenson as the corner? If the other team throws a Hail Mary, he's going to be talking to the fans again. What is happening? Why would you choose him?
He'd get distracted. Somebody would wave their flag in his face, and he'd get distracted by it and be waving around.
I'll tell you what might get physical is the pass rushing. These guys can go crazy, so they want T.J. Watt and Micah Parsons on either end. You like that, Limits?
What about Myles Garrett? Does he not make the cut? Do you think he'll make that public on social media?
He would, but if you only have 5, well, you might only get one pass rusher because the other 4 have to cover.
It's fair.
And then he wants Dalton Varsho, the Blue Jays outfielder.
What?
As a center fielder. That's actually not a bad idea. That would be unbelievable. Because this guy could get a jump on every ball as a major league center fielder would. That's the kind of creative thinking you might need here.
Why not throw Minka back there? He had more interceptions during the Pro Bowl than he did the regular season.
Put Tommy Pham back there. Every single easy pass he'll drop.
He'll drop it. No interceptions if Tommy Pham's on your defense.
You know what, though? The toughness and the leadership might lead them to a gold medal. Do you agree with that?
As long as there's not some arguments over a fantasy football team, I think we'll be fine.
Or any interactions with the fans. Thank you, Limits. It was wonderful today.
Good night, Joe. See you tomorrow.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tonight, the Pirates and Cincinnati Reds play Game 2 of a 3-game series at PNC Park after the Pirates lost 7-1 yesterday. Reds really just blew it open in the 8th and 9th inning. It is Bailey Falter on the mound, 4.02 ERA and 2-3 record for Falter. Nick Martinez goes for Cincinnati. 6:40 first pitch tonight. Our coverage on the Fan will begin at 5:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The PM team is next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
Do you call in and try to prove you know more than us?
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Let's take Rockies pitcher Antonio Senzatella over 3.5 earned runs for -105 against the Phillies. Senzatella has an ERA over 7 at home this year and has hit this number in 4 straight. The Phillies come in with a top 5 batting average as well, so let's take Antonio Senzatella over his earned runs prop over 3.5 for -105. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson for Keystone Custom Apparel. At Keystone Custom Apparel, they believe in providing quality products to businesses, sports teams, restaurants, school districts, and more through screen printing and embroidery services. With their 24/7, 365 online spirit wear fundraisers, Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. It's not just the athletes who are looking great. Families and friends can look their best on the field and in the stands as well. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Firehouse Subs, your home for hot, hearty, toasted subs. For a limited time, Firehouse Subs is bringing their iconic hook and ladder sub to the next level, featuring 2 Hot Ones sauces. Zesty garlic hook and ladder. This sub packs the flavor with Hot Ones garlic Fresno hot sauce and the spicy dill hook and ladder featuring the Last Dab pickle, a dill pickle plank marinated in Hot Ones, the Last Dab Reaper hot sauce. Hosting an event from box lunches to platters, Firehouse Catering can handle any size event. Download the Firehouse app and skip the line or get it delivered.
Built for freedom and the road ahead. It's not just a vehicle, it's your vehicle. From Spitzer Acura, during our Red, White, and Built for You sales event, take advantage of exceptional offers on the luxurious and tech-forward first ever Acura ADX crossover, the all-electric premium Acura ZDX, and the modern Acura RDX. Sophistication, innovation, performance, all built for you. Plus, receive an exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty and complimentary service loaner. Only from Spitzer Acura. Visit us today or shop online at SpitzerAcura.com. See dealer for details.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 25 Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for only $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles, per year, $2,999 due at signing, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends May 31st. Take a test drive today. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Tee off for a good cause at the 4th annual Soon I Will Run golf outing presented by James Bear State Farm Agency, happening June 21st at 9 a.m. at Meadowink Golf Club in Murraysville. It's an 18-hole, 4-person scramble with skill prizes, a lunch banquet, and amazing auction items, all to benefit children fighting cancer. Whether you're swinging clubs or bidding on prizes, every shot helps a family in need. Spots are filling fast, so don't wait. Sign up or donate today at sooniwillrun.com. That's sooniwillrun.com.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play the middle game of a series against the Reds tonight on the Fan. Bailey Falter on the mound, 6:40 first pitch. Leadoff show at 5:45 with Dan Zangrilli. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
In the air to left field, and it's off the glove of a sliding Tommy Pham, and scoring is Austin Hayes. To second safe is Gavin Lux. And the Reds take a 2-1 lead.
This ball's starting to slice away. He's in position to make the catch. Like it hit the heel of the glove on the backhand.
And the hollow sound rolled up first. And Solak running hard all the way, narrowly thrown out. Pirates fall 7-1.
Good afternoon, everybody. Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, and Donnie Football. The sounds of another Pirates season that's circling the drain. They lose to the Reds last night. They extend their streak of scoring 4 runs or fewer to 24. That's the longest drought since 1971. I'm not talking Pirates history. I'm talking Major League Baseball history. It's been more than 50 years since this happened. And they hit a trifecta of I don't give a bleep last night in this game. I watched the whole thing.
I feel like, hold on. I feel compelled to give you a little golf clap for that because I watched about 7 innings of it.
There was money on the line. Thank you, boys. And I didn't win. There's a shocker.
What did you bet?
For people that follow my predictions, I put a wacky parlay in, and I needed Ke'Bryan Hayes to get a hit. And believe it or not, that didn't happen. There's a shocker. Why I did it?
Putting a parlay in that had Ke'Bryan Hayes to get a hit meant you probably were going to get a huge payout if it hit.
Not as big as you'd think. And I knew when I put it in that this was going to be what cost me, and I did it anyways. So there was something masochistic about it. 3 things happened last night that are going to segue into what I want to start the show with. And this is open for everyone, not just Pirate hardcore diehards who are watching games, because I don't expect everybody to be watching games right now with the way they're playing. 3 things. You had the Pham drop ball. You had Hayes not hustle to first. If he runs, he's safe. Instead, Francona challenges it. He's out. Instead, the guy stopped running. He's making $70 million. I don't want to hear about bad back when your team can't scratch out runs. If his back's that bad, get him out of the lineup. If he can't run hard to first base on an infield play. And then David Bednar, Pittsburgh's favorite son, gives up 2 runs, and he's smiling as he comes off the mound.
Because he didn't give up 3?
Yeah. Like, everything's just so amazing right now and so fun and so perfect that he's smiling after he gets his head caved in again. And I'm driving in to do the sports call last night with Richie, and I hear Chuck. I hear Chuck in Uniontown lead off the postgame show.
Caller emeritus.
Yep, and it just occurred to me, and here's just a quick clip of Chuck last night. I saved this.
Shame, shame, shame. That's Nenning's first word in his book of obscenities. Championship team. Terrible.
I feel for guys like him.
I was going to say, I hear that call, and Chuck has often uncorked some very funny ones, managerial error number 5,624 or whatever for Shelton. But, man, like, Chuck's older than us. It's been a while since Chuck saw a team that won big.
At least he did get to see it happen,
He got to see it, but, like, he lives and dies with this team. He watches or listens or both to every game. He's a loyal caller. Like, he deserves better. I don't think that's like a hokey thing to say. A guy like Chuck deserves better by the franchise he's chosen to invest his time and his emotional energy into. There are a lot of people like Chuck out there who deserve better and aren't getting it.
I'm just watching them put out another game that is laughingstock material, and I think about people like that. And I heard not just Chuck, but the post-game show, again, was jam-packed with people that want to express their disdain for how I won't say the mighty have fallen is not the right term because they were mighty in the 70s. It's been 50 years. Just how inconceivable it really is that a franchise can be as consistently bad as the Pirates.
And bad in like multiple, almost unfathomable ways. They do bad social media posts.
Inventing ways to lose.
They invent ways to lose. I was going to laugh and point out Joe Block pointing out Solak running hard and say, let's have a moratorium on that. But the Hayes play makes me reconsider.
PR, just L's left and right.
Are they going to put Tommy Pham in the lineup again tonight after because you know what would have been a truly poetic end? He biffs that ball. They lose 2-1. It almost was better that the game got away from them in the last couple of innings and it became a semi-rout because that would have been another way. The guy that no one wants in the lineup that you paid too much money to that is supposed to be a veteran leader except he's getting suspended for making masturbatory motions at a fan.
Good word.
Is dropping a baseball for like how many times has he done that now in the last week?
Twice in less than a week. In Philadelphia Friday and again last night.
That would have been another level of embarrassment. It's almost for the best that they gave up a bunch of extra runs. It's just they find so many different ways to be inept, and I just can't get away, too, from the fact that at the very top, the person who puts all of this together feels he has put things in the right place, given them what they need, and now they just need to perform. It's just wild to consider on a day-in, day-out basis.
We hear from people all the time that tell us why they haven't watched a game in a long time or gone to a game in a long time. Those people seem to be most willing to call in and bitch more and complain. People like to make phone calls to complain about things, whether that's customer service, whether that's something, a bill. I mean, that's typically the way it goes. You don't get phone calls telling you how good you're doing. It's more, let me tell you what you're effing up. And so we get that all the time. People using us as the messenger here, as the soundboard to say, I haven't been to a Pirates game since X, Y, or Z, or I haven't bought a ticket since X, Y, Z happened.
Mm-hmm.
How about the Chucks out there who still care? What causes these people to keep coming back? Are they just gluttons for punishment? Something happened to them, it had to be, at a young age when the Pirates, I guess, conceivably were good, that hooked them for life. And it's like a narcotic. They can't quit.
Is it just is it a seasonal part of life? Hey, weather's warm, baseball's here. It's just something that is part of the routine that I I crave.
But that to me is like that's like a more casual relationship with baseball. That I think you can turn on and off. It's nice. I'm outside. I'll put the game on. I'm not really going to be moved one way or the other if they win or they lose. It's just like a soundtrack to the summer. It's just background noise. It's elevator music.
Okay, then I have the other other theory here.
The Chuck in Union Towns who, like, you hear the – I'm not saying that Chuck is actually depressed, but you hear the baseball depression in his voice when he calls in.
Yeah, no question about
like,
that.
I put myself through this for 2.5 hours every day for 6 months, 162 games. And this year it's looking like after 100 of these games, this is how I'm going to sound because they invent new ways to break my heart over and over and over again. And that's the fascinating element to me is like those people who still care to that degree.
I'm going to come back the next day, and even if I know you're going to break my heart again, it's I know little heartbreaks.
I know you don't. I mean, you do follow because you have to. Because it's our responsibility, it's our job. This is the life we've chosen. But
my love for the sport has diminished.
Like if you were, if somehow you got hired away and you're working for the USGA or the PGA or a golf course,
yeah,
you're not following the Pirates on a day-to-day basis unless they're good.
I wouldn't.
You're watching the Skenes games, maybe.
I'd peek in to see, and if I say I looked up 3 weeks into the season and they were 17-8. I'd be like, okay, I'm checking, or whatever, you know what I mean? Like 15-8. I'd be like, I'm checking in on this.
I mean, their television ratings are still relatively good given their record, and we know from attendance they still have like roughly, I don't know, 7,000 to 8,000 season ticket holders. That's still a lot of people that purchased 162 game packages from this team, Chris.
I just think there are two theories as to how that could be. For older fans, Chuck's age and up, I think when they were coming up as kids, even though that was the 70s Steelers, if you're a little older, where you were like 10 or 11 when the Pirates won in 71, like so you're born in 1960, let's say, that was when baseball was still like way bigger than football, and I think that gets hardwired in. Then I think there are people who have parents who are of that age and have a ton of good memories. Maybe they were born in the 70s, and they have memories of going to watch really good Pirates teams, and then they buy the tickets too, or they care, just to explain like the general affinity they still have. It's a tie back to their parents who might be gone now. It's a tie back to earlier life, and it's something that, again, gets kind of baked into you. And even if you're going to be unhappy about it, more often than not, there's still a fundamental joy at the bottom. But, man, it's getting hard to see any of that joy. It's been obscured by loads and loads of you-know-what.
Sports are supposed to be entertainment. They're supposed to be fun. When your team loses as often as the Pirates do, and it happens in the manner in which it does, where the team didn't do much in the offseason. They've made a litany of public relations miscues, and they've alienated and annoyed fans that way. The product is bad. Like, I'm telling you, man, I'm hearing that postgame last night, and there's, like, Charlie's in here saying they could have taken calls for 3 hours. Like
that part of it's the Skenes effect. Him being here and him being on this team. I know he didn't pitch last night. That part of it, though, is the Skenes effect, and to a much smaller extent, the way in which they're losing, where they're so inept offensively, where they're scoring 1 run or 2 runs most of the time. And then Joe Block saying they brought the lumber tonight on a game where they score 4. That is why. Those two factors are why people are still lined up for 3 hours deep, in Charlie's words. Because it's like it's a novel way right now to be this bad.
Donnie, I mean, I empathize with the Chuck and Union Towns of the world. The people whose, like, life, their existence is so tied into what the Pirates do. And you've hosted the show on Saturday, and you've hosted postgame shows. There's actually a shocking amount of people who are like that.
I want the Pirates to be good more for Chuck than myself, more for anybody. Because you can just feel every time Chuck calls, and he's a realistic caller. He is not somebody who every year...
he ain't drinking company punch or Kool-Aid.
No, he's not somebody who every year is hope springs eternal. Like, I think no matter how little the front office did to make the team better, they're going to look good this year. He's not one of those people, because I still remember our first call the week before the season, and he went on and on about they did not do enough.
They blew
and
it.
It will show very quickly that they did not do enough. They have blown the first offseason with Paul Skenes. And the poor guy, every single game.
He's always there. He's like the postman.
Yes.
Rain, sleet, snow, he don't care. They could lose 10-1. They could make all kinds of mistakes and beat themselves like they did in the game last night. And he's still right there.
He's showing up for them way more than
he's
they're
still
showing
posting
up for him.
up.
I picture him at home on the edge of his seat, watching every single pitch, every single play.
Thinking about what he's going to say to Dan or whoever's doing post-game, like thinking about a call he's going to make.
And I feel like more and more people are getting away from that because it's just not worth it. I mean, I think myself, I can lump myself into, I used to be a kid that would not want to miss a game, whether I'm, on the couch at home watching with my dad as a kid or I'm with my buddies in college or even, early into the adult years. I never wanted to miss a game. It is becoming a chore to watch this team play every night.
Held to one run again, 24 straight times they've scored 4 fewer. Pham dropped another ball. Hayes didn't feel like hustling, even though he's making $70 million. Bednar's smiling as he comes off the mound after giving up 2 runs. Think about the Chucks in Uniontown, the people out there that still care, even as this team creates new lows for itself day in and day out. 412-928-9370. Would love to hear from the people who still give a damn. Why you still do. Why you're still invested. Seriously, I'm curious. 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A personal law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll hear one of those disturbing play calls when we come back, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
It was a 7-1 loss last night for the Buccos, not because of Mitch Keller's performance. He went 6. He allowed just 1 run, 5 strikeouts and 1 walk. David Bednar and Colin Holderman up to their old tricks, 5 earned runs combined between the two. Bailey Falter starts tonight for Pittsburgh as the Pirates and Reds go at it again. 6:40 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. That is the place to go before and after Buccos game. So if you're heading over to the game tonight, tomorrow afternoon, I'm recommending Mike's. 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer. Great local beer made in this area from the microbreweries maybe you've never tried before. We've got our fan beer of the month there right now, which a portion of that money goes to a great charity in town. Awesome food items, too. Steak on a stone. You got to try that. Wings, wraps, burgers. Also, they'll always have the games on. There's a conference final going on in hockey, conference finals in basketball. They'll have those games on, too. You won't have to beg a bartender to put them on. Meet me at Mike's.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell everybody right now about Universal Windows Direct. Fix up your house if your house's windows are no bueno. If your house's energy bills, as a result of those bad windows, are way too high. If you're not comfortable in your house, my God, where can you be comfortable? That's the place where you're supposed to have everything kind of on point. Let them help you at Universal Windows Direct with their home improvement season sale. During said sale, you can get an incredible 50% off your windows. That is half off. Universal's windows, they rock. They perform better. They last longer than other windows. How? Because they have an exclusive thing called Super Spacer technology. It's going to help do all those things I just said, lower the energy bills, make your house more comfortable. So again, right now, 50% off your windows plus no interest, no payments for 12 months, and a free entry door with your window purchase. Now's the time. Schedule that free in-home estimate today by calling 412-545-6003 or check out universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for May is General Braddock's from Brew Gentleman, a soft and balanced American IPA. The charity of the month is Irreverent Warriors.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL owners will officially vote on banning the tush push this week. It looks like there's a good chance the Eagles' signature play will go away, but there still hasn't been a great explanation. It's basically just an ugly play, and it seems Commissioner Roger Goodell wants to make it disappear. That's okay, but the league should just admit it. Don't cite non-existent injury data. It's still a football play, so if they ban it, I at least want the NFL to admit all of that. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Discover unbeatable value at GetGo. For a limited time, new members buy 1 month of unlimited washes and get 1 month free. Bubble away bugs. Polish off pollen for 2 whole months for the price of 1 at WetGo. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
When you think of hot, you might think about that tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Too hot? Feels like just the right amount of heat. Don't wait. These deals end May 28th, only at Verizon.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit sullivanservice.com.
The Wild Things return to EQT Park for a weekend series May 23rd through the 25th with a fireworks Friday, a vintage bobblehead giveaway Saturday presented by Cohen Markets, and Nickelodeon Night presented by RHS Safety on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Goldberg, Persky & White, pioneers in asbestos litigation. Call 1-800-COMPLEX.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
After review, the call is overturned. The runner is out. Cincinnati retains challenge.
See Hayes slow up there?
Yeah.
The last 2 or 3 steps, he slows up. If he keeps going hard through the bag, he probably beats it.
Yep. And Hayes figures he's out. Slows down.
The next up on the fan contest, talent search, is about to get underway. It begins at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9. We're going to multiple locations this summer to try to find the next top host in Pittsburgh. We'll pick 2 winners from each location, and one final winner will be the newest part-time talent added to our roster. For more info, including dates and locations, visit 937thefan.com today. John Wayner and Greg Brown weren't pleased with the key Brian Hayes' lack of hustle. Tommy Pham dropped the ball. Bednar smiled as he came off the mound after giving up runs.
I have a question about Pham. Wasn't he brought in part because his reputation at other stops, for better or worse, was that he was a very strong personality who would rub a lot of people the wrong way, but that he also called out Cardinals teammates early in his career and tried to hold them accountable.
Hey, Brownie raved about that. He got in Adam Wainwright's face. And
right, he got in
Colton
a bunch
Wong's.
of people's face. So
he said,
where's
Matt
that
Adams,
Tommy Pham?
Go on Ozempic, buddy.
Where's that Tommy Pham? Oh, wait, he's too busy not making I would call that a 99 times out of 100 play he should make, maybe 100 out of 100 for a big leaguer. Guess it's kind of hard to tell other guys to hustle when you're a huge reason the team's losing games.
Should slap himself in the face right now.
But here's a serious question. Why is there somebody's got to give me one good reason that Tommy Pham...
That sounds like a Tracy Chapman song.
That's a good song, too. What is one reason Tommy Pham should ever appear in a Pirates starting lineup again? Honest question.
I have 3 words for you.
$4 million.
$4 million. Yes. Yep.
Got to get up pretty early in the morning to fool old Mulsey with that one, Pony.
Here is Mike in Uniontown. Mike, any relation to Chuck in Uniontown?
No, but I know him very well.
He's a great guy.
Oh, he's a tremendous guy.
Yeah, he's disabled, and he kind of lives by himself in an apartment. I deliver medicine to him for a local pharmacy.
Well, we know Chuck's story, and that's another reason why we respect the hell out of Chuck, because he's so loyal. I mean, it's, he makes it a part of his day and carves out time of his day. And, I just think of everything Chuck's gone through in his life and feel like the thing that he loves the most, Pirates baseball, should do right by him way more often, Mike.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, Chris, you knew my boy Brasky.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Brasky?
We used to call him, the late great, man.
Yeah.
I miss him.
Yeah, it's been 5 years this summer. Hey, yesterday you were talking about Paul Skenes. If he would leave, would you follow the other team?
Yes, Donnie brought that up, and Pat McAfee made a big deal out of it.
Yeah, well, I'm old time. I'm 70 years old. I grew up in the 60s when the Pirates were pretty good, and we all played baseball, and we just love it. I still do. And I wouldn't follow another team. First of all, I couldn't. I'm not into the social media like you guys are. I get Pirates on my cable TV. I don't get the Yankees or the Dodgers. I listen to you guys on the radio. The local newspaper carries the local team. I believe in supporting your local team no matter what. And, when Barry Bonds left or when Franco left, I still followed these teams, not where they went. That's just my theory on it.
All right, Mike, thank you.
Well, it sounds like, though, he says he believes, Mike does, in following the local teams, kind of like a civic responsibility. But I heard in the beginning there, he's like, well, I'm not like a big tech guy, but if I was, I guess I could follow. Like, the implicit thought there was, I could follow
If I knew how to work these fangled contraptions, I'd be able to watch.
If I chose to have a smartphone, or if I chose to go on the internet more, do social media.
If I knew what MLB TV was.
Right.
Here's another Mike. This one's in Coriopolis. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. It's been a long time.
Yeah. What's up?
Hey, well, when I grew up, similarly, everybody in the city knew sports. Even the women were involved. We are family. Baseball, sports in general, it was a way that you showed you were a tough town. There was a fiber to the sports teams. And right now, we don't have any standards in the sports team. And the reason that I'm still involved is because I want to see those standards again. I want these guys out of here. I want them all out of here because they don't do what's necessary in order to even have – we all understand that we're not going to be able to pay for things like large markets, but you can do things that are reasonable to do. And if they win or they lose, I can live with that. But when you're not doing the things like drafting and development and trading properly and the things that you can do, it's unacceptable. I don't know how these guys are still here. I watched a 24th round pick on first base last night. 24th round.
And they played him over Horwitz. So Horwitz is a platoon player, as it turns out. There's a lefty on the mound, so the guy you traded Ortiz and two prospects for only play situationally. Think about that. What kind of message is that sending when a guy that's 30 years old, who's basically like the hitting equivalent of the rookie, the guy from the Dennis Quaid movie, is on first base for you? Ben Solak.
Well,
not Ben Solak. Ben Solak's the football writer.
Ben Solak, the football writer, might actually be equally good. But, wasn't Spencer Horwitz held up as one of the guys who might ride to the rescue for this team? Only when a righty's pitching, though.
Yeah. Yeah, Shelton, before he left, made Horwitz and Gonzalez out to be Bonds and Bonilla. Here's Harvey in White Oak. Hello, Harvey.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're okay.
Interesting story here. I have a daughter who's 31 and a son who's going to be 29.
Yep.
They won't be alive if not for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And here's my story. I'm 66, born in 59.
Yep.
I became a fan in 1970, became a huge Clemente fan. I would write him letters and ask him for his autograph, and he sent me his autographs in the mail. As I got older, I would take road trips to Pittsburgh. I lived in Rochester, New York, the only Pirates fan in Rochester. Why? Who knows? But I was a raging Clemente and Pirates fan, to the point that in the 80s I decided to move to Pittsburgh because I was such a big Clemente Pirates fan. I grew up in the age of the Pirates being great. If not for my love of the Pirates, I don't meet my wife in Pittsburgh. I don't have kids here in Pittsburgh. Their lives don't exist if not for the Pirates. I can't give that up. I've been a season ticket holder since 2001, and I hate what Bob Nutting is doing. I can't stand it, but I'm not going to give up my love for the Pirates.
I like that story. I genuinely do.
Good thing you were born in 59 and not 89, because I think you'd still be up in Rochester eating those garbage plates meals.
Going to the PGA and the U.S. Open at Oak Hill.
Oh, you got it.
Harvey, do your kids root for the Pirates?
No, they never became baseball fans. I want to tell you really quick, Bob Nutting, my analogy. It's like the guy won the lottery, okay, but he's too cheap to drive to the grocery store to cash in his winning ticket on the gasoline. It's like the Pirates were given Sandy Koufax in his prime before the season started and said, okay, Pirates, what are you going to do about it? And the organization said, nothing.
Wow. Thank you, Harvey. You know who else is from Rochester, New York? Donnie's mentor.
Lanny.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Got to be Hale and Hardy to live up there, man. I feel like winters get bad.
But Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong. Lanny's not a baseball fan. He's a broadcasting fan. Lanny would rather call the Pony League World Series than watch the actual World Series.
That is correct.
Because he loves broadcasting.
He just is obsessed with broadcasting.
Yes.
Yeah. He'd rather sit in his backyard, and if 9 kids ran over and said, will you call our wiffle ball game, he'd rather do that than watch Paul Skenes pitch.
Yes.
I can respect that, though. I mean, we have, I'm trying to think of the right analogy, though. I'm not like a pro golfer or something. But I would like to do the thing that I love more than, talk about any of it, I guess. I don't know how to frame it that way.
You'd rather play Moon than watch the Masters?
Oh, definitely.
Wow.
100%. Any course.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. More of your thoughts on the Pirates here. The question we're asking, why do you still care? 412-928-9370, inspired by our guy Chuck in Uniontown. A Bucko Minute next. You know it's bad when a Steelers Super Bowl champion is taking shots at you. You'll hear that next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The next round in the Stanley Cup playoffs begins tonight. Florida and Carolina, game 1 at 8 o'clock. And then on the western side, Edmonton and Dallas tomorrow night, game 1 also at 8. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. And we've got huge news from Weather Seal, their Affordable Roofing Replacement Program, ARRP. Wait a minute. I've heard that before. Is going on right now. Take that old worn-out roof and get it replaced. Unlimited gutters, free gutters are coming your way. They're included. And how about this? No payments for 2 years. So no interest for 2 years is really good. No payments at all for 2 years is outstanding, and that's Weather Seal. The customers have spoken, and they say Weather Seal is as good as it gets. A 4.8 rating on Google, an A-plus accredited rating. Love the accredited rating with the BBB. That is short for Better Business Bureau, I believe. So get in touch today, 855-351-SEAL. That's 855-351-SEAL, or go to weathersealhomeservices.com. Don't delay, call today. It's Weather Seal.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia Kia K4 LXS, starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX, all-wheel drive, starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating into our Peters Township location. Right now, shop our store closing and consolidation sale at both locations. Save up to 70% on select fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Plus an extra 10% off sale prices on selected fine jewelry. Get details and extended hours at PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. It's a Tuesday. That means Dinger Tuesdays are back. It's really simple. This is for everybody on FanDuel. Make a bet on a player to hit a home run tonight, and if it happens, you're going to see your odds go up with profit boosts on home runs from America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel. Here in Pittsburgh, you can bet on hitters in the Reds-Pirates game tonight over at PNC Park. Cincinnati's actually had one of the better offenses in Major League Baseball. They're led by Ellie De La Cruz, and here in Pittsburgh, of course, we have O'Neill Cruz. So you can't go wrong with Cruz tonight on FanDuel. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get that profit boost. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
Here's a liner into right base hit. Well, that negates that as Stevenson will come in to score. RBI single for Friedel in front of family and friends. It is 6-1 Cincinnati here in the 9th inning.
Trying to figure out if Nick Friedel is from this area or that was Joe Block talking about how when you're down big late in a game, you're playing in a cavernous, empty Major League ballpark. And I meant to look up if Friedel was from around here. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I guess he technically was playing in front of family and friends. Good for him. Like, I guess there's even guys.
He went to high school, though, in California.
Does he go by Nick? I thought it was just TJ Friedel.
Oh, who's Nick Friedel?
You said Nick Friedel. I'm like, there's a TJ Friedel here. Am I missing one?
I feel like it's a kid that interned here.
There was Nick Farrell. Nick Farrell. We called him Sergio Garcia.
Yes, that's who I'm thinking of.
Nick Farrell. He's an award-winning West Virginia. Yeah, he's an award-winning TV sports personality down there. Yeah.
Okay.
Close. I'm glad we got to the bottom
not really
of that.
Close at all.
You were really messing with my brain, though.
No, I wasn't close.
Glad we figured that out.
Barely close. Not even.
He's okay. TJ. I almost said it again. TJ Friedel, though. How Sewickley and how Western PA is he? Went to high school in Pleasanton, California. Went to Nevada.
Something tells me he wasn't hurting for bucks.
Born in Sewickley.
Sewickley goes out to California.
Where's Pleasanton, California? Like, I have no idea where that is.
That's practically Calabasas.
Pleasanton?
Yeah.
I
That's
bet
where
you have
real cake eaters live.
I bet you have no actual idea where it is. It's inland. It's near Fremont, Pony.
Oh, yeah. I knew that.
Oh, yeah, sure. Right next to Calabasas. Just down the road.
Brett Kiesel went viral. He was at last night's game. He was in a suite, and he just took out his phone and made a video of the entire ballpark and all the empty seats and tweeted out one word with it: shame. It's been viewed hundreds of thousands of times on Twitter. It's gotten all kinds of reaction from Pirates fans who want to engage with the Steelers Super Bowl champion and just be like, well, come on, what do you expect? Why would there be a full ballpark on a Monday night to watch a team that's lost double the number of games that it's won? Is that a vacuum cleaner that I can hear through the walls?
Hear it through
That's
the walls.
the loudest vacuum cleaner I've ever heard in my life. Donnie, can you hear that?
Yeah, I think it's the Hoover 5000.
That thing,
I think
is it going out over the air?
It sounds like a small tornado going through
I can
the
hear
building.
it pretty clearly. I don't know if
We're in a well-soundproofed, acoustically secure room.
I'm trying to get a point out here, and it was very distracting.
I was waiting for how long you'd hold out. We also have like very good headphones on in a system that makes it hard to hear things on the outside for a reason. And that thing is cutting through clear as day.
Yep.
That's
the loudest vacuum
cleaner.
cleaner.
You know what it is? It's one of those shop vacs, like those ones that's industrial strength.
Why do they need to run it right now while radio shows are going on?
I kind of want to go out and investigate. Can you vamp for a second?
No, you got a whole break for that, Chris. Stay here.
It might be gone. Charlie Borges is the one cleaning it up, or is that T-Bird? What is happening out there?
Let's talk to Chris in Houston. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Pony and Muller. How are you guys?
We're good, bro.
For the show.
Thank you.
So, listen, we're all frustrated with this situation with the Pirates. We've been dealing with it forever, and we're frustrated because we feel helpless, right? Because of nutting.
I mean, helpless. Yeah, that's how you feel, helpless. I think that's one word a lot of people would use. I think just frustrated or apathetic is another couple of words.
Okay. So here's my thought. There is a solution to this problem, and you guys would actually play a role in helping to fix it. But I honestly don't know if you would be able to do it. Do you want to hear what it is?
Is this going to be one of those things where you want us to use this show every day to tell people not to go to games?
No, it's not the games.
Okay.
No, it's not the games because people aren't going to do that. They're still going to go to the games. We've already had callers in about how no matter what, I'm still going to support them. That's not what's going to change it.
Okay, what is?
Do you remember when Dan Schneider with the Redskins was forced to change the name to the Commanders? Do you remember that?
Yes, that happened in the last few years.
Yeah. So I'm sure people were calling on talk radio and complaining about it, but he didn't care about that. What he cared about is when the sponsors got involved. That's what actually made him change the name. It is a similar situation to here with the Pirates. If you guys, it's a two-step plan. People need to stop supporting the companies that are supporting the Pirates. And then as a secondary part to it, you guys would need to have someone that you know within the media circuits get a message to nutting to let them know, look, if you see a drop in revenue, this is the reason why. People are frustrated with the spending, and until you start spending more money, they're not going to be spending money on your sponsors.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
So that would be a business world boycott.
Yes. Have you ever boycotted a product in your life?
Oh, that is a great question. Probably not. I've probably said I was going to and then just said that whatever is too delicious or... I mean, I think that happened. I think it's hard to do that, man. If it's like an everyday product.
I don't know. You're a pretty scrupulous guy. I don't believe what you're saying right now. I think you've absolutely had preferences with companies because of their stance on things before.
I mean, there are companies whose stances on things that they've publicly stated I don't agree with, and I still consume their product, whatever it might be. I mean...
So you're just...
We all wear Nikes, don't we?
Yeah. But I mean, what are the shoe manufacturers we could go with that don't use
I mean, I'm
types of factories.
wearing Allbirds right now. I don't know. They seem like a pretty reputable outfit.
How about those Hoka shoes that everyone seems to be wearing now? Hoka, yeah.
Hoka, hey.
What's the background with those?
Oh, those should be like classified as orthopedics. They got so much padding.
Oh, so it's like for people with
no, it's like
plantar fasciitis and things like that.
No, it's just a style in running shoes now, where like the new trend has actually been to be bulkier and like ultra padded and soft.
And that's not a subdivision of Nike or Adidas or anything like that?
They're their own company.
So they've broken into the very competitive tennis shoe market.
Like the ultra popular like running shoe market is Nike's whatever. Their shoes are crap for that. Like your Brooks, your Sauconys, your Hokas.
Oh, my grandmother's been wearing Sauconys for about 60 years.
Now they got those On Running brand shoes that everyone wears. Like that's the official shoe of I just came off the golf course and I'm at the club.
Okay.
Like, I think multiple people in this building wear On Running shoes.
Never heard of them until this very second. Have you done?
I'm willing to bet.
On Running
I'm a Brooks guy.
No. They're called like On. Their like logo has like the little squarish kind of thing with two prongs coming out. Guarantee if I walk around this building, somebody's going to be wearing them.
On Running shoes.
Yeah.
Never heard of them.
Yeah. Well, they're more of a I feel like they're more of a lifestyle shoe.
Ah, yes. It's a status symbol.
Yeah, absolutely is a status symbol. Certain Nikes were big status symbols. Jordans were the ultimate status symbol back in the day.
Mason Rudolph did a tell-all interview with Chris Mack and Mark Caballi. How he feels about coming back to Pittsburgh, what he said about his role with the team this year. We'll dive into that next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. First, a message from Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell you right now about I want to spin you a little situation that many of you actually out there, especially since the weather has turned, might be starting to consider and be confronted with. You want to redo a kitchen. You want to add a bunch of value to your home, so you're redoing the kitchen. You want to finally get the dream kitchen, the powder room, maybe the man cave that's going to have kind of a wet bar or even a dry bar, whatever it might be, a second kitchen in the basement. You need cabinets for that, right? Problem. Average wait time for cabinets right now, 8 to 12 weeks. No good. Not acceptable. You don't have to accept it, though. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet, they are family-owned. And instead of 8 to 12 weeks wait time on average for cabinets, they have cabinets, yes, available for delivery in as little as 3 days. Chris, how's that possible? How does Choice Cabinet do this? Well, they've got over 65,000 cabinets, all wood, in stock, 10 different paints and stains. They'll even deliver to your house, your apartment, on their trucks to ensure there's no damage. Folks, if you need cabinets, whatever the job might be, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
Do you call in and try to prove you know more than us?
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Built for freedom and the road ahead. It's not just a vehicle, it's your vehicle from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. During our Red, White, and Built for You sales event, take advantage of exceptional offers on every Toyota in stock, including new Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, hybrids, and more. Plus, Panda wants you to have peace of mind, so you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, too. Visit us today or shop online at SpitzerToyota.com.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. After some exciting acquisitions in the baseball offseason, New York shares the spoils of their side of the standings with the powerhouse of Los Angeles. However, the two teams will face off in a 3-game series when Los Angeles travels to Queens to take on a team who is set on cementing their place atop the league. Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. PA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7. Range for miles.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Picture mom. She's not just mom. She's that mom. Her playlists are way better than yours. And so's her 5K time. Mom didn't just raise you, she raised the bar, okay? So give her a bottle that matches her legacy, like Luke Belaire Rare Rosé or Rombauer Chardonnay Carneros. Both $5 off this month at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Because Mom's not average, and her wine shouldn't be either. Shop more wines in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end June 1st, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for The Power of Bowser. Spring adventure starts at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.9% APR on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years. 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends May 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Go to BowserHyundai.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, you want to give your bathroom a fresh, luxurious upgrade? My friends Nick and Larry at Boulevard Glass and Metal, they design custom glass shower doors that bring elegance and style to any bathroom. Sleek, frameless designs to custom finishes, they do all of it. Enjoy shower doors that fit your style and space perfectly. Durable, easy to clean, and built to last. Your dream bathroom, it starts here. Visit BoulevardGlassandMetal.com for that free consultation. A stunning shower is just a call away.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates Reds tonight at PNC Park. Bucks look to end a 4-game losing streak. 6:40 first pitch leadoff show comes your way at 5:45. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
I think it was just good for perspective to obviously we had a tough season, but just to be with a different staff, just new experiences, new faces, and new teachers, new way of installing offense and new concepts. But I think it makes me appreciate Pittsburgh and the way that we do things here and the way that the front office operates and the ownership. I mean, just top down. That's sometimes you got to getting an outside fresh perspective makes you appreciate what we have in Pittsburgh here so much more.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. Good afternoon. Hour 2 of the PM Team about to get underway. Chris Muller here, Donnie Football. You at 412-928-9370. Pirates and Reds tonight at PNC Park. Game time temp 63 degrees, cloudy skies. That's your fan weather, brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. Mason Rudolph with Cavalli and Mack. I give them credit. They've launched this independent podcast, and Mark is going into his Rolodex, and he's getting his Steelers guys to come on. He also got Jeremy Piffin to go on their podcast, which I still really don't get.
Good old Dean Pritchard. Cheese.
And, yeah. Is that another one of the roles in movies that he's apparently very
you don't think Dean Pritchard
sensitive about talking about? Because he told us that he's weird
right.
about that stuff.
Yeah. His first role, right? What was his first role or whatever? That was like
in a football movie that I never saw.
Mark brought up literally a movie no one ever associated with Jeremy Piven. Wasn't that it? And he got really touchy about it.
Piven went to the hospital for mercury poisoning.
He was eating too much sushi.
Did you know that, Donnie?
Did not know
yeah,
that.
Was eating salmon every day of his life.
If you were to eat salmon rolls just every single day, your ass would be in the hospital.
So we've got another Mason Rudolph clip to get to in a second, but I do want to point out in that first one, he's talking about how the grass wasn't greener in Tennessee. He thought he had a chance to play there, so he went. He was right. Will Levis sucked, but unfortunately the whole team sucked, and so he couldn't really make anything of that chance. And now back in Pittsburgh, where he's familiar and comfortable, and the guys in the locker room generally like him, he praised the owner, Rooney, and the front office. He did not mention Tomlin. I don't think that that's a coincidence. I still don't think Mason has a very high opinion of Mike. I think he's back here because he does hear good things about Arthur Smith, and he recognizes that there's going to be a chance to play potentially with a 41-year-old quarterback who didn't last 5 plays 2 years ago with the Jets. And what are the odds he lasts 17 games? Probably not very high that he's going to make it through the entire season unscathed. And I think that swung the pendulum back towards him signing with the Steelers. I also don't think there was a crazy, robust Mason Rudolph market.
I do think that part has to be mentioned here.
And that's why he gives the owner and the general manager credit. I think the owner had a lot to do with him coming back here. I told you that story. I told you that I'd heard. I gave you the tea on why I thought he was going to resign here. And Art Rooney, I think, had a lot to do with that. Art talked about how if they were going to have a starting quarterback that was a pocket quarterback, he wanted a backup that was more like a pocket quarterback. And I know Art feels like Mason did kind of get a raw deal here and wasn't exactly set up for success.
Who do you think is more leery or unhappy about having to be around the other? Tomlin around Mason or Mason around Tomlin?
Mason around Tomlin.
I don't think Mike's no big fan of his. What doesn't compute to me is Mike is pursuing, not to get into the who's better. Aaron Rodgers is better than Mason Rudolph, in my opinion. As much as I don't think
Caballi said he wasn't convinced of that on Friday.
Caballi's been the biggest Mason stan since the beginning.
Caballi said unequivocally, Donnie, that Mason's better than Fields. How about that?
Well, we know he's not a Fields guy.
I could actually make that argument, though. Mason's best games looked even better than Fields' did. I mean, I can make that argument. The last 3 games of the year. Anyway.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Mason, it's not a very long list of games where he's looked good. It's pretty much 2.
Last year's another set of data points, though, that he's not really very good and that he caught lightning in a bottle. I will say, though, when you consider Tomlin's obsession typically with mobility and the fact that that was one of the big things that seemingly Mason didn't have that made him not one of Tomlin's guys, it just continues to be amusing to me that Mike is pursuing Aaron Rodgers, who is no longer mobile Aaron Rodgers, or he would be very sought after Aaron Rodgers. That is a part of his game that is no longer really there. And when it was there, it was what made him so lethal because he could make throws on the run that people couldn't make standing still and stepping in.
Rudolph was asked about Aaron Rodgers by Caballi, and here's what Rudolph said about his status, his spot on the depth chart for 2025.
I've always viewed training camp as competition is so normal that I'm so used to it now. Every team's adding quarterbacks every year. It's just a normal operation. Whoever they bring in, I learned a long time ago who it is, and then the financial compensation will really tell you what's going to go down as far as the depth charts. I get that, and all I really can do is cliche and annoying as it sounds, is just keep having a great spring and enjoying working with the receivers, learning the offense, making the most of every rep I can get. That's what I did in 2023. That's what I've done my whole career. And you get opportunities, and then you just got to be ready to capitalize when they come. And
so I don't know how much he went into this in how in depth he went on it, but just from what I gleaned, the snippets of this podcast I heard, I think Rudolph is another one of these Rodgers acolytes. I think he puts him on a pedestal because of his resume. And so I think the situation's very different from when he was here with Kenny and Mitch. Rudolph, I believe, I don't know this for a fact, but I would bet every dollar to my name he thought all along he was better than both of those guys and thought it was a slap in his face that he wasn't even given a chance to really beat them both out. Ultimately, he proved I think he was better than both. I think in this situation, he sounds like he's more than okay being Rodgers' backup. We played that batch clip yesterday where Charlie, I thought, strongly implied that if Rodgers signed late enough, Rudolph could actually beat him out for the starting job.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mason even knows that that's silly. That he's clearly the number 2 quarterback here, and it's not something that is going to grate at him and eat at him the way that his previous experiences here in Pittsburgh.
Well, if he's going into it thinking Rodgers has a good chance to get dinged up, then he thinks he's going to get maybe 5 or 6 games even potentially to show what he can do to another team, and he's playing the long game. I mean, I think implicit in him saying, like, hey, you see where a guy's paycheck is or what he's making or wherever, and that informs you of how things are probably going to go, that's a callback to the Kenny and Mitch stuff. Mitch was getting paid more. Kenny was a first-round pick. I think that references that as much as it references anything with Rodgers or with what Mason himself is being paid.
Do you think that I think that also would mean he thinks that he's not really going to be challenged by Howard?
That was the
right?
other thing.
I
think
Howard's a
he's
six-round pick. I'm a $4 million quarterback
I think
who's
he knows
taking
he's
this
number
team
two.
to the playoffs.
I think he knows he's number 2.
I'm
and
entrenched
I think
there.
Will Howard. I also think Will Howard still has a lot of proving to do. I know they picked him, and Tomlin, sang poetic nothings and said sweet nothings about how much the guy showed in the college football playoff. I think Will Howard has to very much prove that he belongs on this roster, even as a quarterback. And I feel like they're treated differently no matter what round you pick him in.
I have said some pretty I've said some things about Will Howard as far as what I think he could potentially be, and I have unbelievably high expectations for him as far as 6th-round quarterbacks go. But I will admit this, there probably is a scenario out there where he gets cut and never makes the team. Skylar Thompson has started in a playoff game for the Dolphins. He's not any great stakes or anything like that. Like, he's a run-of-the-mill backup quarterback. But if he's better than Howard in training camp in the preseason, he's not an old quarterback.
I was just going to say,
they were with each other at K-State at the same time, I think.
He's about to be 28 years old, Thompson, in 2 weeks.
So I'm just saying, it's a 6th-round pick. We've seen the Steelers cut 6th-round picks before, put him on the practice squad. The kid from Iowa went on the practice squad last year. Or maybe he went on the IR, whatever they did with him.
They cut Oladokin as a 7th-round pick. They cut him loose before he practically put his cleats on.
So I know, like, I have sky-high expectations for Howard relative to other 6th-round quarterbacks, but...
And why do you have them again? Just a point of order here. What is it about him for people that didn't catch why you feel this way? Like in a previous show?
So good at the end of the year. Won big games with both his arm and his legs. Very good athlete, underrated athlete. Kind of cut from the Daniel Jones cloth in that respect where he is a white guy, so you don't really think of him as a runner. And he had, like, I think 4 touchdown runs of over 65 yards when he was in college. He was a running quarterback when he was at K-State.
Was he more of a power runner, though, than Jones, who was more of a pure speed guy, even though he fell in the open field once very famously?
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, Jones ran...
I'd say he's more Cam Newton than he is Lamar Jackson, if that's
Jones,
what you're asking.
Yeah, that is what I'm asking, because Jones, like, would run away from NFL defensive backs.
I know they're college players, but still, it's high-end Division I football. You run away from Big 12, Big 10 defenses for more than half the field for a touchdown. You can run. You're not a slowpoke.
I will say he did not.
You're not Jared Lorenzen.
He was used as a runner at Ohio State, and I think in a different way. Do they take away from his? How do they score weigh stats with sacks and rushing yards?
Stats take away from rushing yards in college. They don't in the NFL.
Okay, because he only had 226 rushing yards at Ohio State. He had 7 touchdowns, but his average dipped all the way to 2.2.
That's because the sacks.
So his sack total, what would it have been?
I don't know.
It had to have been a lot because that skews it badly, I would think. Anyway.
Well, Rudolph is the people's champ, and I think there are so many fans out there, me included, that want to see him play this year. But I don't think this is just a front. I think he legitimately is content and copacetic with being the backup quarterback here and biding his time until Rodgers looks like he's in his 40s and has some kind of muscle issue or soft tissue issue or worse than that.
I mean, he's making $7.5 million over the 2 years if he sticks for both of them, and he's making 3 of it this year. Pretty easy to be a pretty happy camper in that case, I think.
An update on Aaron Rodgers, but I can't tell if it's AI or not.
Ugh.
So you guys will have to be the judge of that. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line, a person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Reds 7, Pirates 1 last night at PNC Park. Mitch Keller, he was good. 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned, 5 strikeouts, and 1 walk. David Bednar, Colin Holderman combined for 5 earned runs late in the game. Reds and Buccos again tonight, 6:40. First pitch, Bailey Falter will be the man throwing it. Pre-game coverage at 5:45, all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you, Don. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Well, home runs have been few and far between for the Pirates lately, but let's see tonight if they can turn it around. On FanDuel for Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. So go to FanDuel.com/Andrew and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Let's look right now to see who has the best odds in tonight's game between the Pirates and Reds. Didn't have O'Neill Cruz in last night's lineup because there was a lefty on the mound. He's also mired in a slump ever since he's come back from his back injury. Let's see. I highly doubt, as this loads up for me, that Tommy Pham is going to have the best odds, but I've been surprised and shocked before by things. Could it be Ellie De La Cruz with the best odds to hit a home run? No, it is O'Neill Cruz, plus 470. A guy the Pirates should have signed. Austin Hayes is next at plus 520. So get on FanDuel right now and put in that bet. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as now eligible profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It certainly seems inevitable that NFL players will play flag football in the 2028 LA Olympics. I understand the business reasons for this, and you may be pumped for Travis Hunter crushing the competition. But I feel pretty bad for the actual full-time U.S. flag football players, some or most of whom will miss out on the world's biggest stage because of this. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Built for freedom and the road ahead. It's not just a vehicle, it's your vehicle from Spitzer Acura during our Red, White, and Built for You sales event. Take advantage of exceptional offers on the luxurious and tech-forward first-ever Acura ADX crossover, the all-electric premium Acura ZDX, and the modern Acura RDX. Sophistication, innovation, performance, all built for you. Plus, receive an exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty and complimentary service loaner only from Spitzer Acura. Visit us today or shop online at spitzeracura.com. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and home improvement season is upon us, and Universal Windows Direct wants to help you with their home improvement season sale. Right now, get an incredible 50%, yes, that's half off your windows, plus no interest and no payments for 12 months, and a free entry door with your window purchase. Now is the time to schedule your free in-home estimate. Give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Protect your home and your package deliveries with Guardian Protection. Right now, get a free Video Doorbell Pro when you purchase an Essentials security package. With HD video, two-way audio, and smart package detection, you'll always know when a delivery arrives and if it disappears. Stay connected and in control anywhere. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Lowe's knows that summer starts with Memorial Day deals. Right now, select paint, primer, and stains, or buy one, get one 50% off via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets for just $15. Shop these Memorial Day deals before they're gone. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/28. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Annuals offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
The Wild Things return to EQT Park for a weekend series May 23rd through the 25th with a fireworks Friday, a vintage bobblehead giveaway Saturday presented by Cohen Markets, and Nickelodeon Night presented by RHS Safety on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Cruz cleaning up an accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard, which is backing up both sides of State Route 51. Rush hour traffic starting to pick up on the Parkway West inbound and on the Parkway East on both sides. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Memorial Day is this weekend. Have you tried on those shorts from last year? Scary thought if you didn't make any changes. Make a change now and see every future holiday every day as the best day without medications. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I worked with RG3. He would make all of these sort of corny jokes about milk and how much he loved it and how important it was. And he always points out on social media the color of his wife's skin.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Ryan Clark is in a Twitter feud with RG3 because of what Ryan said there on the pivot. It all started when RG3 commented on the Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark hard foul from Sunday's game. And RG3 said it's clear that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark, that it's gone beyond just rough and rowdy basketball.
Okay.
And then Ryan came at him and said, you know, you're basically picking that side because you've only married white women, and then I didn't know about this whole, like, I like to drink milk thing was code for that's the type of woman I'm into, I guess. And then RG3 fired back in a long video post and said, pretty much keep my wife's name out of your mouth. You've made it personal. We were debating sports, and now you've made it about me and my wife. And then Ryan Clark said, you're a phony, bro. One of the worst teammates I ever had on both the field and in TV. I urge people to let you be you on Monday Night Football. No matter how corny, how bad a teammate you were, I had your back. What did you do? Invite someone on your show you know I don't fool with to ask questions about me and then hit me weeks later to tell me you're going to challenge one of my takes.
That's Ryan saying that?
Yeah. What could RG3 have done as a sportscaster on Monday Night Football pre-games with Ryan that made him call him one of the worst teammates of all time?
I have no idea.
Show up habitually late?
No, I have no clue.
Like, Donnie, bad teammates in football are, dudes that don't put the work in. They don't play well. They call out other guys. What the hell could RG3 have done?
I don't know.
I
Man,
want to text Ryan and ask him, but I feel like he won't tell me.
Feels like that's a raw nerve right now. Also,
Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark, you think?
No, just now everything else. Also, if they do actually dislike each other, why is that bad? Like in terms of for the sport, like if there's genuine animosity there, isn't that good for the sport?
I think so.
Did Bird and Magic? I mean, I guess they were more frenemies, right? There was respect. I think there's still respect there at some level. You can dislike somebody, but respect that they're really good.
You're a phony, bro. Maybe he means RG3 would treat you one way to your face, and then he would go behind Ryan's back or other people's backs at ESPN and try to undermine them or get them in trouble or get them fired or something.
Isn't Ryan's point here, or isn't his side of it more believable on that front because RG3 got let go by ESPN?
I think he just got picked up by Fox, though.
I know, but isn't Ryan's point that maybe you're a phony if they didn't think RG3 was good enough to put up with those shenanigans and they were actually happening? That makes me believe
Stephen A's gone at RG3 for the same stuff.
Well, all right, now it's two's a crowd here, I think. And I think Ryan, especially as he's gotten further and further into his career, has become more of a straight shooter on that type of stuff, even more so. He feels like there's no reason to hold back. Stephen A. can say anything he wants about anyone at that network. He is the most powerful person at that network, front-facing. And
you
probably
think?
Yes. The guy's talking about running for president, and people take it seriously because of how much stroke he's got. So if Stephen A. Smith is saying this guy's a phony, I'm inclined to think Stephen A. is probably true. Stephen A. and McAfee are a very similar level.
So I wanted to bring up in this segment this video that your boy Dove Kleiman sent out of Aaron Rodgers.
Not a real person.
Donnie, have you seen it?
No, I have Dove muted.
So 18 hours ago, he sent out a video, but I thought it was AI originally, of
You're making me look
of
at
Aaron Rodgers at a concert in a T-shirt and shorts with a giant squirt gun, squirting it around backstage, and people have zoomed in on it, and it looks like he's got a ring on again, and they think it's a wedding ring. I have no idea who the band is. I have no idea where this was taken from. That was 21 hours ago. My bad.
Was the caption just inspirational?
No, it's trending in caps, lock, and bold. Trending. Free agent QB Aaron Rodgers was spotted partying at a concert, spraying a water gun at the crowd. It seems like Rodgers is enjoying, and then in air quotes, retirement with the thinking man's emoji. But I don't know what's real and what's fake with videos anymore. I saw a video of Austin Matthews talking about the Leafs losing Game 7, and he was saying all kinds of horrible things about the way he played.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent it to somebody, and they're like, yeah, that's clearly fake. So my internet literacy when it comes to these videos
terrible
right now, not very good, yeah.
Dove Kleiman's account is just very profoundly annoying. He's posting stuff like Jason Whitlock has weighed in on the RG3 Ryan Clark debate. Did you see that tweet?
I did not.
Would you like to know?
Sure.
It's a picture of RG3 and his wife is very attractive. Jason Whitlock, say what you want about RG3, but that ain't 2% milk. That's whole milk, the expensive stuff.
Well, I mean, we have seen a Whitlock video before. We know the guy can use some pretty funny descriptors.
God, Whitlock
peanut butter
is skin. Ultimate clown.
And what was it? Big cans.
Didn't he also have a very unflattering search term? He took one of those screenshots of his browser, and in one of the tabs,
it was one of those things with
targeted ads.
Targeted ads, yeah.
He's like, I don't know why I'm getting targeted ads, and it was for I think
a sex toy.
Yeah, it was not.
So I mean,
not great.
You guys were able to pull it up. Does that look like Aaron Rodgers to you?
In this video? Squirt gun picture?
Yeah.
The picture or the video?
It's the video. There's a video below it. So the picture, he posted a picture.
Yeah, that.
But then if you go below it, there's a 25-second video.
No, I see the video.
And you're convinced it's him? It seems like a younger person's concert. That's what throws me off.
I think it's real. I don't know why. This would be a weird thing to fake.
What do you mean? People fake stuff like this all the time, especially like if the root of it is to like make a point that, hey, Rodgers really doesn't care about football anymore. He's out there having the time of his life. Football's the furthest thing from his mind.
What's the guy's name? Just Mike?
That's the rapper?
Just Mike concert.
I don't
Hey,
know.
how are you? My name is Mike, but my friends call me
No idea who that is.
Neither do I. Nick Faribault follows Just Mike. I bet Nick Faribault follows Just Mike because of this Aaron Rodgers video.
I think you're probably right.
He's like, oh,
No, isn't that Mike Stud?
Dude, I don't know.
Donnie.
Big John Stud?
Yeah.
That's the only stud we acknowledge in this house. Big John
I'm freely
Stud, comma,
admitting
Big
that
John.
my pop culture skills have eroded incredibly, like in the last 5 years or since I've had kids. I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah, I'm completely clueless. So if this is the oldest we've sounded on this show, so be it. But I have no idea who Just Mike is.
It does annoy me that Rodgers is out having fun when he's allegedly dealing with like
a personal
issues that are delaying him signing with the Steelers.
Well, it makes me think that the personal issues, A, if they actually exist, cannot be that bad, and B, are more a cover than anything to just he doesn't want to sign yet. He doesn't want to do anything officially. It really does make that seem like it's just, I just don't feel like being their official capacity yet. Now, if I say that, though, and it gets back to him and he does sign and there were personal issues, I'm blacklisted.
I don't know. What kind of 41-year-old is like at a rap concert with a squirt gun spraying fans and stuff? That's pretty lame
so when I
behavior.
was in my mid-30s maybe closer to late 30s, I went to a Paramore concert. Is that too? I wasn't squirting a squirt gun. I was just watching the music. Is that acceptable? Paramore, like, big fan of the singer. I think she's awesome.
I don't think that that's like a 25 and
the
under
squirting
crowd.
the squirt gun thing does seem weird. Like, what was next? He was going to, like, toss
Throw water
bubbles in?
balloons
Yeah,
at
I was
them?
going to say, like, they were going to get a bubble machine going. What are we doing here?
All right, we've got a Bucko Auction House next. Greg Brown's going to join us at 4. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NBA Conference Finals begin tonight. Minnesota and OKC in the West. That game tips at 8:30 tomorrow night. Indiana, New York, the Pacers, and the Knicks at 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Let's talk about Mitsubishi, because when you want the most affordable all-wheel drive SUV in the industry, you're turning to Mitsubishi. The place to go to get one is Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Best selection, and right now the best deals during the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale. Get some red, white, and new, as in new SUV in your driveway, like the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for the road trips that you're already planning for this summer. Now $6,000 off, or you can finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,500 off, or 3.99% financing for 60 months. Brand new Mirages. Yes, brand new vehicle here. Okay? A brand new Mitsubishi Mirage as low as only $16,000. You're also getting that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. 3 years of prepaid maintenance as well, plus $500 more for your trade no matter its condition. Get ready for summer at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and go get your deal your way. What a great day. It's all happening. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Sam Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Trotter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, MHI Roofing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Firehouse Subs, your home for hot, hearty, toasted subs. For a limited time, Firehouse Subs is bringing their iconic hook and ladder sub to the next level, featuring 2 Hot Ones sauces. Zesty garlic hook and ladder. This sub packs the flavor with Hot Ones garlic Fresno hot sauce, and the spicy dill hook and ladder featuring the Last Dab pickle, a dill pickle plank marinated in Hot Ones. The Last Dab Reaper hot sauce. Hosting an event from box lunches to platters, Firehouse Catering can handle any size event. Download the Firehouse app and skip the line or get it delivered.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. I'm excited to share some great news from West Shore Home. You know, it's home improvement season, and West Shore has some big savings for Pittsburgh homeowners. Get $3,000 off all shower bath projects. Also, if you get a full bath remodel, you'll get a second shower free. There's no obligation. To get your quote good for a year, go to westshorehome.com/fan. and you'll save an additional $500. That's westshorehome.com/fan to save an additional $500 this week. See website for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet3.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Casti Village store is closing, and we're consolidating into our Peters Township location. Right now, shop our store closing and consolidation sale at both locations. Save up to 70% on select fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Plus an extra 10% off sale prices on selected fine jewelry. Get details and extended hours at PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
The second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Federal Credit Union will take place June 5th and 6th at Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. We're looking for 25 fire departments that'll benefit from this year's fundraising. Register your fire department now at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Cintas, True Green, Don's Appliances, and Hampton Beer Outlet. And you can get Fan 5-Alarm t-shirts. They're up now at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Get your commemorative shirt. A portion of the proceeds benefit local volunteer fire departments.
Pony, I will say some people have texted me and said, love the 5-Alarm shirt. Pony modeled it. He needs a bigger size. His arm's too big, bulging out of the shirt. His biceps are stretching the fabric so much. His pecs also just widening the shirt. It will be unusable after he's done with it.
Let's do the Bucko Auction House. We've got 3 items up for bid today. Number 1.
Man, the auction house, by the way, people here at Bucko Auction House Industries, it's getting grim. Very grim.
Up for grabs first. The length of the Pirates' 4 runs or fewer scored streak. It's at 24 right now. Starting bid, fewer than 50 games is where it'll begin.
Okay.
Fewer than 50 is where I'll start.
I'll take fewer than 49.
48.
47.
46.
45.
44.
43.
42.
41.
40.
39.
38.
37.
36.
35.
34.
33.
32.
31.
30. Oh, God.
Fewer than 30 games to
now
Malsey.
This becomes absolutely sickening because it could happen any random night.
Going once.
Oh, no.
Fewer than 30 games to Malsey going twice. Fewer than 30 games sold to Malsey.
So wait, I just need them to do it in the next couple.
They're at 24.
So I got time here.
Oh, yeah. They look like they're just ready to bust out at any moment's notice, Chris.
You thought last night could do it. As soon as they scored that one run, we had just sat down for dinner. I actually missed the run being scored, fixing my plate. I said, well, that's.
What were you guys having?
We had just a chicken broccoli cheese casserole.
Chicken broccoli
Just like a
cheese
chicken broccoli cheese casserole, like a very complicated dish that I'm sure Sarah made a delicious
So
batch
chicken,
of.
broccoli, and cheese all went into the oven.
And rice.
And so it's all on like one of those Pyrex things?
Kind of, yeah, just like a square.
Man, I've not had a casserole in years.
You know, it's a big upset in Mueller family.
Casseroles were huge in the 90s. I feel like they've gone by the wayside.
It's a Midwest thing. Like, they call them hot dishes, a tater tot hot dish, like that in that exact tone.
What?
Go up to, Minnesota. I swear to God, if there's somebody from Minnesota listening, they know exactly what I'm talking about when I say a tater tot hot dish.
In that voice.
Yeah. Well, it's because, it's Wisconsin. It's like Fargo voice. Anyway, Donnie, big development in the Mueller house on the culinary front. Lennox, somewhat picky eater, I would say, for his age, loves shrimp. Just can't get enough of us grilling shrimp and him just going to town, man. He'll eat 2 or 3 skewers, 4 shrimp each.
We went to a hibachi on Saturday with Stella, and that's what she went with. She picked shrimp. Yeah. Over chicken and steak.
Is it a texture thing for kids? Because the texture of shrimp is kind of weird.
She was all about it.
Thing. Yeah, I was pleasantly stunned. I'm also now just regretting horribly that I got fewer than 30 because this could keep going.
Yeah, what I was going to say, I'm fixing my plate. They score. Sarah goes, oh, they scored a run. I said, well, that's going to be the only one they get all night. I just missed it. Sure enough.
Do you know how hard it is, though, to keep this going this much longer? As I say that out loud.
Challenge accepted, baby.
As I say that out loud, the back of my brain goes, do you know how bad their offense sucks?
Okay, so it was 30.
So, yeah, if they get it done on 30, I push. If it takes them 31, I lose. 29, I win. You know what's going to – I brought this up 5 times on the air already in the last couple days. Bloxing against the Mets, they brought the lumber tonight after the second 2-run homer, and then they don't score another run, and they have the streak continue, is going to end up being like a seminal moment in this whole thing.
Up for auction next. Tommy Pham's last day on the Pirates roster. Opening bid before September 30th. Going once.
29th.
Before September 15th.
I'll say before September 1st.
Before August 24th.
Before August 10th.
Before August 3rd.
Before August 2nd.
What day is the trade deadline?
I'm not telling you. Before August 2nd, going once.
No.
Before August 2nd, going twice.
Before August 1st.
Before August 1st, to Malsey. Tommy Pham, final day on the Pirates roster before August 1st, to Malsey, going once. Going twice.
Before July 31st.
Oh, you son of a...
I'll go July 30th.
Oh, he was going to let me have it. Or was he?
July 29.
28.
So wait, Pony was all geared up to rug pull here, like it was Bitcoin. It was fart coin. he's gonna rug pull that fart.
What am
coin.
I at? Before July 29th, right?
Yeah.
Going once?
No, you said 28.
Before July 28th. Going once. Going twice.
Before July 27th.
Tommy Pham's final day on the Pirates roster, Bucko Auction House. I'll go 27.
No, you got to go 26.
26.
Oh, Donnie, we gotta play the game here. Get that Triple H music out. It's time to play the game with this
Tommy
guy.
Pham's final day on
Before
the Pirates.
The 25th.
Yep. 24.
Mm-hmm. Now we've sussed it out here. Now the game is afoot. 23rd.
22nd.
Mm-hmm. 21st.
20th.
19th.
18th.
17.
16.
15.
14.
13.
12.
11.
10.
9.
8.
7.
Before July 7th, Tommy Pham's final day on the Pirates roster, to Mulsey, going once. Going twice. Sold, you bought him.
That was a game of chicken, Donnie, and I'll live with it if I lose it. Okay, so he's got to be done on July 6th for me to win.
You better hope he doesn't have a mini hot streak. He hits one home run that might buy him another month.
Mini hot streak? What's he hitting right now?
176, I think.
Well, he's over the Davis line at least.
All right. Last one. Number of Pirates wins in 2025.
Oh, jeez. I've got a lot of exposure here suddenly in the last couple, games here. I'm getting a little uneasy.
Over 40 wins is where the bidding will start.
25 wins.
Yep. I'll go 41.
42. Man,
43.
I already don't feel great.
44.
45.
46.
50.
55.
Oh, boy. Oh, God.
56.
57. Over 57 wins.
That's 57 and 105. They are just for...
Which is what they did in 2010.
Yep.
They're 15 and 33 right now. That means they would have to go...
Over 57 wins to me.
Can they win 42?
Going once?
58.
Going twice?
58. Over 58.
I thought you were doing the math on how many wins.
No.
Okay, 58 to Mulsey. 59. Over 59 wins to me. Going once. Going twice. Sold, you bought him.
I can't, Donnie. I'm too exposed on this one. I couldn't clean sweep this. I had to have him put his neck out.
Donnie didn't feel comfortable on any of those.
I'm already
Over
out.
59 wins.
Because we did the wins before the season. I put him at 73.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to make I wasn't going to make another mistake on their win total. I'll just take the 0 and hope whoever takes it gets it wrong.
Man, I don't feel good about any of them. The one I think I might win of the two I picked today is the streak one, but even as I say that out loud, it's like there's no end in sight.
Man, is it going to be wild if it gets to 27 or 28?
I have faith in one guy in that lineup maybe coming through, my boy Canario. He's hitting ground rule doubles. We get a little topspin. Canario might do it himself in one game. Big 5 RBI, 2 home run game. I got faith in him.
All right, that was another trip inside the Bucko auction house. Check out the first episode of Breaking Bread, presented by Saloni's Italian Bread. Hannah Mears, speaking of the Pirates, sits down for lunch with Mulsey. And the two talk about Hannah's career, life on the road, and more. Breaking Bread on the 93.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Check it out. Plus, find out who Hannah thinks is the funniest athlete she's ever been around. That's available only on Saloni's Instagram page. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Greg Brown joins us as the PM team. Mulsey?
It is me. Thank you, Pony. I want to tell you right now, man, I hate waiting for things. I'm not a big fan of having to sit there. You, dream up that you want to get something done around the house, and then for whatever reason, out of your control, you've got to wait. And so it is right now if you're trying to do anything involving cabinets. The average wait time at the moment for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. That's 2 to 3 months. To put that in perspective, let's say it's the high end right now. You're trying to get a kitchen redone. Average wait time for cabinets, 8 to 12 weeks. You're not going to have those cabinets till late August. Think about that. No good. Don't want to have to wait. No one should have to. Guess what? You don't have to. You just need to try Choice Cabinet. A lot of people around here already have, so they already know. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets, all wood, with 10 different paints and stains. Choice Cabinet, they are family owned. They care about their customers. That's why they are going to deliver. Their trucks can deliver inside your house or apartment, ensuring there's no damage. And again, delivery available in as little as 3 days. It's a simple message here. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, increasing clouds with temperatures in the mid-60s. Overnight rain showers with temperatures in the low to mid-50s. Rain continues on Wednesday with some rumbles of thunder, highs in the mid to upper 60s. And rain continues Wednesday night with temperatures in the low 50s. Meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK for Solar Weather Center.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, good boy.
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It might not be popular, but I like the Thunder tonight. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Yes, I'm aware Oklahoma City just played Sunday, and they took care of business. They opened -7 tonight at home against Minnesota. That market out to 7.5 at some books in Vegas. I think the Thunder are just a cut above. Let's lay the points. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. And please, gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
Coming up tonight, Game 1 of the Western Conference Final in pro basketball. Oklahoma City, a 6.5-point home favorite against Minnesota. Total in the game, 217.5, and that total's been rising. And Minnesota, the underdog, has been getting bet. And I agree with the move towards Minnesota. I think this is going to be a close game tonight. Minnesota, a big-time rest advantage. Minnesota can be physical with Oklahoma City. I do disagree with the move on the total, lean towards the under, but my preferred play is Minnesota plus the points, Minnesota plus 6.5 tonight in Game 1 in OKC.
That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
That's the power of bouncing.
Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 25 Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for only $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends May 31st. Take a test drive today. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Adventure is calling, and your Jeep is waiting. It's Employee Pricing Plus this month. South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Drive home a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo for $249 a month for 24 months. Hurry in today. See dealer for details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews still on the scene at Sawmill Run Boulevard, backing up Route 51, so avoid the area if possible. Backed up on the Parkway East inbound, merging with traffic from 279 into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With Tripoli Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates look to end their 4-game slide tonight against the Reds. Bailey Falter on the mound. 6:40 first pitch. Dan Zangrilli has the leadoff show at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Pirates and Reds tonight. Greg Brown going to join us in a few minutes. Game time temp for this evening's game, 63 degrees and cloudy skies. That's your fan weather. Brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. Breaking news from The Athletic. Their Patriots reporter, who's also an adjunct professor at Northeastern, so he is a Big J journalist, reporting that Jordan Hudson, the girlfriend of Bill Belichick, is telling people close to her that the two are engaged.
Get the F out.
No, I'm not kidding.
Come on.
I swear to God. Donnie, back me up on this.
I saw that earlier. That's actually what I was going to go with in the debrief. I have something else as a backup, but yes, I did see that.
Yeah.
Man,
Bill Belichick getting ready to tie the knot for the second time. He should have gone with the woman that was in between his wife and Hudson.
The woman he dated for a long time?
She was a cougarly woman from Boston.
Cougarly. The blonde, what was her name? She was like a very charitable-minded. She was very into charity and like good causes. I'm completely blanking on
Bertha was her name.
Yes, Barbara. But yeah, I thought that
Gertrude
I thought that was a
Miller.
much more normal. I think it was Linda, maybe.
Linda McMahon,
Secretary of Education. No,
Linda Ronstadt.
No, hold on. I'm gonna get her. Linda Holiday. Thank you. I got it right. Man, she seemed like that was the right. That was like the right speed for Bill. I
think he outkicked his coverage with her. But still, you get
That's
it.
more normal. Like, she's probably
around the same age.
Yeah, she's in her, late 50s, early 60s. That's a much more normal gap, especially when you meet as adults. Like, he would have been in his late 40s, I guess, and she would have been in her late 30s. This woman's 24. Bill, what are you doing?
Her. At the moment.
Well, yes, that is what I'm doing.
And that's why...
You know the question, Chris, of who I'm doing.
And that's why he wants to put a ring on it.
Then I have sad breaking news, too. And this one hit Donnie right between the eyes.
What, are you Kevin Harlan now? Right between the eyes.
Oh, it's a bummer. R.I.P. George Wendt, Norm on Cheers, 76.
Why are you trying? Yeah, that is sad, but why are you trying to move away from Belichick, Jordan Hudson? Is it because you're uncomfortable talking about their relationship?
No, but since we're doing breaking news and we haven't started rolling the ball out here to get ready for Greg Brown, I thought I'd squeeze in a George Wendt, R.I.P. I just think Belichick, what are you doing,
Do you think his character would have been a Belichick fan, Donnie?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, they're all Boston people.
But
absolutely. The man's bringing them title after title title.
Now we've got a real crossover. Go around your Cheers regulars. Who's more of it's a Brady thing that makes them great versus it's Belichick?
I never watched Cheers. I was never a Cheers guy. I'm familiar with
Do you think Norm is a
actors
Brady
on
or a Belichick guy?
I think Norm would go with Brady.
Because I had him only having watched 5 minutes of the show.
Sam Malone's a Brady guy because he's a former athlete.
Okay.
How about Diane? Who's she going with?
Brady.
She'd go Brady, and she'd also just think he's like a dreamy athlete.
How about the Kelsey Grammer character? He's going to go for Belichick, right?
Oh, cerebral, yeah.
Yeah.
What about Carla? What about Rhea Perlman's character?
She would just do what Norm did, right? Or weren't
Probably.
they in real life married?
I think she would go with Brady.
Woody? Harrelson's character, he's got to go Brady.
Is that where he got his start as an actor? Cheers.
He was like 22 or 23.
Man,
he was really young because the guy that played Coach, who was on the first 3 seasons, I want to say, he passed away in real life.
So they had to replace him with Woody.
How about Cliff Clavin?
Cliff would have gone with Belichick, no doubt.
I think Frasier and Lilith are both Belichick cerebral.
Frasier for sure.
Kirstie Alley, her character, Rebecca, she's going Brady, I think.
One of the most iconic TV show theme songs ever. Cheers.
I think it's my personal favorite.
When we did our senior trip in high school, it was to Boston. And one of the things we did when we were there was stop at the Cheers bar that the show was based on.
Yeah.
And the Red Sox were in town that night. So one of my buddies, Richard Bach, and I decided to just stay in Boston and blow off the – yeah, that was his dad's name. We decided to just blow off the trip, and they left without us. Different time, 20 years ago.
They left without you?
Yeah.
On a high school trip?
Yep. We stayed in Boston, went to the game, scalped tickets, and I think his mom ended up driving to Boston, picking us. No, his mom wouldn't have done that. She couldn't drive down to the pizza place 5 miles from her house.
How did you get home?
I'm trying to think of how we got home.
Were you hammered for the whole trip?
No, we weren't really drinking.
You just really wanted to go to that Sox game?
We just wanted to stay in Boston. And I know what happened. We were seniors, and we had friends who were college students in Boston who lived back home, and they brought us back. They went home for a weekend.
Did you get in trouble?
Yeah, we did. But I mean, we were seniors. What are they going to do? Expel us from school? There was like 2 weeks left of school at that point.
Seniors at our
school.
school,
like right before graduation. What are they going to say? You can't go out and grab your cap and gown?
Yeah, there were some threatening to withhold the diploma situations at my school for a heist that involved a treasured school, like, relic, you'd call it, or object.
Really?
Yeah. I wasn't involved, but obviously, like, it was a well-known thing that I don't think
you weren't involved in hijinks and tomfoolery.
No, my parents were too wise to it, and I genuinely did not want to get involved with this one for potential ramifications. Needless to say, people's college dorm rooms were called by people investigating it months later.
Pony, I'll try to track down, too, at some point, the episodes that have big cameos in Cheers that I think you'd enjoy, because they did get a lot of, like, notable Boston athletes. Kevin McHale was in a few episodes. Wade Boggs in a few episodes.
Wade probably asked for them to pour him real beer on the set.
How about Doug Flutie? Did he ever get his 15 minutes of fame on there?
He wouldn't have been allowed to, maybe, because he would have been a college Boston athlete. Like, it would have had to have been after his Boston college days.
Yeah.
Good point. I just found it. I thought the games were against the Twins, and I was right. Thursday, June 24th, 2004. Red Sox Twins. Man, what a time to be a
game when you looked it up?
Not really. Not really.
Look at you, though. Seizing the day. Carpe diem.
Do you like Boston?
The city?
Yeah.
Like, generally? I have not spent a ton of time there as an adult.
I like the history of it. I like the culture. I like the food.
I'd like it a lot more
coming back now. The citizens of the city more or less drive me nuts and bonkers. But
rude.
And just obnoxious about their teams.
I would say I have not been back there like to actually be there as a tourist.
Boston Tea Party site, Bunker Hill.
Yeah, I'd be way more into that now at my
Faneuil
age.
Hall.
Yes, I'd be into that more now. I was there during like the actual big dig, and it was miserable. You know what city I feel that way about though? That like I like the history of the city, and I like being in the city as an adult who has a little bit of disposable income. Is Philly? Philly's great. Like the Independence Hall area, just old city. Yeah. But like when I lived there right out of college, I didn't have a pot to tinkle in there, so to speak, and that was not as fun.
The BetMGM network, one of their shows, did a draft of next Jordan Hudson boyfriends, and there were some hilarious names on there. Well, now it's BetMGM.
Things. Yeah, both things. Yeah, you're right.
Jack McKeon's name. Marv Levy was a first round.
So did it have to be all sports figures? Like was
Clint Eastwood was on there. Al Pacino was thrown out.
De Niro just fathered a child out while in his 80s.
Good for him. Well, actually, that's kind of weird.
We discussed this before.
Yeah.
I don't think either of us felt like good for him.
All right. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find Pirates broadcaster Greg Brown. Hello, Greg.
How you guys doing?
We're good.
Good.
Greg, here is a question we're getting from fans, and I don't actually have the answer, and I think you might, but you might not either. So here we go. What is the explanation for why we haven't heard Ben Cherington on his radio show a lot in the last month?
Well, actually, he kind of sets that schedule with our director of broadcasting, Mark Garda, well in advance. He tries. He's been doing this over the years. He tries to get his assistant GMs in that show at least a couple times during the year. So it's not unusual.
Is there any reason, though, where he might, if he knows that the team is under a lot of scrutiny, might want to say, I'll put you guys off further down the line and maybe I'll sit in for you because people have a lot of questions right now? Like that's the only thing I would think of there, that schedule could be malleable depending on the situation, Greg.
I mean, I don't know that. But there's always a lot of times, like in the instance this past weekend, he had already planned a travel day. A lot of it has to do with his family, seeing events and so on. So I think the timing of it, it maybe appears that he's, putting these guys in there to avoid scrutiny. But he's faced the fire before. He's going to face it, on Sunday. It took, from my knowledge, again, I'm told the schedule in advance, as is Joe. It has nothing to do with how the team is playing.
If you were interviewing him today, what would be the biggest question you'd want answered from him, Greg?
Oh, well, I mean, I interviewed the assistant GM and pretty much Kevin Graves this past Sunday, and I asked him what I would have asked Ben. I went through the list of injuries, asking about Gene Lamont had just been named. The previous Sunday, I think he was on, actually, the previous Sunday at home, if I recall, with Joe, and they talked about firing Shelton. So, those are the things, asking about, obviously, the offense struggling and what can you do about it, that kind of thing.
He said he said at his press conference when Shelton got fired that if you squint, you see a winning team. I'm squinting, Greg. I mean, I might need glasses, I guess, because I'm looking. I don't see a winning ball club. I see a really bad ball club. I see one of the worst hitting ball clubs in the history of baseball, as a matter of fact.
I think what he meant there, I don't think he said he sees a winning team. I don't think that's what he said, Andrew. I do believe what he said and what he meant. You don't have to squint hard to see guys that, again, I'm paraphrasing, maybe even putting words in his mouth for what I understood that to mean.
Here's the quote.
Is that
I have the exact quote
go
here.
ahead,
I don't think you have to squint too hard to see a stronger team on the field in 2025.
Okay, stronger team. So, and I was just looking, because I'm on TV tonight, I'm just looking at just trying to figure this out, and you call it what you will, but I'm looking at guys' careers OPS in the starting lineup tonight for the Pirates. Starting with O'Neal Cruz, his OPS this year is 781. He's actually underperforming. His career OPS is 767. Stop me, by the way, if you guys are bored by this, but I find it kind of interesting. McCutcheon's OPS this year is 697. His career OPS is 827. Reynolds, 603 OPS. Career is 809. Bart had a 799 OPS last year at 732, so he's about getting close to where he probably should be. Horowitz, just in the lineup, his career OPS 774 in the big leagues, 115 games. It's 833 in the minor leagues. Canario just starting in the big leagues, so it doesn't count. His OPS currently close to 700. And Key Brian Hayes, 689 career OPS, currently 598.
I'll stop you with this one and throw one in, Greg. Tommy Pham, career OPS 765, currently 481. How much longer can they afford to keep trotting him out there?
I don't know, but he's not in the lineup tonight. I was just looking at tonight's lineup. So Frazier, 708 career, 581 this year. Triolo, 643 in 211 games. This year it's 482. So going back to the question about squinting to see a better team, I think that's what he means, that, you look at these guys, they are really, many of them are pretty much underperforming to, I think, where they thought they would be at this point of the season. And probably including Pham.
But in so many of these cases, like in McCutcheon's case, he's 38. There's no reason to expect he's going to be that good anymore.
No, not 37. That good. I agree. He's not going to be.
He's not 33. Like, these aren't players who are on the upswing, other than maybe Cruz, and you would hope maybe Bart is a late bloomer offensively.
Well, and certainly Reynolds, right?
Yeah. Although he's 30 now, too.
He's 30, and I don't feel like Brian is necessarily aging, athletically. I don't know how he ages gracefully, because he's never been the most fleet of foot. I'm very concerned about him, Brownie, because he's supposed to be their most consistent offensive performer, and it just does not look like it's there at all with him.
Well, I think this happens when you see guys that are struggling as mightily as he had. People start to wonder. But, we've seen him go through maybe not this kind of a struggle, but in his career previously, and by the end of the season, lo and behold, look what happens. His numbers are right about where we figured they would be. And I don't I'm not smart enough to know the reason for these struggles for some of these guys offensively. And I've heard everybody say, that's just what they are, and maybe they are. I'm not saying you're wrong or anybody else is wrong. I'm saying Tommy Pham, is not going to be a 750 OPS guy. Maybe Tommy Pham, when you get to your mid-30s, 35, 36, 37, 38, whatever that might be. I talked to a guy I respect after Carlos Santana's year with the Pirates. And there's a longtime baseball guy I was talking to over that winter and discussing about the first base position. And I said, boy, I'd love to see the Pirates re-sign Carlos Santana.
Yep.
And he said, I don't know what Santana's age was at that time. I think it was 37, might have been 38. And that's kind of critical because he said, boy, you have to really watch it when a guy hits that. I think it was 38 maybe with Santana. I don't have the numbers in front of me. But he said you really have to watch it because they can decline really fast at that age. And he said I would be really – he's not with the organization, but he's a really good baseball guy that I respect over the years. And he said you have to really watch it. And he said I would not – if I were the Pirates, I would not re-sign him. And that has stuck with me when I see guys like Pham and quite honestly, Andrew knows is I'm sure headed toward the tail end of his career. Don't know when that'll be, but that's not therefore. I mean, Reynolds is not in that category. So I'm not thinking that Reynolds has slipped that much that he's not going to resurface and end up having that type of season that we talked about.
Greg, what's your response to the national media now? Jeff Passan has really led this charge in this crusade, talking about Skenes and how the Pirates are going to get calls about Skenes at this trade deadline and making it seem like, well, heck, if the Pirates are not going to give this guy a second contract and they're not close to winning, they might as well trade him. What's your thought on that?
I think it's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. And I just think that's my opinion. It's just, I shake my head that these guys they treat the Pirates in Pittsburgh like we're second-class citizens. And don't give me the garbage about what the record is and not spending money. It's not right. It's not fair that any year, no matter what the Pirates' record is, I would say that. It's just absurd. Paul Skenes is not going anywhere, and the talk of it, of a trade, is just, again, it's absurd.
Greg, what is your take on the reports that are out there, nothing confirmed yet still in stone, that it's looking more and more like Tommy John is likely for Jared Jones? If that does, in fact, come to pass, do you have any sense of what the philosophy might have been that led them to try to wait and hope the arm got better before they might end up having to go down that road now?
Well, I think it's always up to the player. And, I think that's why Jared went for that second opinion. I think he was hopeful that he would get an opinion that somebody said that maybe if you go this route, rest and then go through the throwing program later in the summer, it has a chance. And that to me, that's the competitor of Jared Jones. If that's a big if that he ends up having to have it. It just goes to show you that what he wanted to battle through, he did not want to take any time off. He didn't want to take off time last year when he was placed on the injured list. He is an ultra-competitive guy, and I think he was looking at every possible option to avoid the worst-case scenario. I think it's always up to the player. Always is up to the player. Pirates organization can only support the player. You can't force them to do anything.
To be clear though, if the Pirates felt like it might be heading that way, and even a second opinion, they let the player make the decision, but they're a little bit skeptical. I guess my not issue here, but the downstream effect of this, if it does end up Tommy John with Jared Jones, is he loses all of this year, and now because of the timing of it, if it happens, he loses all of next year too, and we don't see him till 2027 because of this, because of a desire to try to stay in there and find another way, Greg.
Yeah, Yeah, I know. Exact same thing happened, you'll recall, to Jamison Tyone. Exact same thing. It was during the season, and if the daggone it, well, but he wanted to try other options. I guess I would ask you guys, what would you do if you're the Pirates? I mean, and or Jerry Jones for that matter. And maybe the players have done that after, they go to see a guy and he recommends something and okay, let's get it done now. But we've also seen other. We saw it with, I think, Garrett Cole a couple years ago. He went and talked to them about trying to get through the season, and he did. And unfortunately, ended up having to have Tommy John this year. But it's a tough balance because you've got to support the player. You can't say, hey, this looks bad, and you should do this. You got to do this. Well, we could recommend something. This is what our guy recommends, and this is what our physician recommends. And I think the Pirates have the best doctors in baseball. I'm prejudiced towards them, led by Pat DeMayo at AGH. I think they're brilliant, and they do fabulous work. But if the guy says, no, I want to go somewhere else and ask somebody else, you have to support them.
Greg Brown, check him out. He'll be on the TV side tonight. Pirates and Reds. Pirates look to score more than 4 runs for the first time since April 22nd and look to end that 4-game losing streak. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll tell you who's in that Pirates lineup and who isn't when we come back. First headline from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bailey Falter starts for the Buccos tonight. First pitch against the Reds at 6:40. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thanks, Donnie. It is Malsey with a message about shorts. I know, okay, that sounds weird. It's technically the message is about Awaken 180, but bear with me here. I used to do this when it came to shorts, like this time of year. You're going to be wearing golf shorts, casual shorts. I would keep 1 or 2 extra pairs around that were bigger than the shorts that I was wearing. Hey, if I gain a little weight, if I, don't take care of myself the way I should, okay, these will fit. Well, guess what? I would gain the weight. Then those shorts would become the only shorts I had. And then I would need to go one size up and buy another set of shorts to wear. Like, bad cycle to be on. I broke the cycle when I found out about Awaken 180 weight loss. I wasn't going to buy shorts anymore that were too big. I was going to fit into the ones I wanted to fit into, maybe the ones that were even way too small before with Awaken 180. And I did by losing 35 pounds in 6 weeks, keeping it off now almost 3 full years, thanks to free support for life with Awaken 180 weight loss. What are you waiting for? Make the switch. Don't buy the bigger shorts again. Just check out Awaken 180. Schedule your Pittsburgh location or at-home consultation. 844-346-1800 online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
Rain and a thunderstorm tonight, the low 54.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company.
What's a 4-letter word for indoor-outdoor cleaning? It's C-O-I-T, Coit. Right now, save 30% off all Coit cleaning services. Carpets, area rugs, drapes, and your outdoor porch and patio furniture. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT and save 30% off everything.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to Joe and Pop every Wednesday. That's tomorrow to hear about the Starkey Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon. The 937thefan.com contesting page. Ran out of time with Greg. I wanted to ask him about that second-class citizen comment because, I don't think you can just say, and don't give me, it's because they don't win or they don't spend money. I mean,
what other attributes does a second-class baseball citizen make? Like, what else are we rating them on that would make them, like, looked at that way by the rest of the
I mean,
sport?
baseball clearly has haves and have-nots. Every sport does. They talk more about the Cowboys on ESPN than they do the Jaguars. It's the way it works. The Steelers have broken through, even though we're not in the biggest market, because of how much winning they did and how big their fan base became because of it. Same thing with the Cowboys going back to the 70s and 90s. So that's why, I'm sorry, like the perception is that this is not a great place to work if you're a baseball player and kind of a dead end. And in the case of guys like Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier, it's where careers go to die. So that's why I'm actually on Passan's side here.
So
in
am I.
this.
I thought that was a very defensive answer.
And I get it. Greg
Anytime
works for
somebody
the
hits
team.
you, anytime somebody says something that in the moment hits a little too close to home, like Greg knows how bad it is. He's broadcasting the games. You can hear it. He wants them to succeed. They're not succeeding. But when somebody, it's the old, like, maybe locally people can criticize them, but I don't want to hear the Jeff Passons of the world criticizing them kind of thing. Like, the national people can stay away, but I just think it sounded like a response where what Jeff said hit too close and felt too on the mark, maybe. Certainly felt on the mark for me.
I think that it's just a really explosive place to be right now because they've not like I would say this offseason. I actually think a lot of their analysts that they hired thought that the team was going to be mediocre at best. I don't think that they had high hopes of we actually put a team on the field that was going to win 95 games.
I think
Greg
they were
took us
hoping to win like 83 or 84 games.
Yeah, Greg took us through that OPS experiment. I don't think that the Pirates brass even thought that they were going to be an upper echelon offense. I think they were hoping to be average and great pitching, and that was going to carry them this year. So, yeah, I don't think that they had. If they did, if the people that are not supposed to be emotional and are supposed to just deal with like numbers actually had computers that spit out this team was ticketed to win 87 or 88 games,
check the software.
They should fire. Yes, they should get rid of the software. They should take it to a field like they did in Office Space
and beat it up
and put some Michael Bolton on and grab the baseball bats and just beat the crap out of it is what they should do, and fire those people immediately.
Yeah,
But the point I was trying to make, though, was when they got here, when Ben Cherington sold Travis Williams and Bob Nutting on his plan, he had to tell them by this point,
we're going to be good.
We're going to be good.
And you're going to be I'll need more resources to supplement a really good baseball team.
That's why I think it's so tense and explosive over there. And that's why I think many of them are so protective of things and so sensitive about things. Like, I get it. It seems crazy that Paul Skenes would get traded in his second year. And it is. Like, it doesn't happen. But the point Jeff was trying to make was, if you're not going to sign him,
if your roster's this bad,
and you don't think you can get an extension done with him, if you're not talking to him, by the way, about that, you're probably not smart. You should at least figure out internally what you think it would cost, what you would pay him, and if he's interested in it. And if you don't think that that's going to go anywhere, it is accurate to say his value right now is higher than it'll ever be because there's more years of Paul Skenes at an affordable price available for the team that trades for him.
That's just like very basic stuff there. That's not highfalutin logic. That's just looking at the basics. I would also say this is yet again another example of Skenes' existence on the Pirates being a blessing that they got him and they picked him, and a curse. Because guess what? If they were 15-33 or whenever Passan said that, whatever record they were with no Paul Skenes pony, you know what they would be getting done to them by the national media? They'd be completely ignored.
Yeah, that's like the White Sox or Marlins or teams like that no one talks about.
They'd be totally anonymous, but for the fact that they have still probably in balance the best and most desirable pitcher in baseball. Guess what? If you're really bad and he's still really good, they're going to talk about you.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Donnie has his football segment coming up next. We'll talk about later this hour how Paul Skenes allegedly reacted to Sunday's loss. Some intel on that, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NHL playoffs down to the conference final round. That begins tonight in the East. Florida and Carolina. Puck drop set for just after 8 p.m. Tomorrow night, the Western side, Edmonton and Dallas. Same thing, puck drop set for just after 8. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. Great time on the pro sports calendar right now. You've got pro basketball playoffs. You've got pro hockey playoffs. You've got tons of baseball. You can bet it all with the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app on all of those different things. In pro basketball, you can bet on player points, assists, rebounds, and much more. You can bet the game as you watch all the action. In baseball, like you could bet Bucks baseball all season long. You can bet the pitcher's number of strikeouts, or you can go with betting hits, home runs, RBI, and more. Live betting is better on the BetParx app. But whether your favorite team wins or not, there's always another way to win in the BetParx Sportsbook and online casino app. You can play games with live dealers, your favorite casino games right there in the palm of your hand. Roulette, craps, poker, to name just a few. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparx.com and download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for BetParx. You love to play, you play to win, you bet. BetParx. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Sam Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, MHI Roofing, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Soon I Will Run Golf Outing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro or with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Celebrate 20 years of unforgettable golf experiences at Moon Golf Club. They're under new management, rolling out exciting updates for you. Swing by the newly renovated Pro Shop where you'll find the latest in apparel, top-of-the-line equipment to elevate your game. Don't miss Moon Golf Club's freshly updated 19th hole featuring a mouth-watering new menu, perfect to end your round. Mark your calendars for July when they host the inaugural major at Moon Golf Club, a thrilling 3-day tournament you'll want to be a part of. Celebrate 20 years of golf, great food, and great times at Moon Golf Club.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Inhale the May sunshine. Exhale the heaviness of rainy days. This month, we're keeping things light and easy, including our drinks. Low effort, high flavor. So easy when the drinks are already mixed. That's the lightness you'll find in variety packs from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. A refreshing 4-pack of Monaco Tequila Lime Crush or a variety pack of Stateside Surfside Vodka and Lemonade. Shop more variety packs of ready-to-drink cocktails in-store or online at FWGS.com. Please enter responsibly.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg, Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Join them as they'll be celebrating their 16th anniversary with a keg tapping on Wednesday, May 21st. In addition to tapping a new award-winning beer that night, they will be featuring 2 specials that day: $7 crowlers of Hofbrauhaus flagship beer and half-price desserts, both all day long. The party starts with live music at 6 p.m. The keg tapping celebration begins at 7 p.m.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh employee pricing plus event, what's the difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new or pre-owned Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No waiting, no games, easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get 2 foreign ears, Three Rivers Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
Senator John Fetterman raised concerns about aggressive vehicle mandates, and he's right. Pennsylvanians need affordable, reliable transportation. No one should tell us what we can and can't drive. Mandates could limit consumer choice, raise costs, and threaten Pennsylvania jobs. Senator Fetterman can protect working families and defend our economy. Tell Senator Fetterman to stand up for Pennsylvania, repeal the gas car ban. Take action at energycitizens.org, paid for by the American Petroleum Institute.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by 8 Quick Drain Service. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
It's 4:30. That means it's time for Donnie's big football topic of the day. We call it the Donnie Football Debrief, and it's brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Don?
The debrief, May 20, 2025. I assume, Pony, you were just frantically texting your buddy Nick Wright. That's something that we can talk about a little bit later because I know you're fired up.
I am.
Pony might make tomorrow's entire show about
what I'm looking at. But speaking of a ranking,
I'm fired up about it too, to be honest, Donnie. I don't know. It's like almost like Nick did it for Pony just to get him mad.
Speaking of a ranking, I saw another college football list that was not done by just some random podcast or fan page. That will still certainly spark some debate. Bruce Feldman from The Athletic ranked the top 25 college football players since 2000.
I'm not that interested because Tommy Frazier would be, of course, not on this list because he played in the 90s.
All right, so I saw this too.
I didn't see it. I'm blind.
And he has 2 Pitt players in the top 25. Do you think you know who they are, Chris?
I know.
Since 2000.
Donald has to be one of them.
Yep.
And then it's just simply for me between McCoy and Fitz, but it has to be Fitz.
Yep.
Fitz is 11.
Yep, Fitz is 11. Where do you think Donald is? In the top 10 or behind Fitzgerald?
I actually think he's behind Fitz.
He is. Aaron Donald's 20th.
I mean, Fitz was runner-up in the Heisman, and as we know, to the great shame of, should I call them out by name? Everyone knows it by now. 2 local columnists of much repute, they voted for Jason White over Fitz in one of the biggest miscarriages of Heisman justice ever. Pony, did we ever ask you who you would have voted for that year if you had a Heisman vote at 16 years old?
Eli Manning. No, I would have voted for Larry Fitzgerald.
Okay.
But I do think that was, I won't say a difficult. There was, let me put it this way. In my opinion, there was no clear-cut winner that season. I understand why people voted for Jason White. I don't understand why people who actually got the full depth of the Larry Fitzgerald experience every week up close, how those people could have been persuaded into voting for a guy who was a system quarterback.
Who had more, like, metal falling off of his knees than Forrest Gump. But, like, the one game that Larry Fitz got shut down, Miami had Antrell Roll covering him and then just rolled Sean Taylor over the top of him.
Sean Taylor made this list at 22.
They took 2, like, or it might have been Taylor. I thought it was maybe Ed Reed. It was one of those 2. They rolled 2 NFL, like, first-round picks onto Fitz to try to stop him. And if Pitt had any other, like, big weapons on that team, they would have had to respect those guys. Come on. We all saw it. He was a force of nature, Donnie. I'm actually sad you weren't older to appreciate what you were watching. When he was a freshman, Mike Golick practically had a stroke in the booth because he couldn't believe how good he was.
Did you put a dip in during the break?
I don't dip.
Did you put a zin in during the break?
I don't zin.
Did you put a cough drop in during the break?
I do cough drops, but it's not one of those.
A mint?
So you're eating candy while we're on the air right now.
Yeah.
Look at you. Cam Newton is 1, Reggie Bush is 2. I would flip that. I thought Bush was a better college player. Cam Newton's 2010 season was remarkable, but I think Bush's entire career in terms of electrifying play and incredible weekly performances would be ahead of him.
I'll never forget this thrill. So my brother, congratulations on all his success, like got a good sales job pretty close after he graduated college, and he and my sister-in-law lived in Houston back then because she was going to grad school at Rice. He was an early adopter on the big HD TVs, Donnie, back when they actually weighed a fair amount and, like, where you kind of had to lug them around. Yeah. So he had, like, a 42-inch HD TV, and we watched Bush versus Fresno State on that while I was down, like, visiting him on my spring break. What a thrill to see that game, like, up close and in HD. The game where he just comes to a dead standstill down the sideline and just whoop! He had, like, 520 all-purpose yards in that game. Unbelievable athlete.
How about Bush being the only running back?
No Adrian Peterson?
He did not have Adrian Peterson. I think that's a major miss.
Peterson was a monster, dude.
He had Christian McCaffrey at 17,
Okay,
Donnie.
never mind. So he had
so
one
he's
more.
2. That's
Peterson has to be on that list. He simply has to be on that list.
I agree with you. I think that's a major whiff.
He put a guard on here. Quentin Nelson is 25.
Okay, I have a theory here. Does he want to make a list that doesn't, like, completely shortchange certain positions within reason? Was Quentin Nelson...
No, there's no offensive tackles on here.
Who's the best tackle?
There's no linebackers on here.
Wait a minute. So how is, like... So no Jake Long?
No.
No Joe Thomas?
Yeah, how is Joe Thomas... Respect to Quentin Nelson, one of the best guards of his era. Joe Thomas is one of the best left tackles to ever put on pads.
One of the submissions to this list I agree with, though, is Ndamukong Suh.
He was unbelievable.
He's got him third. He has him as the best defensive player since 2000.
I think he was better
he was
than
a Heisman finalist.
He was better than Donald in college as a defensive player.
I think Donald by the end was his equal. But again, I mean, Suh was a game wrecker for 3 years. I mean, he was just an absolute monster
insane.
there.
Honey Badger on there.
I'm okay with that.
Brock Bowers. Do we like Daniels being on there? Jaden Daniels. I know he won a Heisman, but like it wasn't always great. Like it was.
No, I don't like it. I think you can do better than that.
How about Julius Peppers ahead of Donald? Here's what I don't love.
Sure,
Here's what I don't love, Pony. You might put me on my place here, which is fine because this is why we do this segment. I know Roy Williams, the safety at Oklahoma, was a great player. him being ahead of Donald in 18th is a little much for me.
I'm not a
There's
huge
a little
fan
bit of like
list.
big school bias. Chase Young at Ohio State, he was great. Marcus Mariota.
How does
Baker.
Mariota make the list, but Jameis doesn't?
I was going to say, your boy Jameis should be on here.
Yeah.
I was surprised, too, by no Manziel.
Terrell Suggs at 10?
I know.
That seems
I don't even
really
remember.
specious.
I knew he was good. I don't remember him as incredible.
I can't help but look at this and think, which I know with some of the guys it doesn't necessarily apply the same. I cannot help but look at this list and see Terrell Suggs as the 10th best college football player since 2000 and not think that Feldman didn't heavily take his pro career into account. Which should not be done.
Okay, here's another one in that vein. I'm glad you went down this road. I don't have a huge issue with like Burrows 4, Sue is 3, Bush 2, and we said we'd flip him and Cam Newton. Do you know who I think is actually too low on here, and it might be because they took a very bad pro career into account? Vince Young at 7 is low. Vince Young was the single most unstoppable player I've ever seen against a USC team.
I'd put him ahead of Burrow.
I would too, actually. That performance against that USC team, he ran for like 250 and passed for 250 and was basically the Michael Vick in Madden 04. That was their offense down the stretch. Snap it to him. He'll either make something happen in the pass game or just run. He should be top 3. I'd put him ahead of Sue.
I'll give you another guy who I think should have made the list.
I worked with RG3. He would make all of these sort of corny jokes about milk and how much he loved it and how important it was.
You know, Ryan might be right, I think, about RG3 being kind of a snake behind the scenes, but Ryan was in the wrong to bring his wife into it. That's a bad job by Ryan. Ed Reed's too high on this list at 6.
I disagree with you. I loved Ed Reed.
But I think Donnie is onto something here. Ed Reed's arguably the greatest safety of the modern era. Apologies to Troy. I would take Ed Reed by like a whisker over him. Different kinds of players. I think that impacts the way he's put on this list.
Are you guys aware? I'm now putting a little wrinkle on this debrief. Are you aware of Doran now making national news? Not for his South Fayette youth baseball takes.
What's he making national news for?
Rob Gronkowski went on Bussin' with the Boys.
Whose podcast is Bussin'?
That is Will Compton and Taylor Luan.
Okay.
And one of the stories he told those guys was about how Aaron Hernandez used to masturbate during team meetings. And Doran has just confirmed that on Twitter. I mean,
what else is there to say here? I don't even know.
He's
completely insane.
Yes, sociopathic behavior. But Gronkowski said, "I love crazy bleep. I didn't mind things like that." I was like, "That was pretty epic."
Epic,
said Gronkowski.
God, does that just not confirm or make Gronkowski sound like every bit the meathead everyone makes him out to be? What was he doing? Pleasuring himself during team meetings? It was epic, man. I mean, it was pretty crazy.
If I saw that, I would, at the very least, I would get up and move away from the person. I'm guessing all the tight ends are together. So Rob and Dorn were probably close to Aaron. And I think I would tell. I know maybe I would be a little gun-shy given Aaron Hernandez's personality that he might want retribution with me. But I think I would drop an anonymous tip into a coach's office like, hey, actually, what am I talking about
you know he's not
here?
going to punch you right in the moment. He's got his hands full.
What am I talking about? The coaches had to know this was going on, right?
Aaron, could you please stop doing that during meetings?
Well, maybe the coaches were aware of his capabilities.
Probably one of the most, and then Urban Meyer had him, the Pouncey brothers, Tebow.
Tebow was there.
Somehow Tebow also could inspire those guys, it seemed like. The Pouncey brothers, Aaron Hernandez, Torian Charles, the guy who threw like a full keg off of a balcony or a deck at a party.
Didn't you say the Florida Netflix documentary was just a joke? Was it you who told me that?
Yeah, I think you ripped it and said it did not go nearly as deep or as hard as it needed to.
It didn't go as,
kind of an odd choice of words by me, given what we're talking about here.
You thought it would. Or at least like you hoped it would.
Because nobody's ever...
Doran's just sitting in there
Trying to here's this. Hey, let's study this option route here.
So he's doing that while Belichick is drawing up plays and stuff,
or is it during just a positional group meeting? Because then it's a really intimate setting. It's only a handful of people.
Is he using his phone? Does he bring a Playboy in there?
What if he's just using the power of his mind at that point?
He has a playbook, and it's like you would in school where you had a book and then a comic book inside the book.
Is he doing X's and O's, but on the O's he's drawing little dots?
Yeah.
What an absolute maniac the guy was. I'm flabbergasted by this. I really am.
And Doran's just yeah, true. All right.
How did Brady deal with stuff like that?
I think everybody. My guess is everybody was afraid of him.
I think
that has to be the answer.
Doran has absolutely said that. He's every single person. He was not a big dude. He used to say Hernandez, you'd be surprised that he was not the biggest guy in the world. He said every dude in there was terrified of him because he was so unpredictable. You'd have no idea what was going to happen.
So he's got to be one of the only athletes to ever play in the NFL that Tom Brady was even afraid to.
So we now have two people in the world Bill Belichick's afraid of: Jordan Hudson and Aaron Hernandez. For two very, 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 very different reasons. If you're... I'm thinking about getting invited to that wedding if you're Brady or Gronkowski or those guys.
If you're Gronk, you might get asked to DJ.
If you're Gronk, you're probably in charge of the bachelor party for Belichick.
Yeah, I'd like to go to the Navy Yard. I'd like to go to Annapolis. I'd like to see some sights. Perhaps you could set up a tour of the Research Triangle.
I'd like to go to the Korean War Memorial in Washington. That's surreal.
Got a great display on U-boats right now. They're ahead of their time, technologically speaking.
I think we should all get together and read The Art of War out loud.
Sun Tzu.
All right. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Yeah. I'm sorry,
it was the name of the segment's the debrief, and given what you talked about at the end, you kept it on brand.
How Paul Skenes allegedly felt after his first complete game Sunday, a loss to the Phillies. We have an update there. We have one of baseball's biggest insiders chiming in, much to the chagrin of Greg Brown on it. Here until 5:45, that's when the leadoff show comes your way. It's the PM team, and right now I'm going to tell you boys about Wet Go Car Wash. I was there today with Stella. It's our Tuesday ritual. She's got her gym class. Today she got a Memorial Day cookie as well. And we went into the Wet Go Car Wash for 90 seconds. She said wow a few times, commented on the sound of the vacuum and the noises and the water spraying on our car, and we were out of there. And I've pollen residue all over my vehicle. I've got a black SUV, so it's a must. I don't want to go out and wash my car myself. I won't do a good enough job. My wife will complain about the spots I missed if I try to wax it. So the Wet Go Unlimited Pass is perfect for us. Second month is free. So sign up. You get 2 months. Pay for the first one. The second month is free. Then you make up your mind if you want to keep it going. No fine print. Can cancel anytime. Would make a great graduation present for a high school student getting ready to go away to college here in the area. And also, how about Father's Day right around the corner, or Mother's Day if you missed it? GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. Sign up today.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pids. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Attention Mets fans, calm down. The Mets are 29-19 and Juan Soto isn't looking well like Juan Soto. Was Mike Piazza great with the Mets at first? No. Did it work out? Absolutely. Sure, Juan needs to hustle. Sure, his body language needs to be better. But I'll be shocked if Soto, who is one of the game's best players, doesn't start to turn it around and look like the Juan Soto that we're all used to seeing real soon. I'm Zach Gelb.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
When you think of hot, you might think about that tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Too hot? Feels like just the right amount of heat. Don't wait. These deals end May 28th, only at Verizon.
The Wild Things return to EQT Park for a weekend series May 23rd through the 25th with a fireworks Friday, a vintage bobblehead giveaway Saturday presented by Cohen Markets, and Nickelodeon Night presented by RHS Safety on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, we're the home run hitters you need. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for The Power of Bowser. Spring adventure starts at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.9% APR on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends May 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Go to BowserHyundai.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 5/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SC or Tucson SC. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Precision Pointing and Restoration. Free estimates, no money down. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. And 614. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates look to get off the schneid tonight at home against the Reds, the middle game of this three-game series. Bailey Falter on the mound, 6:40 first pitch. Leadoff show with Zangrilli at 5:45. Right now, more PM team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm starting to see this bubble up a little bit on X, and some writers speculating as well about the possibility of the Pirates trading Paul Skenes. I do not see it happening this year. Paul Skenes is under club control for 4 more years after this one. The Pirates have many problems, and of course they need to solve those problems, but I don't know that trading Paul Skenes is the way to do it. The way to do it, and I know this might be objectionable in the owner's estimation, Bob Nutting's estimation, the way to do it is to spend money and build around him. Now, I don't expect the Pirates to do that, which is why you're going to hear these questions about Skenes.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 at Peters Township. Pirates look to score more than 4 runs for the first time since they beat the Angels in L.A. on April 22nd. They haven't won a game at home scoring more than 5 runs since April 16th. Game time temp will be 63 degrees, cloudy skies. That's your fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal services. Ken Rosenthal, bow tie man, who has been baseball's biggest insider for Fox since I was in diapers, talking about how the Skenes trade rumors are out there, and he doesn't see it. He mapped out a way for the Pirates to win with Skenes, but he also doesn't see that. And that's the rub. That's the catch-22. That's the conundrum here. That's the riddle that people are debating and discussing all over social media and on these airwaves. We'll play Greg Brown's comments on this matter in a minute. I do have a little bit of information on what happened Sunday with Skenes after the start. We all saw him on the bench railing in the dugout after the game, staring into the abyss after his first complete game. And my understanding is that he was distraught when the game first ended. And this person's theory was, picture yourself, put yourself in Paul Skenes' shoes. You're an old school guy. You're an old soul. So things like complete games are a big deal to you, even though for the modern pitcher, they're really not. But to Skenes, they matter. And so this is your first one. And it's supposed to be something that you're super proud of and super stoked about. But it happens in a loss. And when it happens that way, this person's theory was that really puts things into perspective on how dire and how really screwed up things are here right now, and makes it look like a hopeless situation. But the person also said by the time the media got in there that he either put a very happy face on or had talked himself, or someone had talked him into like, hey, you pitched your ass off.
It's not your fault.
This isn't on you. So I don't know what that window is. It was probably like a 15 to 20 minute window.
So somebody gave him the Robin Williams like baseball version of "It's not your fault."
Or
speech.
he had like his own internal Alonzo Mourning on the bench moment where
like, I did my part.
Yeah.
Not my fault. These guys stink.
I don't like stealing things from the morning show, but they said something else about the Skenes thing that I forgot to bring up yesterday. And I wanted to bring up with you guys here and also get people's reaction to it. 412-928-9370. Crowley said he doesn't feel sorry for Skenes. Do you agree with that?
Nope.
Donnie, do you agree with that?
I do not agree with
I don't
Crowley.
agree with that either. But here was his logic, or here was his thinking. He said, I can't feel sorry for a guy that's going to make $500 million playing baseball.
Not a guarantee.
And so it's not, but I would expect him to do that, wouldn't you? I'd project him to be the highest paid pitcher in baseball history.
It's going to make it more complicated, but him hurting his arm really has nothing to do with him playing for the Pirates here. It could happen.
But I think even if he hurt his arm once, provided he didn't turn into a different dude after arm surgery, I still think he would get that money.
Okay. I'm just let's
you
keep
agree with that?
Yeah, so yes. I mean, he probably will get the $500 million.
But I think even though Adam did not he did not turn this into the Gettysburg Address. It was like a quick point. It was not something that turned into an hour-long discussion. His basic premise was, how can I feel sorry for someone, even if he's on the worst team in baseball, who gets to make that much money playing a sport for a living? And so I don't want to put words in his mouth, even though people accuse me of doing that all the time. Kind of like, this is how I took it. If you're Skenes, suck it up. You got people out there that actually have to do hard, labor-intensive jobs here in Pittsburgh. There are a lot worse things than the prospect of making $1 bajillion while you toil
for the Pirates.
While you toil for the Pirates,
okay, but I'm a big Crowley fan. Perhaps Crowley's a number one fan in this building.
You've taken credit for him working here several times.
I've taken partial credit for. I feel like I discovered.
Tomlin doesn't have a coaching
Crowley.
tree. You have a host tree.
I feel like I have a host tree. Yeah.
Do you take credit for Doran too, because you cultivated and crafted him as a part-timer?
Do you take credit for some of Ryan Clark's major success that you helped get him off the ground?
I take 0.
Okay, then I can't take any Doran credit.
I take a little bit of credit for Donnie.
So do I. So I think I've got 2 branches on my hosting tree.
How about Craig? Going into the
I don't really want to take credit
world.
for that. Oh, for the suit world. I was going to say Craig the host. I don't want to.
By the way, Donnie, do we know where Craig came down on your take yesterday about fans following Paul Skenes from the Pirates to his next port of call? Has Craig weighed in on that at all?
You asking about Craig with the suit jacket on or off?
Oh.
I don't know what role he was in. I didn't know if you had heard from him either as a boss or as a friend.
I guess
on it.
Yeah. Friend Craig, I feel like, has a different opinion than boss
Craig. Has friend Craig weighed in on that?
I think the fact that you have to ask jacket on or off, I think
was it
tells
Jekyll
me all I need
Hyde?
to know.
He gave you one answer on that take.
Is he the Harvey Dent of Paul Skenes takes here? Is he Two-Face?
No, I've heard what jacket off thinks, and it may not be the same as
maybe
rephrase
rephrase that first part there, Donnie. Given what we just finished talking
Aaron
about.
Hernandez.
What did jacket off Craig say about it?
Again, could you stop, please? Could you say suit jacket not on?
Suit jacket not on.
Yes. Jacketless Craig.
By the way, Doran told me that Belichick could not tell it was happening. So it's not like Belichick saw it and chose to ignore it. And if you don't know what we're talking about, once the show is over, you can rewind back to the previous segment and hear it at the end of the debrief. But anyways, back to Craig.
Non-businessman Craig.
Yep. Friend Craig, as we call him.
The Craig that... Yes.
Friend Craig. I just think friend Craig is easy.
Talking to Craig over beers.
Craig that used to host Pirates pre- and post-game shows
and he was electrifying.
Talk.
Degenerate Craig.
Yeah, like Utah Valley basketball games, he's betting on them.
NJIT Craig.
He can't even find it on TV. He's doing a radio-only stream.
That's right.
He would do that.
He doesn't think what I said yesterday is very far-fetched.
Okay.
That doesn't surprise me from
Did it make you feel like if Craig could get away with it, he might follow Paul Skenes to his next
quietly,
team? That he might buy his son Benjamin a Paul Skenes.
Do you think he bought do you think Craig owns a Washington Wizards MJ jersey?
Oh, I think he did back in the day.
So that he followed MJ because he's an MJ guy. So I think that tells you all you need to know about friend Craig. I'll just say about Crowley's take, and I'm a big Crowley fan. That's where we got lost down this rabbit hole. I don't think it's like that kind of does not excite me as logic for why you don't feel bad for Paul Skenes. We all know that guys like Skenes are going to make $1 gajillion playing a child's game. Like I think when you talk about do you feel bad for Paul Skenes, it is very much in like this weird self-contained bubble where our careers exist. Do I feel bad for any player who's made a lot of money in professional sports as long as they've not been maimed or injured? No. Not actually feeling bad for them if they haven't suffered some personal tragedy.
Yes, everything.
This is against his logic is outside logic. It's like saying, well, we'll never see $500 million. Okay, fine. Like, can I feel bad though for Paul Skenes in baseball terms that the best pitcher I think in the sport is right now in baseball Siberia?
I would agree with you because by that way of looking at it, you'd always disagree with a player who was in a contract dispute with a team because you'd say, oh my God, like he's arguing over
Nickels and dimes.
$50 million compared to $52 million.
Right.
He should be lucky. He should be thankful that he even gets to play a sport for millions of dollars.
Yeah, I don't like use that.
It's like dirty
argument
pool,
here.
in my opinion.
I just think it's a apples to oranges argument. We're talking about within the context of he is a great player on a really bad baseball team right now, a historically bad offense, and he's the pitcher, and he just had what happened for his first complete game happen. He lost the game, lost the decision. Do you feel bad for that player? Yes. Yes, I do. The guy I think desperately wants to win, has done his part in a big way so far this year. The team is, now 3-7 when he starts baseball games?
Mm-hmm.
He personally is 3-5 with an ERA hovering around 2.35, 2.4. He just absolutely, wiped out the Phillies lineup. Yes, I feel bad for that guy. I do. If there was any equivalent, think about give me a player from the NFL, like a running back. Did I feel bad for Barry Sanders post 1991 on the Lions? Yes, I did. He was with the all-time F-up franchise.
I feel that way about Mike. I feel that way about Mike Trout.
How about Calvin Johnson too for the Lions?
I mean, Mike Trout's one of the highest-paid players in baseball history, but I think it sucks that he's been on those Angels teams all those years. Look, I mean, I as a fan of sport, I hate to see really talented people who aren't a-holes. I mean, there's all kinds. The a-holes that are really talented, I root against, and that's my own subjective definition of who I think those guys are. The people that I deem talented and worth rooting for, I hate when guys don't reach their potential for things that are outside of their control. And so
the team around them, the extraneous things.
Maybe it's maybe they get hit with the injury bug real bad and they never realize their potential. Like, that kind of breaks my sports heart. And so that's how I feel about Paul Skenes. I absolutely feel sorry for him and feel bad for him. And here's why. Is because the Pirates have made me so pessimistic about their future that I don't see it getting better. It's only year 2. They have 4 more years with him. But unless this GM gets blown out and the owner makes a good decision on who he's going to hire next, I don't see it ending well for him here. I don't see any happy ending. So that's why it makes me sad. That's why I feel sorry for him. You know, I also heard Joe, and I love the show Starkey does. I heard Joe, I think, pushing back on the stuff that Donnie talked about yesterday and the stuff that McAfee ran with. And Joe will absolutely correct me if I got this wrong, and that's his right. I think Joe said today that he didn't actually believe that there were Pirates fans who would root for or want Paul Skenes traded. Like, fans out there who had the opinion
care more about Skenes and don't want to see the team have him anymore.
Well,
because they're angry.
The way I thought he presented it was he didn't actually believe that there were fans that really truly believed that they want him traded so he gets out of jail, if you will.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, so many people circle his starts and buy his jerseys. Why would you actually root for him to go play for another team?
Mm-hmm. Well, wait. That isn't quite the same thing.
No, it's not. It's not quite the same thing. I agree with you. It's not. But it's in the same. It's in the same category.
Yeah, but I didn't say, man, I am really rooting for him to actually get traded. We all just know it's going to happen at some point.
No, but I actually do think there are people that feel that way. I disagree with him on that. I think there are people that label themselves as Pittsburgh sports fans who are no longer fans of the Pirates who used to be but aren't currently because they're so ticked off with the team, who do wish him that do want to see him get traded to another team so he can win, so he doesn't
Under
have to
the
put up with
Shawshank
this.
Doctrine.
Yes.
The old, some birds' feathers are too bright or whatever.
I think there are some Penguins fans at this point who are like, you know what, if Sidney Crosby wanted to go play for a team that's not the Penguins and take another stab at the Stanley Cup, I would be cool with that, even though I get great joy over watching him play. I do think that there are people that think that way. Now, you could say that you can call BS on it, but I personally don't. I'd rather watch him pitch for this team and be able to drive 20 minutes down the road to watch him pitch than just put him on a TV and dial him in from, 1,500 miles away. But I do think that there are people that are so scorned and so scarred by the Pirates that are like, yeah,
I think that's.
He doesn't.
I think boiled down.
He deserves
to a
better.
I think boiled down to a sentence, or two sentences. It's this: he deserves better, and they don't deserve nice things. Not we, and that's very key. That I would say they, because we know diehard fans say we, and we kind of give them a hard time sometimes. They don't look at themselves as Pirates fans anymore. They don't deserve Paul Skenes.
Paul Skenes allegedly distraught after his complete game loss to the Phillies. Are you starting to feel sorry for him, yes or no? 412-928-9370. Crowley's take was you can't feel sorry for a guy that's going to make $500 million playing baseball. He should suck it up. 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Hear what Greg Brown had to say about this next, too, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Reds and Pirates, 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Bailey Falter gets the ball for Pittsburgh. Pregame coverage begins in just over 30 minutes at 5:45. All brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Thanks, Donnie. Shorkey, Mitsubishi, North Hills. You know it. It's Mitsu by the Mall. It's the place where you can go and you need to go to get the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs. And the best time to do it is right now during the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale. Get into a 7-passenger Outlander that's perfectly ready for the old summer road trips. Now $6,000 off, where you can finance at 3.99% for 72 months. Eclipse Crosses are up to $4,500 off, or 3.99% financing for 60 months. Brand new Mirages as low as only $16,000. Unbelievable stuff there. Plus, you're getting that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter its condition. They're going to have you ready for summer at Mitsu by the Mall. Tim Farrar, the general manager, Corey Davison, the general sales manager, and the entire team. So go get your deal your way. What a great day. Mitsu by the Mall, Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, and always online, JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Attention Mets fans, calm down. The Mets are 29-19 and Juan Soto isn't looking, well, like Juan Soto. Was Mike Piazza great with the Mets at first? No. Did it work out? Absolutely. Sure, Juan needs to hustle. Sure, his body language needs to be better. But I'll be shocked if Soto, who's one of the game's best players, doesn't start to turn it around and look like the Juan Soto that we're all used to seeing real soon. I'm Zach Gelb.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
It's not too late for a deep spring cleaning on your home. Give my friends at Zero Res a call today. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $129 and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We are in the height of rush hour as the Parkway West is bumper to bumper on both sides in Greentree and backed up in Robinson on the inbound. Also backed up to the Birmingham Bridge on both sides of the Parkway East, heading into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzo.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Yards, sheds, garages, basements, or whole house cleanouts. Call the big job specialists at Two Men and a Junk Truck. Free estimate, quick removals. 2 Men. Book us online at juncktruck.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I think it's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd, and I just think that's my opinion. It's just I shake my head that these guys just they treat the Pirates in Pittsburgh like we're second-class citizens, and don't give me the garbage about what the record is and not spending money. It's not right. It's not fair that they any year, no matter what the Pirates' record is, I would say that it's just absurd. Paul Skenes is not going anywhere, and the talk of it, of a trade, is just, again, it's absurd.
That was Greg Brown's take on it. I don't remember the Pirates getting treated like second-class citizens in 2013, 14, and 15, but maybe I'm forgetting something. I do think a lot of it has to do with the amount of losing and the lack of spending. That's what Kent Rosenthal, Jeff Passan, Buster Olney have called them out for lately. These aren't fly-by-night reporters. These are guys I usually have a lot of respect for. But Greg thinks that the Pirates are constantly getting beaten down and kicked like a dead horse by the national baseball media. He's entitled to his opinion. The fan of the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. 412-928-9370 is the telephone number. Here is Chris in Beaver Falls. Hello, Chris.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey, man.
Long-time listener. Love the show.
Thank you.
Absolutely, I feel bad for Paul Skenes. I mean, I'm a die-hard Pirates fan. Always told my son, he's 31, you got to be a fan through thick and thin to be a true fan. You can't jump on the bandwagon. I can't watch another freaking minute. It's unbelievable. And you have to remember, Paul's 22, 22 years old, 23?
Yep.
I mean, he's still a kid, but you're only as good as your next pitch. I mean, he could throw one of those splinkers and grab his elbow, and it's a wrap for a couple years. We have this pitching staff that even with Jared Jones out possibly for a couple years, I mean, Heaney's been throwing well. Keller's a decent pitcher. Bailey Falter he holds his own a good bit of the time. Our bullpen sucks, and we can't even hit anybody's weight. You can't hit the bat boy's weight in that line.
How many guys are hitting their weight?
Okay. I think this is a fun game.
And by the way, I just want to comment on the Jones thing for a second. I do think that Skenes is clearly, as a kid with a military background and unbelievable discipline and so much confidence in himself, I don't think that he's someone that is easily shaken or rattled by something.
Frustrated to that degree.
However, when your best friend on the team and your peer suffers an elbow injury and needs Tommy John and is probably going to be out for a couple of years, I know if you had some kind of voice box issue or something and lost the ability to talk for a year or two, I would be crestfallen.
What a dream that would be for our listeners.
And I would okay, now I got to take better care of my voice because I don't want the same thing to happen to me. I think when people suffer, calamitous things in their life, if it doesn't hit close to home, it tends to not resonate with us. But if it happens to your neighbor or relative, all of a sudden it feels real and it feels like it could happen to you. And I just wonder about that. If Skenes sees what's happened with Jared Jones and is like, oh, man, I better do everything I can because there's no guarantee I'm going to be able to throw 102 at 28 years old. Yeah. I can do it now.
I do actually think, as much as he's a pretty smart, introspective guy, I don't think athletes are generally wired to say, oh, it happened to Jared, he's my really good buddy. It could happen to me. I do think every pitcher sort of enters it knowing, hey, this is a distinct possibility because of the nature of what I am being asked to do to my body. But I don't think you can really survive long-term as a pitcher while you're thinking about it all the time. Would you like to play a quick game of Are They Hitting Their Weight?
I already cheated and looked up these while you were talking.
Joey Bart is hitting 270. Joey Bart is hitting his weight, 235. And Manuel Valdez.
Absolutely hitting his weight.
He's hitting his weight, 209. He's $190. Adam Frazier hitting 217, hitting his weight. He's 195. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
Oh, he's far and away hitting his weight.
Brian Hayes is listed at a big 215. But he is hitting his weight at 244. Tommy Pham not hitting his weight. $183, he's 225. O'Neal Cruz, now he's a big guy, Don. He's listed at 6'7", 240, not hitting his weight.
Brian Reynolds is close.
He's hitting his weight
right
exactly. 20. Brian Reynolds is listed at 205. He's got to be a little heavier.
Is our boy Henry Davis hitting his weight?
He doesn't weigh $150 last I checked. He doesn't.
I think he's about 70 or 80 pounds over.
He doesn't weigh what Craig weighs.
How about Big Tree?
Oh, Big Tree is hitting 145. He'd be anorexic if he was hitting his weight. 6'5", 145. Is he Sean Bradley? Man, they got a lot of dudes who are not hitting their weight. Canario's an interesting one. He's hitting 230. He's a big guy, but he's listed at 215, Pony. Got Sawinski, 128, not hitting his weight. Endy, 178. He is listed at a robust 210. G1 is hitting 091. Gorski hitting 195. He is not hitting his weight.
So that's like almost half their hitters not hitting their weight.
That is correct. Horwitz isn't. He's got 7 plate appearances, but still. It's bad, dude.
What would Vogelback need to hit to not hit his weight?
400? Oh, like to not?
Yes.
Like
what is his
Big Dan has to hit like Ted Williams to
What's
be over.
Vogelback's? What was he listed at, Don?
Oh, I bet he was listed at like 260, something funny.
He's one of their hitting coaches.
Big Danny V. It's 270, 6 foot 270.
Man.
He didn't hit his weight for his career. He hit 219.
How about Rowdy? What would Rowdy need to hit his weight?
Rowdy listed, what do you think he's listed at?
285.
6'4", 270.
Less than Vogelback.
Rowdy hitting under the Mendoza line this year for the record.
What are his power numbers?
8 jacks. That would be what, tied for the
What's
team?
his OPS?
730 because he's
not bad, man. He's walking and hitting homers.
He's not walking
OPS
that much.
Plus over 100.
He's not walking that much. His on-base percentage is 259. He's slugging the crap out of the ball.
So when he's making contact,
when he hits it very hard, yes.
How about Connor Joe for Cincinnati? Connor Joe.
Why are we doing this?
He's in the lineup tonight for them.
He's hitting 205. He's weighs 205, hitting 250.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, the Hodgepodge is next, and then the leadoff show, Dan Zangrilli, will get you set for the Pirates and Redlegs. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6:40, Pirates and Reds, PNC Park. Bailey Falter gets the start. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
Coming up tonight, Game 1 of the Western Conference Final in pro basketball. Oklahoma City, a 6.5-point home favorite against Minnesota. Total in the game, 217.5, and that total's been rising. And Minnesota, the underdog, has been getting bet. And I agree with the move towards Minnesota. I think this is going to be a close game tonight. Minnesota, a big-time
rest advantage. Minnesota can be physical with Oklahoma City. I do disagree with the move on the total, lean towards the under, but my preferred play is Minnesota plus the points, Minnesota plus 6.5 tonight in Game 1 in OKC.
That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Blending jazz, rock, and blues, the horn-heavy group Blood, Sweat, and Tears comes to Jurgles on May 29th. With over 50 years of hits and grooves, don't miss this legendary band live. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, May 29th at Jurgles. Get advance tickets now at Jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 25 Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for only $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends May 31st. Take a test drive today. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
Time for a hodgepodge.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Brought to you by Two Men in a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomeninajunktruck.com.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
All right, so it's ratified. It's gone through. The NFL will allow its players to take part in the 2028 Summer Olympics. Flag football added to the list of sporting events. Troy Vincent, who is Roger Goodell's underling, saying today at a press conference that it's time to take football to the world stage. Our best players. I think this is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life.
Okay.
I have zero interest in watching Patrick Mahomes, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, and those guys play a bunch of flag football guys from France and beat them like 73-0?
What if the flag football guys in France are like soccer-level athletes who are therefore really good world-class athletes, and they've been training their whole lives?
I am 99% of the time on the opposite side of the conversation because greed is good, more is better. I love the NFL. I actually think this is an example where the NFL has taken it too far. Can we have just one sporting event that doesn't include you guys? The Summer Olympics, I'm sorry, I just don't. Patrick Mahomes getting a gold medal and getting the same prize that Kurt Angle got is just, it's patently wrong to me.
I actually agree with you. It's a fun sport to play, like in a pickup sense, but like Patrick Mahomes gets a gold medal here. I won't use wrestling. How about like somebody throwing like the discus or something, throwing the hammer, winning the 5,000 meters, the 10,000 meters, doing even judo and stuff like that. Gymnastics. It seems odd. Anyway, I got one for you, Pony, that's right in line. Talking about growing the game at a global level.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
The Bills, Bengals, and Titans have all joined now officially. Every NFL team is now part of the global markets program. I give you the global market, i.e. the country. You tell me what team you think might represent it. You ready, boys? You ready to play this game?
Sure.
Japan.
Rams.
Correct. South Korea. Now, this is kind of a hint, a dead giveaway maybe.
Rams again.
Correct. Nigeria.
Rams again.
Chargers.
The Browns.
What?
The Browns are Nigeria's team. Colombia.
Ooh.
Dolphins.
Correct. Nice pull.
Boom.
Cocaine.
France.
Chiefs.
Wrong. Use your brain, Donnie. Think about it. Think about this.
Saints.
Yes!
Damn it
the
all.
Fleur-de-lis!
That makes all the sense in the world.
China. Now, Pony has been keeping his eye on this
Pony
country.
should know this.
He's been keeping his eye on these fellas.
Well, it can't be the Rams.
Patriots.
Chiefs.
It can be the Rams, and it is! Oh, God! Argentina.
Jaguars. No, wait, they're England.
Yeah.
Titans. I'm thinking
is that it?
I'm thinking the sky blue thing.
Not the Titans.
Same color scheme.
Cowboys?
The Dolphins again!
Oh, man, they're just dominating South America.
I have two more. I'm just only going with the ones that have one team. Can you tell me who Ghana's team is?
Yes, I can, as a matter of fact. The San Francisco 49ers.
Wrong.
Damn it.
The Texans.
No, what continent is Ghana on?
Africa.
Correct. Would you have gotten that, Donnie?
Yeah.
The Philadelphia Eagles, they're giving Ghana the world champs!
They beat Team USA in the World Cup. What was that, 2010?
The last one here on the one country or one team countries. Who is Greece's team?
The Jets.
Wrong.
The Bengals?
No.
Bengals. I'll go Patriots here.
The Bengals are Canada's team, which is very fun. And so are the Bills. No, the Chargers. Dan Potash, pack your bags.
Oh, yeah, because the Spanos family. That makes sense, actually. I should have thought about that more critically.
Thank you for playing my
Goodell
little game.
did say today he thinks very soon we're going to see 16 games played internationally. So once a week.
Every team.
Yep, and once a week we'll see a game over there. So here's what I wonder. If they do that.
How did Nigeria just randomly get the Cleveland Browns? That's the only country
you
that the
know
Browns
that actually is a huge detriment or hit to? NFL Sunday pregame shows.
I agree.
With those 9:30 games, because people will be watching the fourth quarter of those games and not CBS and Fox.
I wonder if they'll. Okay, to that end, quickly, Pony. I wonder if they'll allocate fewer resources for those shows if they think they're going to get less viewed.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Don, do the Pirates score more than 4 runs tonight?
They do not.
Yes, they do, because then I win my Bucko auction house, baby.
Zangrilli is next. He's down at PNC Park. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Team signing off.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
You call in and try to prove you know more than us.
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, We have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online. Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Right now, get 50% off your windows. That's half off. Plus, no interest and no payments for 12 months and a free entry door with your window purchase. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know what's crazy is seeing what muscles actually look like underneath the fat. If you're like me, you knew there was muscle there all of those years because you would lift, you would weight train, you could feel it, but being able to see it is a game changer. I looked at